Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Issei went against with Miracle Leviathan and got harem with Serafall and Sona. With Oppai Dragon becoming very famous in such a short time in the Underworld, Issei and Reus are having trouble in keeping schedule of all the promotional events to attend to. Look! It's Oppai Dragon and Switch Princess. The children take notice of them every time they go to the Underworld, much to Issei and Reus' embarrassment. Their tokusatsu show, Oppai Dragon, has reached almost all their intended broadcast destinations, including the world of the yokai, where Kunu became a fan due to her crush on Issei. Moments like this made me wish I have a normal life. Reus told Issei, "You have no idea how much I agree with you, Bucho. It is very tiring when kids expect you to arrive on time without caring that we also have our own lives to take care of." Issei often cannot wait to get back home to spend more time fondling Reus Bobas. Reus also thinks about going home during these events and spend more time with Issei, along with the rest of her peerage. Luckily, with Ravel as their manager, they were able to bear their newfound fame better than when Azazel managed them, due to the fact that he was the one who pitched the idea for the show. Meanwhile, Serafall Leviathan was seen in the mountains playing her character in her own show, Miracle Levia-tan, which has been in a minor rivalry with Oppai Dragon for quite some time, despite the fact that her show is older than the latter. One of the director's assistants came to deliver a letter to the director himself. "What is this?" "Something from the Underworld TV Awards regarding the show." "Open it and read it." "Very well." "Cut," the director told the crew. "What is going on, Director-san?" Serafall asked with a smile. "We just got a letter from the Underworld TV Awards committee regarding our show. I need to read what they said about it." The director wasted no time in reading the letter, and everyone in the crew became surprised by what was inside the letter. "No way! The committee has just nominated Miracle Levia-tan in 3 categories for Best Performance in a Children's Series, Best Music, and Best TV Series. Usually children's series aren't nominated for Best TV Series, so this is big. Finally, Miracle Levia-tan is winning the hearts of all children in the Underworld." Serafall spoke out of excitement. Being nominated is a big achievement for sure, but remember that there are other TV shows that Miracle Levia-tan has to compete with for that award. "We got to send the best footage for the committee to use," the producer advised. "Then let's all try our best." Serafall remains optimistic, as are the rest of her crew. While Issei is watching the new episode of Oppai Dragon with the rest of the Haida residents, a magical circle formed with Sirzechs Lucifer coming out of it. Reus became surprised at his presence. "Oniai-sama? What are you doing here?" "I am here to bring this letter to your wonderful peerage. Did you know that the Underworld TV Awards nominated Oppai Dragon in 2 categories? "What? Let me see. Let me see." Reus immediately grabs the letter and shows it to the rest of the group as they read it. Issei becomes especially surprised when reading what they are nominated for. "We were nominated for Best TV Series and Best Stunt Coordination," correct Issei-kun. "It is also rare for a children's series to be nominated for Best TV Series, so it is big for the both of us. I expect all of us to attend the award ceremony if you want." "Are you kidding, Lucifer-sama? It would be a huge honor to attend such a prestigious ceremony, and to see if Oppai Dragon wins any of the nominations," Irina said with excitement. "Yes. I cannot wait to see if the man I chosen has won any awards for his show." Zenobia added, "Well then, prepare yourself. The awards ceremony will start within a week. Dress proper and act casual, and I will see you all there." Sirzechs left the house in the same magic circle as Issei is still in complete shock after reading the letter listing the show's nominations. "I can't believe that my show has made it this far. I never considered having my own show in the first place until it actually happened. I am going to need some time to take it all in." Issei lies down on his seat to relax. Reus is just as surprised of the situation, but remained calm and collected. "It is indeed a huge accomplishment for the show, but remember that just because we are nominated, doesn't mean that we won the awards. There are other shows that are nominated for such achievements, and they might have done better. Don't worry, as his manager I am sure Issei-sama will win something with his show if not the awards." Ravel seems confident of Oppai Dragon's success. The entire Haida residence becomes desperate trying to prepare for the award ceremony, as they have to decide what to wear, how to act, and how to make a speech should the show win any awards. On the day of the awards ceremony, the Gremry group, along with Ophis and Irina, came as scheduled, only to see another familiar face in the area. "Look, Serafall Sama is also here," Rias pointed out. Serafall, wearing a black elegant dress and letting her hair down, takes notice of them and becomes somewhat surprised, but remains cheery. "Ah, Rias-chan, what are all of you doing here? ISC's Tokusatsu program received nominations and I see that yours have too." "What? You too? There is no way my own show will lose." Serafall becomes more determined after knowing one of her show's competitions. "So Leviathan-sama, what is your show nominated for?" Issei asked, while lecherously staring at her new look. "Ah, Sekiryuti-kun. My show was nominated for Best Performance in a Children's Series, Best Music, and Best TV Series." "What about Oppai Dragon?" Issei quickly snaps out of his trance. "My show was nominated for Best Stunt Coordination and Best TV Series, so we are both nominated for the Best Award of the ceremony. Miracle Levia-tan won't lose against Oppai Dragon." Issei finds her determined face cute, but notices a slight change in Serafall's behavior. "Forgive me, but what is up with you? Why are you so determined to win?" Serafall notices the change herself and turns her head left to right. "I guess because this is the first time my show faced such strong competition. Whether I win or lose to your show, I am just glad to have made it this far. This will top my list of accomplishments for the media." Issei told Serafall to help her relax. "You are right, Sekiryuti-kun. Let's both do our best." Serafall's cute smile returns to her face after hearing Issei's statement. "When Isama, it is almost time to enter the auditorium," Sona told her older sister. "Of course, Sona-chan. See you all inside." Serafall waves goodbye as she heads back to her younger sister, Sona Citri. "Come on, Issei. Let's head inside," Rias told him. "Rias! I see that you have brought everyone with you. Now let's go find our seats." Sirzechs leads the group to the auditorium after meeting them at the entrance, and stops at a whole row of VIP seats. "This is where we will sit for the entire awards ceremony. I can't wait to see when Oppai Dragon will be mentioned." Sirzechs himself becomes excited over Oppai Dragon's nomination. "I hope you win, Issei-san." Asia grabs Issei by the arm and watches the stage anxiously. Issei pats Asia on the head and thanks her for the support as they watch the empty stage. Serafall is seen sitting in the opposite aisle, waiting for the ceremony to start, but watches the Gremry group with a smile. The ceremony then starts at a high note with a large orchestra playing an intense song as the curtains lift. Within 2 hours, the minor awards were presented to the two shows. Oppai Dragon won the award for Best Stunt Coordination, while Miracle Levia-tan won the award for Best Performance in a Children's Series. Next category was Best Music. Despite competing against 4 other nominees, Miracle Levia-tan won the award. Miracle Levia-tan already won 2 out of the 3 awards it was nominated for. "It looks like it will be between you and her, Issei," Rias told Issei. "Great, what am I going to do if Oppai Dragon wins the last award? I don't want the cute Leviathan-sama to become sad over the loss." "No, her show already won 2 awards, so either way it will be okay," Issei thought to himself as he anxiously watched the ceremony. "This is it. It's time to see whether Miracle Levia-tan can win the last award against a show that barely lasts for a couple of months." Serafall remains determined, but still kept her smile. After all the other award winners were announced, the host takes the stage with a letter that announces the winning show of the Best TV Series. "Alright, this is the moment of truth. Who will win the award for Best TV Series?" The host eliminated the other nominees who didn't win and left Oppai Dragon and Miracle Levia-tan as the only nominees for the award. And the winner is the host opens the letter and reads out the winner, Oppai Dragon. The crowd cheers loudly as the equally shocked Issei and Rias made their way to the stage to receive the award. "I can't believe it. We won," Rias said smiling. "Me too. Let's celebrate at home," Issei suggested, which Rias accepts. As Issei claims his award, the host asked him to make a speech. Issei had a hard time coming with sentences that doesn't involve bobas, but gets an idea. I would like to thank the Underworld TV Awards Committee for the nomination and win, and thank all my friends and family for their support. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have made it as far as I did. Serafall watches Issei in disappointment, but smiles, not wanting to ruin their victory. One-sama, what's wrong? Sona asked. Nothing. I am just a little surprised. That's all, Sona-chan. Her childish tone disappeared, causing Sona to worry, but remained silent, not wanting to disturb the ceremony. Issei continues his speech. Let's not say that the other nominees weren't as good as my show. I honestly think that theirs were better than mine, especially Leviathan-sama's Miracle Levia-tan. As soon as her show was mentioned, Serafall immediately sits up and listens to the speech. I honestly thought that Leviathan-sama would win this award, not me. If I am allowed to say this, I think I was just lucky that the fans loved my show so much, but I felt that her show left more of an impact on me. If I were part of the committee, I would say that Miracle Levia-tan won this award. Good job to all of the other nominees. Issei's speech was met with heavy applause, especially from the Gremry group and Serafall, who was touched by Issei's opinion of her show and genuinely smiles at his achievement. After the awards ceremony, a party was held in the Hyade residence as Sirzechs drinks with Issei's dad out of excitement. The church trio plays cards with Ophis while Rias and Aquino takes turns dancing with Issei as the rest watches. Kaneko continues eating from the food table. The award was put on a shelf in Issei's room, signifying his accomplishment. So Issei-kun, how do you feel right now? Sirzechs asked. I thought only bobas would make me feel this good, but I am enjoying this just as much, Issei said as he dances with Aquino. Era. Issei-kun, are you sure this party is just as good as touching a women's boba? Aquino asked Issei, who begins showing a lecherous face due to the question. Don't ruin his moment. Rias told Aquino out of jealousy. Oh? Too bad, because I was going to do this and that with Issei-kun on top of the bed. Aquino-san, are you serious? Issei again got put in a trance until Rias pinches his face. Aquino, that is quite enough. Rias separated Aquino and Issei and begins having another competition with her queen. They sure can be scary when they are fighting. Issei commented. Issei-senpai, can you dance with me too? Kaneko asked with a worried look. Kaneko-chan, if you look at me like that, how could I say no? Issei thought to himself before accepting her request. Back in the Citri household, Sona and Serafall were also celebrating Miracle Levia-tan's 2 wins with her family, though Serafall didn't feel as energetic as the rest of her family other than Sona. Are you still sad that your show did not win Best TV Series? It still won an equal number of awards nonetheless. That is something you can still be proud of. Sona tries to cheer Serafall up. I am okay with the fact that I lost the award, but what Sekiryu-kun said was what left me thinking. Hyade-kun is an interesting person, isn't he? I was a little surprised at his speech as well, saying that if he were part of the committee, he would give the award to you. I like helping people, but I never thought I would think of others with this much feeling as he did when he gave the speech. Maybe you can learn a little more from Hyade-kun. He may be a pervert, but he is more of a good influence to those who know him. Maybe, but how do I do that? My life as one of the 4 mouths as well as my career often keeps me busy. If Hyade-kun can work as a devil, attend a human school, and be a TV star all at the same time, we can make it work. I also asked Grafia-sama to make Sirzechs-sama take over your duties for a while as a Mao. Sona-chan, thank you. Serafall immediately jumps and embraces Sona. I guess it didn't take long for you to get back to your normal self. I will let the Hyade residents know that they will have a new guest living in their home for a while. A few days after the award ceremony. Ah! It's Hyade! Run away or he will assault us! One of the girls screamed as Issei is passing by in school. Pervert! One of the girls slapped him in the face. Apparently, bad rumors about Issei continue to spread thanks to the jealous Motohama and Matsuda. I will make sure to pound their heads the next time I see them, Issei said to himself as he continues to endure the negative treatment of his school. Yo Issei, what's up? Matsuda greets him with Matsuda following him. Issei kept his word and comically beats them up out of vengeance. What the heck are you doing? We are your friends, Matsuda complained. Those rumors are getting worse and worse, because you two keep spreading them. Stop it right now! Issei becomes very impatient. But we will go crazy with jealousy if we stop. Issei punches Motohama as he speaks. You already mentioned that before, but there is a limit to how much I can take. If you guys don't calm those rumors, I will beat the heck out of you. Relax, Issei. Compared to last week, the rumors aren't as bad. See? We are doing our job at calming them down. Matsuda explains. Why am I still friends with them? Time for payback. Issei yelled in his thoughts. Hey guys, have any girls let you touch their bobas before? Where are you getting at, Issei? Motohama asked. Well, I touched them and they felt good for my hands. Issei puts a sinister smile towards Matsuda and Motohama. Die. Both of them said simultaneously as Issei leaves them to their own business. They are indeed the worst friends I ever have. Issei said to himself. Issei makes it to the clubroom to see all the members present. Hey Bucho, are there any new jobs for us to do? Hey Issei, there are no jobs currently at the moment. It seems as though Oniai-sama is giving us an easy day today, Issei. So we can relax for the time being? For now, I just got a call from Sona that a guest will be staying in our house for a while and is a very important person. I expect all to be respectful towards our guest. Who is coming? She didn't say exactly. She only told me to make sure that none of us are rude, or he or she might destroy our house. Seriously? Issei becomes anxious on wondering who such a guest could be. I wonder if it could be one of the four Maos. No one knows Issei-kun, but I know that Sirzechs-sama isn't coming or he would have contacted Bucho first. Kiba responded. I see. That is one possibility gone, but that still leaves so many others. We will see when our guest comes, so calm down. Kaneko said. Era. Just thinking about it makes me feel anxious too. Akino said while smiling. You don't look anxious. Issei commented. Anyway, let's just get home and prepare a room and meal to welcome our important guest. Ria said as she leaves her desk. Back in the Haida residence, preparations are being made with the help of Issei's parents as their new houseguest is coming today. As soon as the preparations are done, they wait at the door to see who their guest was. The doorbell was heard, prompting Issei to open the door. When he opened it, it was none other than Serafall Leviathan jumping onto Issei and hugging him as the rest looked with shock. Yahoo! Sekiryutai-kun, I have come to stay with you for a while. Leviathan-sama? You are here to stay with me? But why? Issei asked. When I heard your speech, it made me realize I still have a lot to learn other than being a Mao or a magical girl, and Sona-chan thought that by staying with you, I could learn more. Serafall continues to hug Issei tightly as he goes to another perverse trance due to her bobas touching his chest. Hey, get off of my Issei. Before Rias can act, Akino stops her. Remember that she is our guest. If you don't behave, then you might accidentally make a Mao angry. Rias and most of her peerage look on with jealousy as Serafall continues to hug Issei. The next day in class, Issei continues to debate on whether it was a good idea to let Serafall stay in his house, but got over it as he thinks of her bobas. When the teacher arrives, he introduces a new assistant, who, much to Issei's surprise, is none other than Serafall herself in a simple business suit attached to a miniskirt. Hello everybody, my name is Sarah Levi. I am going to be the teacher's assistant for a while, and hope we all get along. Serafall continues to smile as the students approve her presence, especially the males. As Motohama and Matsuda look at Serafall with lecherous eyes, Serafall notices Issei and rushes to hug him. Found you, Issei-kun. As Serafall hugs Issei, he becomes confused by what she called him earlier. Issei-kun? The rest of the family told me to call you by that since I started living with you. I hope you are okay with that. Serafall made another cute smile. Issei, what is your relationship with this woman? Motohama anxiously asked. I am his new house guest, so his home is my home. Serafall said with no hesitation, much to Issei's dismay. The whole class yelled. With Serafall Leviathan working part-time as a teacher's assistant for Issei's class, everyone was in shock when she revealed that she became a resident of the Haida household. Many male students now look at Issei with jealousy. What's the meaning of this, Issei? Not only do you have the attention of many bishujos of our school, but you now even have older women living in your house? Matsuda yelled with tears coming from his eyes. Having multiple women living in your house is the biggest offense that you have ever made. Where are those flags? I will crush them all. Motohoma also had tears in his eyes. Issei becomes very dismayed at the situation. Levi-sensei, why would you reveal that you live in my house, eh? Why not? I don't see anything wrong with telling them that you have a new house guest. Serafall remains very naive. When a girl reveals that she is living in a boy's house, this will create a misunderstanding among other people. They will think that a relationship will be established like in a romantic anime or manga. Issei complains, really? I always wondered what it would be like in an anime universe. You still don't get it, do you, Levi-sensei? Issei gives up knowing that Serafall won't understand. I see. Why is fate so cruel to us? Matsuda and Motohama continue to complain while crying as they continue to give an envious look towards Issei along with the rest of their male classmates. Issei begins to feel satisfaction from the jealousy that his classmates exhibit, although the girls exhibit more of a surprised behavior since Issei is a pervert. Haha. Seems like this is a comeuppance towards Matsuda and Motohama since you two continue to talk trash about me in school. Issei laughed at his friend's expense. Comeuppance? We are creating these rumors because of what you are showing right now in front of us. Matsuda yells, I guess that is the result of karma. If you don't do good things for others, good things won't happen to you. Issei continues to act cocky in front of them as Serafall watches their conversation without understanding what it meant. Levi-san, I know that you have strong affection towards one of the students, but can you please not exhibit this in the school? It is against the rules for such things to happen on campus as we are afraid the students will lose focus on their work. Issei's teacher explained, Of course, sensei. I better help teach the class. I don't want to be fired on the first day, so I will meet you after school, Issei-kun. Serafall smiles before moving to the front of the class. When class starts, the male students, with the exception of Issei, had their focus completely on Serafall Leviathan due to her cute appearance and lively personality. Issei also happens to find Serafall to be attractive, but fears her at the same time due to her position as a Mao and tries not to look at her lecherously as a result. I can't look. If a Mao knows that I am looking at her lecherously, I am afraid that I will be punished either by her or Kaicho. Issei desperately tries to turn his attention away by putting his face in front of his large textbook. Luckily, Issei manages to last until class was over. Issei and Serafall then heads to the Occult Research Club where Sona and Rias are having a conversation with each other about having Serafall part of the Hyade residence. Sona-chan? Rias-chan? What are you two talking about? Serafall asked the two. Wani-sama, I may have let you live in the Hyade residence so you could learn, but for you to get yourself hired by the school and publicly showing affection to Hyade-kun is not what I meant. Sona becomes flustered due to events that Serafall caused. Eh? But you are the one who told me I can learn something by getting closer to him. Yes, but you don't have to be with him everywhere he goes. That will be considered harassment rather than building up a relationship. Sona explains, No way. If I am told by Sona-chan, it's going to make your Wani-chan sad. You already said this before and please don't use such a childish tone in this school. It is very embarrassing since you are my older sister. As Sona argues with Serafall, Rias confronts Issei. Did Serafall-sama did anything to you in class? Well, when she arrived to class she hugged me and told everyone in class that she was living in my house without. Rias puts her hand on her forehead out of disappointment. Should have known Serafall-sama would do that. You have to be more careful from now on, not just because she is a Mao, but also because of how she behaves. We don't want her to stand out. Leviathan-sama appears to have some form of discipline though. When Sensei told her that public affections aren't allowed in class, she obeys and tells me that she did not want to get fired on her first day. She also didn't exhibit any unusual behavior during the lectures also. Glad to know. As long as Serafall-sama continues to behave this way, it will be okay for her to stay here. As the rest of the club members watch their conversations, a small magic circle appears on the table, showing a holographic image of Sirzechs. Rias becomes surprised. Oni-sama? Why are you calling all of a sudden? I am calling for both you and Issei-kun to help get out of here. Ever since Serafall left her position to stay in the Hyade residence, Grafia took over that role and she has been making me work non-stop on foreign affairs and making me attend High Council meetings. Please, you have to help me. Sirzechs continues to beg until he was hit by a Harisen paper fan. Grafia suddenly shows up in the hologram next to Sirzechs, showing a disappointed look towards him. Sirzechs, you have no right to complain. You have been skipping work day in and day out. The reason for having you take over Serafall Sama's duties is to make up for everything that you have missed. How long must I continue this? Sirzechs asked in dismay. Until you complete every single one of those papers you failed to sign and pay off every debt you owed to the Underworld. Grafia then turns her attention to the club. I heard that Serafall Sama is currently staying in the Hyder residence for the time being. The other Maos agreed to leave her in your hands, so I expect all of you to take good care of her. See you until then. Grafia then drags Sirzechs from the back and drags him as he continues to resist. No! Help me! Sirzechs screamed as the magic circle disappears, cutting him off. Seeing her older brother in a pathetic situation caused Ria's face to turn red. I am sorry all of you have to see that. Sirzechs-sama, seeing you like this makes me pity you. I wish you the best of luck for your survival. Issei said in his thoughts. Looks like Sirzechs-sama got his hands full since he is now taking over Serafall Sama's duties. Kiba remarked, she is scary. I hope Sirzechs-sama can get out of there alive. Gasper said as he gets out of his box after staying there during Sirzechs' call for help. It's hard to believe that a Mao doesn't act like he was supposed to. It is also pitiful to see him like this. Rosweiss said, showing the same disappointed look as Rias. Again, I am so sorry for this. Let's just go home. Rias is still embarrassed over the outcome, and everyone as she said, I like ice cream and soda. Ophis said as she drinks an ice cream soda back in the Hyder residence. I almost forgot how much Ophis-chan likes sweets. Akino said as she makes a small laugh. With her taking the form of a young girl, her taste also changed to that of a child. Kaneko said as she also drinks a cup of ice cream soda. Hey, save some drinks for me, Kaneko-san. Ravel joins Ophis and Kaneko to drink ice cream soda. Serafall turns to Issei. Issei-kun, what is it, Leviathan-sama? Do you think we could visit one of the shooting sessions for Oppai Dragon? I want to know how different it is from my show. According to Bucho, the next shooting session is this Thursday, which is tomorrow. We plan to visit there as well to take a look. Is it in the afternoon? I now work with Miracle Levia-tan in the late evening during the weekdays. Of course, but isn't it already past 6 p.m.? When do you start working with your show? This reminded Serafall that she has a show to work on today and begins to panic. You are right. We will talk some more after I am done. Please save some food for me. See you later. In an instant, Serafall left the house using a magic circle. Serafall-sama is still not used to her new lifestyle. Hopefully she will keep track of schedule as she gets more used to living here. Ria said, I still wonder if it's okay to let a mouse stay in our house. If she gets mad, she might not just destroy the house, but all of Japan. Asia still exhibits both worry and fear towards Serafall due to her powers. Calm down, Asia. Bucho said that all 4 Maos are easygoing when they are not fighting. The best thing to do is to be friends with her. Zenobia explains, I consider the situation to be very admirable to have a Mao by our side. Irina added as she smiles. After 8:00 p.m., Serafall comes home showing a little bit of exhaustion, yet, at the same time, as energetic and lively as ever. I hope that some food is saved for me. I was only able to get 8 minutes of shooting completed for this episode, because I arrived a little bit late. Serafall said as she opens the door. When Serafall comes inside, she was surprised to see dinner just about to be ready. Leviathan-sama, welcome home. Issei gives a warm welcome as he prepares Serafall's plate. We originally planned to save you some food after we eat, but Issei-senpai refuses to eat until we are all at the table and eventually everyone agrees. Kaneko explained. Serafall becomes surprised. Issei-kun? You wanted to wait until I get back? Of course. It would be rude if not all of us are at the table. You are part of our family now, Levi-san. Of course we will try to accommodate your schedule. We tried to do the same for everyone here. Apparently, this is probably the only good trait we passed on to our son. Issei parents said much to the annoyance of their son. Seeing what Issei did for her, Serafall gave a big warm smile towards Issei. I think Issei-kun has plenty of good traits. I can finally see a little bit of what everyone here sees in you. It really feels just like home again. Serafall wasted no time hopping onto her chair as everyone begins to eat. Itadakimasu, everyone said and begins eating. This food is very good. I haven't tried much of this before. Who cooked this? Serafall asked. Bucho, Akino-san, Asia, Ravel, and Oka-san take turns or work with each other each day to cook so we could eat different things. I believe that it was Bucho's turn today. Issei explained. Rias-chan is a good cook. I cannot wait to taste others. Rias became flattered after hearing Serafall's opinion of her cooking, while making Akino, Ravel, and Asia more determined to make a good meal for her. After dinner, Serafall begins playing with the other girls, doing things her household could never do due to their high-class status. She begins playing cards with the church trio, watches different TV programs with Rosweiss, and even playing many different video games with Issei. That was fun! Serafall lies on the couch excited after she exhausts herself. It looks like it was your first time doing some of these activities. Issei pointed out. I have done some of them before, but not really together. It has been such a long time since the Citri household allowed us to play like that, and that was when me and Sona-chan were kids. You weren't allowed to do these things after? No. Ever since I was appointed as a Mao, I have been extremely busy to do anything with the rest of the family. This was probably around the time that Sona-chan started to act more serious towards everyone. You mean Kaicho isn't always this serious? Serafall stopped smiling after hearing Issei's question. She used to be very lively as we always spent it with each other. I am guessing that Sona-chan begins feeling very lonely, so she decided to pursue other interests. When I had time to play with Sona-chan, she said that we are no longer children anymore and then left. This was also when I had the idea to become a magical girl after visiting the human world and saw some Japanese magical girl series. The show I currently star in is probably what made me behave in the same way as me and Sona-chan behaved when we were children. It sometimes makes me wish that I could go back in time to play with her like we used to. This makes Issei feel guilty for making Serafall look sad. I am sorry for asking. I didn't know that you felt this lonely. It's okay. I have been wanting to get this out for some time. Serafall begins smiling again. I began feeling the same way after playing with everyone. I hope we can play like this again, Issei-kun. You don't have to worry about that. We are not a high-level household, so our activities are not as restricted. I thank you for that, Issei-kun. I cannot wait to see the set of Oppai Dragon tomorrow. Serafall begins showing her same childish personality after feeling better. The next morning, as Issei wakes up with Rias and Asia next to his bed, he feels something warm on top of his body. What is this soft sensation on my chest? It feels like Bucho's body is on top of me. Issei turns around to see the sleeping Rias next to him, cradling his right arm. No, it's not her. Could it be Akino-san? No, her Oppai feels different compared to this. Who could it be under my blanket? If only I could move my arms. Good morning, Issei-kun. Serafall suddenly comes from under the blanket. Leviathan-sama? What are you doing on top of me? Issei said in shock. Akino-chan told me that this is how she often said good morning to you. She told me that in order for me to be closer to you, I should do the same. Serafall said while smiling. Akino-san, I thank you for this, but this is going to be very dangerous when either Bucho or Asia wakes up. Plus, she is a Mao. Is it really okay for her to do that? As Issei continues thinking, Serafall begins embracing him, pushing her bobas onto Issei's chest. If she said I have to be physically close to you to learn, then I will do it. This causes Issei to have a nosebleed, the Oppai of a Mao. Even though her pajamas covered her bobas, words cannot express how thankful I am for this sensation. Wait. I don't want to get in any more trouble with Bucho, so I'd better make her let go. Issei's conscience eventually got him to make a decision. Leviathan-sama, I am happy, but you shouldn't copy Akino-san's methods. She does it to me as her sign of affection, not just to say good morning. Kaicho will not be happy if she hears that you have been influenced to do dirty things, so please get off before Bucho wakes up. What? I enjoy hugging someone close, But if Sona-chan will be unhappy of me doing this, then before Serafall can finish, Issei turns around to see a stunned Rias. SSS Serafall-sama? What are you doing on Issei's bed? Rias asked with a surprised look on her face. Oh, Rias-chan! I was told by Akino-chan that to say good morning, I have to be on top of Issei-kun and hug him. Era. Looks like I got found out, Akino said while standing in the doorway. Akino-san! You were there the whole time? Issei yelled. I was, but it looked like that Serafall-sama is having fun with you, so I didn't want to bother. Akino gives off a big smile, making Issei uncomfortable. I should have known you were up to something like this, Akino. Don't taint Serafall-sama's mind like that. Her sister wouldn't like that. Don't you think that Serafall needs to learn how to handle a guy? There is no better time than now. This is not a good way for her to learn. There is no way I will share Issei-kun, even if Serafall-sama is a Mao. As expected that you would try to monopolize Issei-kun time and time again. Even if you won't listen to Sirzechs-sama, Serafall-sama would want us to get along since we are living together. How many times do I have to go through this with you? Issei could do nothing, but remained silent out of fear as the argument between Rias and Akino becomes more intense. As Rias and Akino continue arguing, Serafall turns to Issei. Issei-kun, what is happening between Rias-chan and Akino-chan? They both have a big rivalry against each other. It happens all the time, but you get used to it since they don't really hurt each other. So what do you think? Should I say good morning to you like this from now on? Issei had a hard time answering Serafall's question. Try to say good morning in your own way. Don't let Bucho and Akino-san influence you or it might get me in trouble. That's fine, Issei-kun. Today is the day where you take me to the set of Oppai Dragon this evening, right? I cannot wait. Anyway, I will meet you downstairs. Serafall becomes excited as she leaves Issei's room, not minding the argument between Rias and Akino. Asia begins to wake up next to Issei, but was unaware of the situation that just took place. Huh! Is it morning already? Heard about what happened between Wani-sama and Hayato-kun, but to hear your role in this is unacceptable, Akino. Sona yelled at Akino. Conflicts were raised in the Hayato residence after finding out that Serafall snuck into Issei's bed due to Akino's influence. Asia became teary-eyed after finding out about it, while Irina and Zenobia shows either fascination or curiosity on their faces rather than jealousy. This later leads to a confrontation with the student council when they heard about the incident. Sorry, Sona, but with a man living in the house, I feel that your Wani-sama needs to be more experienced to him. Issei-kun never fails to awaken when a woman's chest is on top of him. Akino snickered at Sona's reaction, much to her dismay. If this continues, I won't allow Wani-sama to stay. I don't want her to be badly influenced to do such acts. Ufufu, as serious as always, aren't you, Sona? This was your Wani-sama's decision to stay with us. Think about how she would feel if you suddenly force her out. Knowing that Akino was right, Sona couldn't bring herself to say anything. Just please try not to influence her to copy these acts. It's already enough that she has this kind of behavior in school. Don't worry too much. Rias would never share Issei-kun with anybody. I am sure that she can monitor her behavior. I still don't feel good about this. Sona continues to feel displeased with the current situation. Saji, on the other hand, is taking this even worse as he grabs Issei by the collar with tears coming out of his eyes. Hayato, not only did you make out with Bucho, but also Kaisha's sister? I can't forgive you for this. Calm down, Saji. I didn't do anything. Leviathan-sama was the one who climbed onto my bed while I was asleep. This didn't make Saji feel any better. Why do you have the most luck with girls? None of this luck has been coming to me, especially Kaicho. You already have your luck with Kaisha's older sister, but soon enough it will move to Kaicho and then I will have no one. Your dreams of being with Sona Kaicho may be far away, but you have no idea that some of her servants actually have feelings for you. If only you were smart enough to realize. Issei said in his thoughts. If only I had your luck, I would be already sleeping with Kaicho. Please give me what you can. Saji starts to beg for Issei to help him, but was refused. Sorry, Saji, but I am afraid you are going to have to work that out on your own, just like with me and Bucho. I can't help you with things like this. Saji continues to cry as Momo and Ruruko comforts him. Seeing those are the girls that have a crush on Saji, Issei sighs out of disappointment. Why don't you take a look at both sides? I almost feel sorry that you are too much of an idiot to see. Issei again said in his thoughts. I have to go to work now. Olive should also head to your classes if you don't want to be late. Serafall reminded both groups, forcing them to leave the situation as it is. When Serafall was spotted walking next to Issei in the hallway, Issei again receives glares from other students, particularly the boys out of jealousy. The girls stare at him out of concern for Serafall, whom they've looked up to due to her optimistic personality. Hayato is with Levi-sensei again. Why is she so close to that pervert? To taint the pure Levi-sensei, we will never forgive you. Those are the kind of things other students are saying whenever they encounter Serafall and Issei together. Asia can only watch with teary eyes, still fearing that confronting a Mao might bring trouble to her. Despite their fascination with the relationship between Serafall and Issei, Irina and Zenobia tried comforting Asia by telling her that there is still a chance for them to get Issei. Even if she is a Mao, there is no way she will cause destruction over love. That means there is still a chance for us to beat her. Zenobia explained. Yeah. As long as we continue to pray and believe that Issei will come to us, we will always have a chance. Irina whispered. You are right. Let's pray for this chance to be with Issei-san. The church trio began praying, causing them to get awkward attention from the other students around them. When are you going to stop showing off? Matsuda continues to cry seeing Issei with Serafall and now the church trio. I myself am also at my limit. Curse you, Issei. Motohama also begins to cry. That's right, keep envying me. All of you may think of me as trash, but what trash has over 10 bishujos living in his house? Issei snickered as he keeps having obnoxious thoughts. Hey Issei-kun. Serafall called out. HM? What is it, Levi-sensei? I hope that you remember that promise about taking me to the shooting session today. I was always looking forward to seeing your show. I remember that promise very well. Don't worry, once class ends, we will go to the part of the Underworld where the next episode is being filmed. If you want to keep talking to Levi-tan, we can meet during lunch break. Is that okay with you? Of course, but are you okay eating with me and the church trio? I want to spend more time with my new friends. It feels good being with all of you. Then I will see during lunch break. Issei smiled, prompting Serafall to smile before heading to class. I cannot wait to spend more time with the cute Leviathan-sama. But is it me or am I starting to feel weirdly attracted to her? I might as well keep these thoughts to myself. During lunch, Serafall joins Issei, Matsuda, Motohama, and the church trio for lunch as promised. So Levi-sensei decided to come eat with us. How lucky to have another Bishujo right beside us. Matsuda screamed. Serafall ignores them and sits next to Issei. When she spots his lunch, she takes a bit of interest in it. Oh my, it looks different from what Rias-chan cooked yesterday. Did you make this? I don't really cook. Akino-san made this for me. Like dinner, the girls take turns cooking my lunch as well, so I get a variety every day from them. You are really lucky to have everything prepared by them. I can barely spend time with even my own family, so I don't know what it's like. Being in the human world really is different than being in the underworld. I guess you can say I am lucky, but you are also lucky that you are able to come here and experience what you've wanted to experience. You are now a part of the family, so whatever we do together will always include you. Remember that. You are right, Issei-kun. Thank you for letting me stay. By the way, the sausage that Akino-chan makes looks good. Can you feed me one? I want to try it. Issei, shocked at Serafall's request, spits out his drink in response. You want me to feed you? You can take one if you want to, but that's too much to ask me to feed you. Issei becomes even more troubled seeing Serafall's unhappy face. But I see Rias-chan, Akino-chan, and Asia-chan feeding you all the time, and you did the same for those 3 girls. Is it that much trouble doing it for me just once? Please don't look at me like that. You are going to make me feel like I have done something regretful. Issei spoke in his thoughts. Okay, I will feed you the sausage, but please don't make that sad face. It will make me feel sad as well. Issei grabs his chopsticks and lifts one of the sausages. Serafall begins smiling again before opening her mouth. Everyone watches with jealousy, even Zenobia and Irina, as Issei had never done this for them. Matsuda and Motohama are barely restraining their anger watching Issei feeding Serafall. After the sausage lands in her mouth, Serafall puts both of her hands on her cheeks as if she is eating something extraordinary. Delicious! This is just as good as what Rias-chan cooked last night. Maybe I should have them made lunch for me as well every day. Serafall stops after realizing that she is asking for too much. Never mind. Here, I will feed you something from my lunch as well. Serafall grabs a tempura shrimp with her chopsticks and tries to put it in Issei's mouth, causing him to be even more surprised. What? You want to feed me as well? Akino-chan told me that feeding someone is how people express affection towards those they care about. I like you, Issei-kun, so I want to try to do the same as well. I am glad that Akino-san taught you a more sensible way to show how much you care for your friends, but this is still embarrassing. People only do that when they have a relationship closer than being friends, but getting closer to you is what I want. Please? Unable to resist Serafall, Issei allows her to feed him, much to her delight and the jealousy of the others watching. Matsuda and Motohama could not hold it in any longer. Why is it always Issei? Why can it be the three of us? Matsuda screamed in his anger. Forget it, Matsuda. It's very apparent that Issei doesn't want to share his luck with us. Let's leave before we explode. Matsuda and Motohama heads back into the school building to get away from the sight of Issei attracting another girl in front of them. The tempura tastes very good. Did you make this? No. Ravel-chan was nice enough to make lunch for me. She said that not everybody in the house could cook, so those who do cook have to feed the entire household. She actually volunteered to cook for me only for today. I was very touched how much people care for each other in your house. Let me say this again, we are family, so we will always stay together as one. Kiria plays a little trick on her friend Asia by sneaking behind her and scaring her. Ah. How? Kiria-san, please don't scare me like that. Asia is still catching her breath. Sorry, Asia, but you just look so vulnerable, I couldn't resist. Kiria then finally catches the sight of Serafall and Issei together. If you don't do something soon, Hayate will be taken away by Levi-sensei. People say that there are no such things as a student-teacher relationship, but look at this. Kiria continues to look with fascination. Hearing Kiria made Asia teary-eyed for the second time today. What am I going to do? You have to be more assertive. Can't you see the other girls are making their move? Aren't you going to do the same for the sake of you and Hayate being together? I am already doing that, but she is also a teacher's assistant. If I do something now, I will get into so much trouble. Then don't do it in school and do it at home instead. School rules can't affect you in your own home, so this will be your big chance. Think about it. I wish you didn't have to make me feel so desperate. Knowing she cannot do anything right now, she stays silent and eats her bento. What do you think about this, Irina? Zenobia asked. The path to Issei-kun is very far away right now, but not impossible to reach. We will have our chance. Irina nodded at her own response. Hey Issei-kun, what is up with the church trio? Serafall asked as she sees Irina and Zenobia talking among each other. Those three are always in high tension whenever they are together due to their history in church before Zenobia and Asia became devils. It's good that those three are friends so that they will always have something to do with each other. They are fun to play with when I was with them yesterday. Makes me wonder what they are going to do next. But remember that they are sometimes not a good influence with people around them. Try not to copy their suggestive acts or Sona Kaicho might be angry with not just you, but me as well. I understand. I will try not to do those things that will get Sona-chan mad. As promised, the whole Hayate residence, with the exception of Issei's parents, traveled to the Underworld to supervise the shooting for a new episode. The director took sight of them and wasted no time in his greetings. Ah! It's the real people, Oppai Dragon and Switch Princess, as well as the other characters from our show. It is so nice to meet you for the first time. Though the introduction made Rias embarrassed, she remains calm as she begins to explain something to Issei. Like the TV shows of the human world, Oppai Dragon often switched to different directors to get new ideas, keeping the show unique. This director is a newbie whom Oniai-sama was impressed with due to his vision of the show, so he decided to let him direct it. I see. So what is this episode about? This episode features Oppai Dragon and Switch Princess facing their dark counterparts created by Darkness Night Fawn after killing a few of their new allies from the last episode, who has sent thousands of dark dragons all over the underworld to destroy all the city capitals, and the only way to stop them is to defeat the counterparts. Don't you think that this is a bit dark for the theme of a children's show? Issei questioned the director. As long as we don't keep the deaths brutal or detailed, we should be fine. Besides, most children TV series now include death at certain times, which means that children are starting to show interest to know that not everything is perfect. Even if you want to reveal that message to children, did that lesson have to include death? Once you watch it, you will find that it's not so bad. Should I introduce you to the actors of the show? Sure, wait a minute. This is your show and you don't even star in it? Serafall becomes displeased with the outcome and pouts. Sorry, Leviathan-sama, but me and Bucho don't really have the talent for acting, and as the saviors of the underworld, we often have to deal with issues both in the human world and here. Isn't it the same reason why you couldn't do too much when you still worked as a Mao? I guess you are right. You can't really keep track of all your work if you are not responsible for creating them. I just thought that you would at least act in your own show. It is way too embarrassing for me and Bucho to star in this show, especially since the show's main focus is the Oppai Dragon's love for Bulbous. It is something that Bucho and I couldn't handle, as I only touch her Oppai in real battles. It would also be very dangerous to do this for a TV show, as it unleashes my balance breaker. If you put it that way, I will accept that. I am going to go explore the rest of the set if you don't mind. Serafall leaves Issei and Rias to meet with the actors. Don't worry about Serafall-sama. She often gets over little things like this. Rias smiled. Wow! It's the real Oppai Dragon and Switch Princess. The male actor called out. I hope I didn't disappoint when I acted as you. I did the best I could. It's okay. I think you really did good. Issei couldn't find other ways to respond, as he is still embarrassed over the fact that he acts as him for the show. Rias is also facing the same trouble with the actress who plays her in the show, and is embarrassed by the fact that she acts nothing like her in real life. Kaneko, Gasper, and Kiba were also introduced to the actors, but did not face as much trouble as Rias and Issei due to the nature of their characters. After the meeting is done, they wait for Serafall, as she continues to look around the set, showing great interest in the different setting compared to her own show. In the meanwhile, Rias decides to use a magic circle to call Sirzechs to check how he is doing. Oniai-sama? How are you doing with Serafall-sama's former position? Sirzechs' image shows up, but it shows his entire body resting on his desk exhausted. Sirzechs struggles lifting his head to see who is calling him. Oh, hey Rias. I finally finished all of the required work, so I am just laying down trying to rest. Once Grafia lets me have some time off, I will come visit you to see how you are doing. See you until then. Sirzechs then collapses his head on his desk as he falls asleep. The magic circle then wears off. Geez, Oniai-sama. Rias cancels her magic circle. Finally, it's over. If I have to hear the word Oppai one more time, I will break down completely. Drake suddenly said. Drake? Where the heck were you all this time? I wanted to stay asleep after hearing that you are going to visit the production of your show. I am still very depressed about it, so the only thing I can do is sleep. Sorry about that. Do you need medicine? Not at this moment. The sleep helped lessen the depression a bit so I can last a little longer. I hope so, because I don't want to hear you cry again. You just worry about yourself, partner. Serafall heads back to Issei and Rias. Ayase-kun. Rias-chan. I am done. Shall we go home? Of course, Serafall-sama. Rias responded. Before they can go home, one of the devils suddenly yells that something is coming and is telling everyone to run. The director grabs him and asks him what is coming. NHGGR. The NHGGR is coming. What? But I thought Odin-sama sealed it. I don't know how it got free myself. I saw the dragon coming this way destroying everything, so I am telling everyone to evacuate. Oh no. When Serafall heard the dragon's name, she starts showing a fearful face, causing Issei to worry. Leviathan-sama, who is this NHGGR? Is he a very powerful dragon or something? Nidhogg is a legendary dragon who eats the roots of Yggdrasil, also known as the World Tree, in hopes to topple it. Only the goddess Hel, the daughter of Loki, is able to control it. Odin sealed the dragon before the Great War, but somehow it got free. As the pet of Loki's daughter and the consumer of Yggdrasil, the dragon is even more powerful than me. Where is Drake? A loud voice is heard from a distance. Where is he? The voice became louder. Finally, a large shadow appears on the mountains where Oppai Dragon is being filmed and a large green-scaled dragon finally emerges. The dragon takes sight of Issei and confronts him. Found you. Issei was astounded by the size of the dragon, which is about twice as big as the former Dragon King, Tannen. Everyone, with the exception of Ophis, stares in fear of the dragon. You were looking for me? Issei asked. Yes, Drake. Before Loki was sealed, he unleashed the last of his magic to help me break free from Odin's prison. Hel may have been able to control me, but she was nowhere in sight, so I escaped Niflheim before she came. That would explain how you got free. But why were you looking for Issei? Rias asked. Because Drake was the one who got me sealed by Odin before the Great War started. I have never forgotten that event. When I heard that Drake was sealed in a sacred gear, my desire for revenge still holds, so if I can't get revenge on Drake, I will get revenge on his host. As Nidhogg prepares for battle, Drake contacts Issei again. Careful, partner. Nidhogg is even more powerful than any one of the original Satans. He will not be an easy opponent in your state. Then I guess I have no choice. Realizing the power of his foe, Issei begins using Cardinal Crimson Promotion to transform into the Scale Male's queen form. His body was then covered by crimson armor as he transforms and unveils his wings soon after. You may be more powerful than us, but it doesn't matter. All of us will take you down. Seeing Issei's determination, Serafall got over her fear and prepares for battle, as well as the rest of the Occult Research Club. Yes, let's begin. Nidhogg yelled. Issei and Nidhogg then began charging at each other, with the latter yelling out a roar right before they make contact. With the Occult Research Club confronted by a very powerful dragon, Nidhogg, who also has a grudge Drake for his involvement in helping Odin sealing him in Niflheim. Despite the dragon outmatching the power of the original Satans due to his consumption of Yggdrasil, Issei decides to stand up and fight by activating his Cardinal Crimson Promotion, causing the other characters to join as well. With his body covered in armor, Issei charges at Nidhogg at full speed and prepared to strike. Nidhogg, however, is unimpressed. That's it. I expected more out of you, Drake. Nidhogg roars and lets out a powerful soundwave, sending Issei flying back and crashing to the ground. That was very strong. Issei struggles to get up. Hang on, Issei-san. I will heal you. Asia approaches Issei and uses Twilight healing on his wounds, despite his injuries only being minor. Frontal attacks won't work if you try it directly. Nidhogg can easily send those attacks right back at you, as his power rivals Midgardsormr. Drake warned as Ophis approaches Issei. I see, like all dragons, Nidhogg has its strengths and weaknesses. It will be up to you to exploit them. Partner, Ophis is telling you to be more observant towards the enemy. If you see a blind spot, it will be where you strike. Understood. Asia, whenever you see a comrade injured, shoot them with a Twilight healing arrow. Issei then flies off again towards Nidhogg. I will try my best, Issei-san. Asia then heads to the battlefield herself. Nidhogg sends a giant fireball from his mouth towards Rosweiss. Luckily, she used a powerful defense spell strong enough to block balance breakers. Aquino then uses her holy lightning and combines the attack with Ria's power of destruction, aiming for the giant dragon. Before the dragon can counter, Serafall froze the entire mountain to restrict Nidhogg's movements. Rias-chan! Aquino-chan! Attack him before he breaks free! Serafall yelled. The two release their attack and explodes upon impact, shattering all of the ice made by Serafall as well as part of the mountain. When the smoke clears, however, Nidhogg comes out with barely a scratch on his skin. Not bad, but still weak. The dragon flaps his wings and blows off the three girls. Nidhogg was then suddenly hit from behind. When he turns around, he sees Kaneko striking him with her fists, and upon seeing him eye to eye, she attempts to reach his head. NHGGR easily blew her off with his roar. Irina's light-based weaponry proved useless against the dragon, as she is unable to penetrate his skin, even as she begins using holy demonic swords. I expected more of a challenge from the Friends of Drag, but I guess I can awaken more of his power by killing all of you instead. I am expecting more of a challenge coming from his rage. Zenobia summons Durandal and Kiba summons Graham. Despite moving at superhuman speed in an attempt to find NHGGR weak spot, the dragon easily sees through their movements and waves his massive tail, clashing both swords, and surprisingly, breaking them. Unable to react fast enough, NHGGR swipes the two with his tail and send them back crashing down on most of the equipments for Oppai Dragon. Seeing the dragon targeting Zenobia and Kiba, Ravel withdraws her flame attacks and flies down fast enough to save the two before the dragon crushes them with one of his front legs. This is bad. It will be a while before help can arrive, and we are struggling so much just to survive, Ravel said in her thoughts. Issei stumbles upon Gasper hiding in a box. Disappointed that he is the only one, along with Ophis, not fighting, he approaches the frightened vampire. Gasper, why aren't you fighting? Can't you see that we desperately need help in holding that dragon off? I wanted to help, but I don't have any power. You were nowhere to be soon, so I went looking for you before I began hiding here. Well, I am here now. Hurry up and drink, because I still have to fight. Issei withdraws his armor to allow Gasper to drink his blood. Once Gasper is done consuming, his powers increase to the point of freezing NHGGR within his power to stop time using his sacred gear, Forbidden Bale of View, and begin taking advantage as he moves in high speed with Issei following him. Let's take him down together, Gasper said. Issei nodded in response and begins gathering magic in his left hand until it was the size of a tennis ball. Dragon shot. Issei releases the ball of energy and turns it into a large beam aiming at the dragon. Another large explosion ensues as the rest of the group moves away to avoid the blast. Again, the dragon escaped with very minor injuries, but more so than with Akino's and Ria's combined attack. Now this is a fight, NHGGR commented as he waves off the smoke. This was one of my most powerful shots. What can really damage this dragon? Issei asked. NHGGR attacks Issei with another giant energy blast, but Rosweiss came just in time to protect him. Issei-kun, you better find a weakness soon. At this rate, all of us will be killed trying to defend you since you are the only one right now who has a chance of beating NHGGR. The dragon then waves off Rosweiss with his huge hand. Before NHGGR is able to grab Issei, Serafall attacks the dragon's hand with her own demonic powers. Serafall then battles NHGGR briefly on her own as she attempts to match his power with her own. As expected from one of the current Maos, you are powerful, but foolish if you think you can beat me. Both Serafall and NHGGR released their blasts of energy at the same time and collided. This does not look good for Serafall as her attack is slowly being pushed back by the dragon's attack. We better help Serafall-sama, Ria said as she starts using the power of destruction again. Issei continues shooting dragon shot with barely any effect, as he is weaker from his last use. Rias and Aquino are also facing similar problems as the battle has taken a lot out of them, although Rosweiss continues her bombardment. Gasper tries to use his time-stopping ability to slow down NHGGR's attack, but the immense energy released from the blast prevents it from being pushed back. Kiba and Zenobia summons new swords in an attempt to penetrate NHGGR's gigantic wings and were partially successful in distracting the dragon briefly, despite the swords not causing any pain. Seeing NHGGR distracted, Serafall lets go of the attack to move out of the way, avoiding the dragon's attack. Seeing her opportunity, Kaneko uses Senjutsu in an attempt to cut off the dragon's ki, but NHGGR reacts fast enough to blow her away with his roar. Desperate, Kaneko uses her Senjutsu to form a ball of energy in her hands and releases it to form a distraction to cover her escape. Angered by these desperate attacks, NHGGR opens his mouth and begins forming a massive ball of energy greater than Issei's dragon shot, Ria's power of destruction, and Aquino's holy lightning combined. Enough of these games. I am going to kill all of you right here and now. NHGGR releases the attack. Everybody moved out of the way and avoided a direct collision with the attack, but as soon as it collided with the ground, The entire mountainous is soon filled with explosions so big that devils and fallen angels could witness the attack from a town many miles away. In the aftermath, the entire area became a wasteland with almost everything has been destroyed. Because all of the Occult Research Club avoided the direct collision, they escaped death, but most are unconscious except for Ophis, who is still in hiding behind some rocks, Rias, Issei, and Serafall. It seems as if you are out of ammo to hit me with. I still have mine. Nidhogg prepares another attack. In response, Issei turns to Rias. Butcho, let me touch your Oppai. I have to stop the dragon. Seeing Issei being very serious, Rias quickly, but reluctantly agrees. As soon as he touches her bobas, energy begins gathering on Issei's left hand, giving him a nosebleed, but quickly got over it. This is it. My last dragon shot. Issei-kun. I will combine my powers with your attack. Serafall gathers energy to her hand and aims at Nidhogg. Dragon shot. Issei yells again as he releases his attack, with Serafall releasing hers and combining it with dragon shot. No way the same attacks will work on me again. Nidhogg finishes gathering energy for another attack, but this time uses it to cancel Issei and Serafall's attack, much to the horror of the three. I will admit, that attack would have injured me greatly if I hadn't blocked it. Too bad that you can only use it once. Issei put the two girls behind him for protection as he intends to take the attack head on. Issei, what are you doing? Rias becomes very scared. I know that I have already died once, but if Butcho were to die, then I would regret this even more. But I've heard you died once. If you die this time, you might not be able to come back again. Serafall also begins to get scared. Sorry Leviathan-sama, but Nidhogg is only after me. At least this way, the two of you can live. Issei then flies towards the giant dragon. Serafall and Rias attempt to stop him, but Issei pushes them away. Please don't. If I see you two get killed, I will feel even worse than when I was dead, so please go back. Both girls tearfully obeyed as Issei turns to Nidhogg. If it's me you want, here I am. Just leave my friends alone. If you would allow me to kill you, then I accept your request. Prepare yourself. As Issei braces for Nidhogg's next attack, the dragon's body suddenly stopped in its tracks. What? What is this? Issei looks around to see Ophis pointing her finger up towards Nidhogg. Serafall and Rias also watched with shock. I may have been weakened due to Samuel's curse, but I am still twice as strong as Drake. Ophis then turns to Issei. Sorry it took so long, but I needed more time to gather my power since I cannot control them the same way I am used to. It's okay, Ophis. You saved us, so we are thankful for that. Issei said. Ophis? The dragon god is this little girl? Nidhogg stares at Ophis with anxiety as he struggles. I see, Serafall, I have him restrained. It is up to you to finish him. Do you still have some energy left, Issei-kun? Serafall asked. Only a little, since Nidhogg stopped my attack. Because I didn't release all of it, I was able to get back a small amount as a result. It's good enough. Let's finish this together, Issei-kun. Serafall flies on top of the defenseless dragon and gathers her energy one more time as Issei does the same. Not wanting to be outshined, Rias begins using the power of destruction, intending to combine the attacks as well. Wait! If you combine your attacks like that, it might kill me. Nidhogg begins begging for them to stop. Don't worry, this won't be enough to kill you. Issei told Nidhogg. Fire! Issei screamed. The three then released their attacks and combined them as they target Nidhogg. Unable to cancel the attack, the dragon took it head on, creating another large explosion, this time on par with the power that destroyed the entire area. As Issei promised, the attack didn't kill Nidhogg, but instead renders him unconscious. After the battle, a magic circle forms with Odin coming out of it. I've heard about what happened with Nidhogg. I am sorry that all of this happened, because of Loki. I should have known that he would have used his magic to unlock the dragon's seal. I will have him put under tighter security this time so only I can open it. Again, my apologies. It's okay, geezer. I am just glad we were able to stop him before he can continue his rampage. Issei told Odin. It's amazing that all of you were able to stop Nidhogg despite being outmatched. I really have to keep an eye on all of you. See you until then. Another magic circle activates as Odin's body disappears along with Nidhogg. In the sky, Oppai Dragon's new director and several of his crew were seen filming all of this. Wahoo! That is some great footage we got there, and this is even better than my previous. Good job, everyone. You mean you were here all this time? What happened to calling for help while we were fighting? We almost got killed and this entire area has turned into a gigantic wasteland. Issei screamed out of frustration. How do you think Odin knew about this? It is because I was the one who told him about this situation. After that, there were so many intense moments I had to get this all on film. I can see it now, Miracle Levia-tan and Oppai Dragon crossover movie. The two heroes, and even the villain, Darkness Knight Fang, forced to work together with Oppai Dragon's allies to stop an even greater threat from destroying the Underworld. I can't wait to see how this will turn out. The director gets even more excited as he retreats back to the studio to edit the footage, much to Issei and Rias' dismay, though Serafall seems more optimistic about it. I cannot wait to see how the movie will turn out. Serafall makes a bright smile. I am glad you are living with us, Leviathan-sama. You spend way too much time playing your part. Issei pats Serafall on the head, much to her delight. Issei-kun, you really got me and Rias-chan scared to death when you intended to get yourself killed to save us. I thank you for that, but please don't scare us like that anymore. I will feel sad if you had died. Sorry, Leviathan-sama, but I would have felt the same way if you and Bucho had died. Please forgive me. I will forgive you after you do one more thing for me. Please don't call me Leviathan-sama anymore. We are family, so can you call me something else? I can't call you Levi-tan since it would feel like talking to an unreal character. But how about Levi-chan? Serafall again makes a bright smile. That sounds good to me. If you two are done talking, we better help clean this and report the situation to the three factions. Rias suggested as she, Issei, and Serafall gather all of their unconscious friends and transport them from the area to a hospital. Within a couple of days, the report of Nidhogg's attack has spread across both heaven and the underworld. Sirzechs, Graphia, Lord Gremory, and even Lord Phoenix came to the Hyade residence as promised, but it is also to discuss what happened during the battle. I heard that all of you have stopped Nidhogg from continuing his rampage, so I thank you for that. But why didn't any of you alert us? Lord Gremory asked. We didn't have time to. When Nidhogg appeared, he attacked us almost immediately, so we couldn't call for help. Rias answered. It was also very admirable for Serafall to assist in the battle, but you know that you could barely match the dragon yourself, and yet you attempted to face him alone at one point. Then again, I can't stay mad since all of you were able to stop Nidhogg. I got to remember to promote the director for alerting Odin-sama about the situation. Sirzechs gets distracted as he makes a call to the director. Can't believe Odin-sama came again, yet I was unconscious. Rosweiss begins showing frustration as she drinks her tea. You better not get involved in situations you or the entire household cannot handle. Call us first if you face trouble like that again, understand? Graphia warned Rias. Yes, Winnie-sama. Rias said, frightened. Ravel, you aren't hurt, are you, from the battle? Lord Phoenix asked out of anxiety as he hugs her daughter out of relief. Ravel's face becomes red as she struggles. I am fine, Oto-sama. A phoenix can't be killed that easily, so please let go of me. You are embarrassing me in front of Issei-sama. Well then, rather than staying angry, shouldn't we celebrate now that another incident is over thanks to them? Sirzechs suggested. It wouldn't be long before another party starts in the Hyade residence, and again, much to the dismay of Rias due to her brother's childish attitude. The next day, the student council confronts the occult research club again regarding the Nidhogg incident. Much to Serafall's surprise, Sona gives her a big hug out of relief. I am glad that you are alive, Winnie-sama. You should have told me about this. I am sorry, Sona-chan. There wasn't any time to call. I am very lucky that I wasn't fighting alone. Serafall turns to Rias and Issei, causing Sona to do the same. Hyade-kun, I heard that you were willing to risk your life to protect Rias and Winnie-sama. I am grateful for that. Thank you. You are welcome, Kaicho. I am just glad that this is over. I am also happy that Issei-kun works hard for my sake. Serafall immediately rushes to Issei and gives him a big hug. Serafall-sama, what are you doing? Let go of Issei. Rias attempts to separate Serafall from Issei, but to no avail. Sorry Rias-chan, but next to Sona-chan, Issei-kun is the most important person to me. Serafall hugs Issei even tighter in response, with the rest of the girls from the Occult Research Club watching with jealousy with the exception of Rosweiss and Ophis. Sona and Saji, however, reacts differently to the situation. Sona becomes flustered seeing her older sister making a scene in front of others. I wish that Wani-sama would grow up a little more. Curse you, Hayato. Why does everything good have to happen to you? Saji turns around as he begins to sob, much to Sona's dismay. The movie featuring the crossover of Miracle Levia-tan and Oppai Dragon has finally been released. Ophis' involvement has been absent due to the director mainly focusing on Serafall, Rias, and Issei, but nobody cared since Ophis' existence is kept secret, though Serafall now knows about Ophis' identity. After the movie was over, the audience gave a huge applause to the cast as they bowed down, with some saying that it was better than the last film Magical Leviathan Attack of the Dan Ball Vampire God. Since the movie was made while everyone was being serious, Gashin, as soon as Issei heard the sound of metal clanging each other, he makes a run out of the theater as soon as everyone was let out, knowing that female armored monsters were watching him, intending to give him a hug. I am not going through that again, Issei told everyone as soon as they catch up to him. Back in the Haida residence, Issei is watching TV when Serafall suddenly comes in and sits next to him. Issei-kun, can you tell me how you got the Ouroboros dragon living with you? It is something that has to be kept secret from the three factions due to her history. I can't tell you even if I wanted to due to risk of exposure. I can promise to keep it a secret. After all, if I didn't know, I might accidentally reveal Ophis-chan's name without knowing. I suppose you are right since you are living here, but please promise to keep it a secret, okay? Of course. Just like that, Issei begins telling his story about his encounter with Ophis. Serafall's fascination grew as she listens to his story, with the rest of the Haida residents preoccupied with their own affairs. The mountainous region that was destroyed by Nidhogg is slowly being repaired as the Underworld is now experiencing a period of peace once again thanks to everyone in the Haida residence. The next day, Issei was taking a bath in his big bathroom while thinking of the fight with the dragon, Nidhogg, which nearly got everyone killed. This is the first time I fought a creature that is even stronger than a Mao. It shows that I still have yet to reach the true potential of the Cardinal Crimson promotion. I just hope that no enemies this strong would come for a while, or that would be a big problem for us. Issei thought to himself. Just as Issei continues wandering in his thoughts, someone suddenly came out of the tub and hugged him from behind, catching him off guard. As soon as Issei stops struggling, he can feel something really soft behind his back. Yahoo, Issei-kun. I saw that you looked a bit lonely in the large bath, so I decided to join you. Serafall said. Levi-chan? How were you able to sneak behind me without me noticing? Issei screamed. Issei then had a flashback from when Akino did the same to him. Wait, don't tell me that this is something you learned from Akino-san. Of course. Akino-chan told me that this is how she would prevent you from being monopolized by Rias-chan. I also want to be with Issei-kun. Serafall hugs him even tighter. Issei becomes way too indulged with Serafall's Oppai that he almost lost his train of thought. Levi-chan's Oppai makes me feel that all the stress from the battle has gone away. Please let this continue. Before Issei was able to completely submit to Serafall, Rias and Akino suddenly barged in and go into a state of shock upon seeing them together. I thought that something was going on when I saw that Serafall-sama was gone from her room. I tried to invite her to take a bath only to see that she beat us to it, knowing that Issei-kun is already taking one. Rias continues to look at them with dismay, as expected from Serafall-sama. I think I taught her too much, Akino said with hollow eyes as she drops to her knees, the same reaction to when she saw Grafia and Issei together in the onsen. Akino-chan. Rias-chan. Aren't you going to the bath? Serafall asked them in a light-hearted tone. Both Rias and Akino begin to get enveloped by aura as they get even more dismayed at Serafall, who took their response as if nothing happened. Scary. That was what was going on in Issei's mind as the stare down from Akino and Rias continues. At this rate, Issei-kun will be taken away from us. Let's get him back, Akino. Rias becomes determined. Our opponent may be a Mao, but as his potential wives, we cannot admit self-defeat. Aquino also agrees, much to Issei's dismay. Wait! Don't start a fight, or you'll be making the same mistake as when you fought Grafia-san. Issei tries to beg the girls to avoid conflict, but to no avail as they begin charging into the bath after taking off their clothes. Serafall knew of their intention, but barely pays attention to them as a catfight ensues between the three girls with Issei in between. Just as Issei predicted, the result of the battle was disastrous for Aquino and Rias as they lie on the ground dizzy with spiraling eyes. I wouldn't mind sharing Issei-kun with Rias-chan and Aquino-chan, but that was pretty selfish of both of you to want him all for yourselves. Serafall let out a snicker as she continues bathing with Issei. Levi-chan is scary as well. To easily defeat Aquino-san and Bucho within a minute, she really lives up to the title of being a Mao Xiaozhou. Issei again said in his thoughts. After the bath, Issei again appears to be conflicted in his thoughts due to the catfight in the bath. It's one thing after another. Ever since Serafall began living here, things have gotten livelier in the house, especially Bucho and Aquino-san. If things continue like this, I wonder how long I could last. But that Oppai, to feel such softness and sensation, it really feels like I can get over everything just like earlier. I wouldn't mind if Levi-chan continues this. Issei said to himself as his mind continues to be filled with perverted thoughts. Issei-san! Asia suddenly came into his room. Asia? What's wrong? I overheard what happened between you and Leviathan-san from Bucho and Aquino-san when they were resting. I was wondering what happened to them. For her to take a bath together with you, I also wanted to do that. Asia again has teary eyes. Sorry, Asia, but I intended to take the bath alone. I didn't expect Levi-chan to suddenly come in and grab me from behind. Issei tries to explain, but Asia remains unhappy for missing everything. You are the worst, Kaneko said as she suddenly approaches both Asia and Issei. Before Asia-senpai came into the room, you had thoughts of Serafall-sama's Oppai. To have bare bobas filling up your head, how disgusting. Kaneko continues to bring Issei down with her words. That wasn't my fault. Levi-chan was the one who came into the bathroom. Her Oppai was on my back, so how was that my fault? My head was filled with it. Issei tries to defend himself. Even so, eyeing a Mao with lecherous eyes isn't good, Issei-senpai. Ravel already said that to me. Please don't copy her. Issei continues to beg Kaneko, but she walks off unhappy over the misunderstanding. Kaneko-chan, Issei said with teary eyes himself. Issei then walks to the living room to see Rias and Aquino sitting on the couch, having an unpleasant face as a result of easily losing to Serafall in the bath. Bucho? Aquino-san? What's wrong? Issei knows what is wrong with them, but feels that it is polite to ask them. We don't know. Both of them replied the same way as back in the onsen. Deja vu? All of this because of Levi-chan. Issei said since the same mistake has been made once again. Ophis is seen watching TV as Ravel and Kaneko are reading books together. Rossweiss is currently doing some paperwork, probably to correct her amount of savings due to an error that was made in her bank account. Zenobia is currently doing her job as a devil as Irina and Asia begins praying to keep their faith, meaning that Issei and Serafall are the only ones that don't have anything to do since today is their day off from school and work. A small magical circle suddenly appears with Grafia coming out as a holographic figure. Wani-sama? Rias screamed out of surprise as everyone gathered around the circle. I figured that many of you have not much to do, so I thought that a mission would be appropriate as something is happening where you are. What is going on here? Rias asked. There are sirens disguising themselves as human in order to lure men to their death, as not enough sailor are coming by close enough to their area. They need to be found before the body count increases, so I am relying on all of you to stop her. Understood. Rias turns to Issei as Grafia disappears along with the magic circle. Issei-kun, Siren often have appearances of humans with bird-like abilities and lures men to their deaths with their singing voice. You can block the effects of the song with your balance breaker. Do not take of the armor when fighting her, understand? Understood, Bucho. Issei immediately responds. As soon as they located the sirens in the outskirts of town, they saw that there were at least 9 of these creatures heading to their location. Rias confronts the leader, who is a tall brunette with a buxom figure, something which Issei takes notice of. I heard that you are planning to lure men from this town since your area did not have enough sailors taking notice of your appearances. Am I right? Rias asked. Seems like someone gave away our plans early. No matter, we will eliminate those who get in the way. The siren leader calls the other 8 sirens to gather around her, though there is one pink-hair siren, wearing what looks like a school uniform, is having trouble keeping up with the rest. Silfie! What are you doing? I told you to stand firm. The leader yelled at the cute young siren. Yes, sorry. Silfie struggles to get up, but gets tormented by the other sirens, causing Issei to get mad. Hey! Is that how you treat your workers? This isn't any of your business, boy. These are my servants, and as long as I pay them, I will make them do whatever I want. The brunette appears to enjoy tormenting Silfie the most as she slapped her for her timid behavior. She is among the weakest of the group. I only hired her as an extra so I can have someone to torment. Alright, that's it. Let her go now. Silfie is already trying and yet to treat her like a dog. I will make you free her. Issei activated his boosted gear, but refrains from activating his armor due to civilians in the surrounding areas. Issei-san! Please control yourself. Asia holds his hand to calm Issei, helping him hold back his anger. Interesting. Tell you what, why don't we all have an all-out battle? If you win, not only will we retreat from the human world, but I will also allow Silfie to be set free. Lose and you will become my first victim in addition for allowing us to enter your town to find more victims. Interesting proposal. Then again, we are in the human world so a battle here won't be a good idea. Why don't we have a battle in an empty space of the underworld? Rias suggested. Why not? If there are no distractions, it will make the battle more enjoyable. After getting approval from the siren leader, a magic circle appears below both groups and transports everyone to an underworld wasteland. Issei-kun, you take care of the leader since she is mostly focused on you, but promise me that you won't lose or we lose you. I promise you that I won't. Due to the number difference, Serafall, Revel, and Ophis were not able to get involved in the battle and only watched from the sides as part of the agreement of the battle. Do your best, Rias-chan, Serafall said as she watches Rias' peerage getting ready. Silfie, if you want to prove that you really belong with us, this is your chance. If we win, you will no longer be our lackey and your rank shall be raised. Of course. The shy siren said as she prepares for battle. Let's fight. The siren leader charges at Issei as she transforms part of her body to that of a bird. Seeing that she is charging at very high speed, Issei summons his boosted gear and doubles his power to dodge the siren's charge. Fast. Before Issei can use his balance breaker, she unleashes a sonic boom from her mouth, knocking Issei back. This isn't what I read from the books, Issei said. Sirens also have certain abilities when they are forced to fight, depending on the environment they grow up in, and mine often involves training. The leader transforms back to her true human form, believing that Issei would be an easy opponent. Just as she finished transforming, Issei suddenly holds up his boosted gear and launches a large beam of energy, surprising the siren. Dragon shot. As the beam heads towards the siren leader, she manages to react fast enough and barely dodges the attack, but was shocked when she sees an entire mountain destroyed. That attack, it can't be. She turns to Issei, still in shock. Don't tell me that you are the famous Security. The leader becomes intimidated and steps back. I will admit that it was a nice attack you did to me earlier, but now you have crossed the line. Issei uses his balance breaker to bring out the scale mail armor. The siren leader then begins to sing in an attempt to lure Issei, but the armor covers him to prevent her voice from affecting him. Silfie, it's Drag. Blast that dragon before he gets to us. The leader ordered. Yes, master. Silfie also transformed into a half-bird creature, and uses her wings to create a large tornado aiming at Issei. To their surprise, Issei took the tornado head-on, and then swept it away like it was nothing. The siren leader remains undeterred as she gathered energy to her right hand and attempted to strike Issei with it. An explosion ensues, but Issei actually put up a simple defense spell to block her attack. Due to Asia's lack of combat experience, she hides behind Rias as she easily overwhelms the 2 sirens trying to get to them. Whatever attacks they try, Rias easily blocks them with her defense spell. Kiba, on the other hand, was not as lucky. Due to him being a male, one of the sirens began singing her song and puts him in a hypnotic trance, despite trying to resist. Zenobia takes notice of that and knocks down her opponent to reach the siren controlling Kiba. After knocking her down, Kiba kills of his opponent. Irina also doesn't seem to have much trouble with the siren she faces as she teams up with Kaneko to fight her. The siren then launches a fire attack, but was easily blocked and presumably killed when Irina counterattacks with her light spear. Silfie, this is an order. Fight him now! The siren leader ordered after being knocked back, but neither of us can beat him. It is best if we make a full retreat so we can gather our forces. The leader strikes Silfie out of disgust. I gave you a chance to prove yourself, and disobeying is how you repay me? You are better off dead. Just before the leader finishes off Silfie, Issei knocks her away. Silfie, this siren treats you no better than an animal. Why do you insist on working for her? My parents died when I was young due to an illness. I had nowhere to go. My relatives didn't want me to do my lack of traditional experiences they follow. I wandered everywhere to find a place called home, and yet there was no one. It was then I bumped into my master, the only one who reached out her hand to me. It was then I promised that I would work for her and endure anything I take from her out of gratitude for giving me a place. I am hoping to join the upper ranks soon after this is over, but don't you see? This is what she wants. She only pretended to reach out to you so she can use you for her own personal amusement. If she had truly reached out to you, she would have cared for your well-being. This is slavery, not love. You have to leave her, but where will I go if I can't be with my master? Tears begin to come out of Silfie's eyes. I will help you find a place. I don't want to be your enemy, Silfie. I can be your friend if you like. Silfie looks up at Issei out of surprise, but the siren leader gets up and tries to attack him by surprise. No! Silfie transforms and waves off the leader's attack. Silfie, you dare betray me? I am tired of being used as your toy. The security is right. You have been treating me like an animal for too long, which is even worse than being alone. Hire some other siren to take your place because I am done. Enraged, the siren leader tries to finish off her former servant, but Issei grabs her just in time. It's been a while since I was able to use this technique. Dress break. In an instant, all of the leader's clothes were shredded, exposing her naked body. All right. To see those big Oppai makes me want to squeeze them. Wait. She is the enemy, must not fall for her body, Issei said in his thoughts, much to the surprise of Silfie as she watches her former master humiliated in front of her. I forgot how much the security is feared among all females for his technique. I can't believe I fell for it. The leader covered her chest out of embarrassment. How vulgar. Kaneko said after finishing off her opponent, causing Issei to go to shock. I can't believe Issei-sama did this again. Serafall said as she covers her face with her hands, also out of embarrassment. Serafall, on the other hand, looks with enthusiasm. So this is the technique that is feared by most females. Now I know where Oppai Dragon first came from. After Rias kills of one of the sirens, Rosweiss suddenly appears and kills the other. No fair to leave me out through most of the fight. Sorry about that, Rosweiss, but they weren't hard to defeat. Rosweiss-san, thank you. Asia finally comes out from behind Rias as it seems the battle is over. Rias then head towards Issei, where she sees Silfie standing next to him, apparently switching sides, but was also shocked that the leader became his next victim of his dress break. Looks like Issei couldn't handle his business very well. The entire team is now gone with only you left. Rias aims her hand towards the siren leader. No, please don't kill me. The leader tries to beg her way out, but to no avail. You have been wanted in the underworld for killing hundreds of innocent people. Sorry, but I know that you will continue. Shall you live? Rias uses her power of destruction to wipe away the leader's existence, as Silfie looks away, unable to bear the sight of her former master's demise. Good job, everyone. Serafall joins with Rias' peerage to celebrate, followed by Ophis and Revel. Rias takes notice of Issei comforting the saddened Silfie, and starts feeling sympathy for her as well. Bucho, this one has been treated like a slave for too long. Is there any place where she can go to stay? I can tell that she is innocent. If she has no place to go, why don't we let her stay in your house? Really? Silfie turns to Rias. It is the only place I know that accepts everyone as a resident. You'll become part of the family there. Would you like that? I would like that very much. Thank you, Rias-sama. Silfie made a bright face. No need to be so formal. Okay. How about Rias-san? That will work. Rias also made a smile to Silfie. The next day, I know I said you could stay, but I didn't say you could hug my Issei. Rias screamed at Silfie, who is currently hugging Issei along with Serafall on the couch. Sorry, but there is no way I can let go of my first and most important friend. Silfie ignores Rias' order. You see, Rias-chan? Everyone can get along if we share Issei-kun. Serafall said. Am I being treated like a stuffed animal? Oh well, it's not a bad feeling as long as I can feel this soft sensation from the two of them. Issei again continues to have perverted thoughts. No! Issei-kun is mine and mine alone. I won't lose him. Rias suddenly hugs Issei from behind. Then me too. Akino also hugged him from behind. Howa! Don't leave me out. Asia then joins in. Soon enough, Zenobia, Irina, Kaneko, Ravel, and even Ophis joined in with Rosweiss watching the development with curiosity. Issei then falls to the floor with most of the girls on top of him. With a new house guest, things will only get livelier from now on. Issei said to himself. A few days have passed since the battle with the sirens and Silfie becoming part of the Hyde residence. Silfie is feeling unsure to the quieter lifestyle, feeling that it is all just an illusion due to the siren leader's cruel treatment towards her. Remembering her demise at the hands of Rias, she went to her while she was cooking. Rias-san, I appreciate that you and the rest fought for my sake, but did you have to eliminate my former master without a trace? Even though she was cruel, I didn't think that death suited her yet at this point. I didn't actually kill her. Underworld authorities are currently interrogating her for her crime. I made it look like I killed her to set an example for the rest of the sirens the next time they want to cause trouble like this. You are practically the only one in the team not in the Underworld's wanted list after explaining your circumstances to them. You should be happy. I am now thanks to you. By the way, have you seen Issei-kun? He is currently training with Serafall-sama right now. A Mao, huh? She is someone I wouldn't want to bother. You got that right. My friend Sona told me that if Serafall-sama were to flicker her wand a couple of times, this country would be destroyed several times over. Both Rias and Silfie shared a good laugh after talking a little more about Serafall. I can't remember having such a good time before coming here. No way I am going back there again. You are already part of the household, so no need to mention your past again. Look forward to what is going to happen instead. Of course, Rias-san, Silfie said happily. Meanwhile, in the training area of the Hyde residence. Wow, this is tough. As expected from fighting a Mao Xiaozhou, Issei is panting heavily in his scale mail's base form. That's because you were only using your balance breaker's base form instead of using illegal move Trident or Crimson Cardinal promotion. You would have put up more of a challenge if you used those forms, Issei-kun. If I did that, we would be putting the entire neighborhood in danger. Imagine how much trouble we will be in if we do that. You are right. If we pushed even harder, Sona-chan might get mad at me. Then again, this is also training to help you reach the full potential of Crimson Cardinal promotion starting from the lowest level, so I guess I shouldn't be complaining. Serafall smiles. So how did I do? I don't recall having trained anyone before other than my own family. But for you to fight in your balance breaker's lowest level, you did pretty good. You will probably outmatch most high-class devils in that form. How long do you think I will be able to reach the full potential of my strongest form? Being already this strong in a short amount of time, I will say about another 6 months. 6 months? You are saying I have to do hard training for the next 6 months to potentially achieve the true potential of Crimson Cardinal promotion? It is nothing to be complaining about, Issei-kun. Many of Drake's former hosts took many years, possibly even decades to reach their true potential, but you have been training for a much shorter amount of time, so you should be glad that it will probably only take you 6 months to a year that you will possibly be able to reach it, I guess. Sona Kaicho never mentioned that you could be so analytical. Sona-chan can be so mean sometimes, since she never mentions any special events going on to me and never mentioning me even to her friends. I pretty much saw why when you first came to school. Sona Kaicho does care about you though, as she did mention a couple of times before you come to stay. I know. By the way, I have heard that the town's Sakura festival is coming up. Do you plan on attending? I think I am. Why do you ask? Do you want to go? Of course. I love attending the festivals in the human world. It's not fair that everyone else get to go, because we Maos are often too busy to even come here. Serafall pouts. Well, your duties as a Mao have been replaced by Sirzechs-sama for the moment, so why not come with us? Serafall becomes excited. That has been my intention from the start. I will go get ready right now. Serafall immediately begins heading upstairs, but Issei stops her. Levi-chan, slow down. The festival isn't for another week, so there is no need to rush. Sorry, I got a bit overexcited. Serafall laughs and puts her hand behind her head out of embarrassment, which Issei finds cute. The next day in Ko Academy. Hey Issei, you know the town's Sakura festival is coming up. You plan on going with anybody? Matsuda asked. I will only tell you after you tell me your answer. Issei told Matsuda. Me and Motohama are currently asking every girl right now if they would attend the festival with us. Oh. Motohama went flying backwards. Seems like Motohama asked one of the girls in the kendo club. Let me check. Matsuda went to Motohama to see that his face is all bruised up. Yep, those bruises are definitely coming from a shurnai. Matsuda concluded. Motohama gets up immediately. I am not giving up. I haven't asked all the girls here yet, so there is still a chance for us, Matsuda. That's right, Motohama. We will not rest until all the girls are asked. I am sure that there is one among the many for each of us. Matsuda also got excited. By the way, Issei, with who are you going with? I don't know. I have so many girls near me that it is almost impossible to choose. Issei makes fun of Matsuda and Motohama. They both got angry hearing this and punches Issei in the gut. Shut up. If you can get those girls, then so can we. You will see. You will all see. Matsuda screamed before both of them stormed out to ask more girls. Ah! Girls holding shurnai soon beat both of them up. Note to self: when you are a pervert, never ask out girls who are in the kendo club. Issei said to himself. Asia watches Issei nervously with Kiryu watching. You feeling nervous about asking Hayato out to the festival? Issei-san already has so many girls after him. It's going to be hard to ask Issei-san to go with me. Asia becomes teary-eyed. Remember that Hayato is a pervert. Maybe you can pick a kimono that can reveal a lot. Kiryu suggested, which makes Asia blush. What are you saying, Kiryu-san? Does such a kimono even exist? There are ones that reveal all of your legs. This is a kimono that not even Hayato will be able to say no to. Whatever exposes the most skin, that is the kimono that will win him over. Are you going to risk losing him to the other girls? How? If such a kimono can prevent me from losing Issei-san, I will put it on. That is the spirit, Asia. Soon enough you can get married and have children before Kiryu can say any more. Asia forcefully covers her mouth out of embarrassment. That is enough, Kiryu-san. All right, class, take your seats. The teacher and Serafall came in, and class immediately starts. Before we begin class, I would like to introduce you to a new student coming to our class starting today. Come on in, Silfie-chan. Serafall told the Siren, shocking Issei. As soon as the pink-haired girl comes in, her beauty astounds almost all the boys in class as she makes her way to the teacher's desk. My name is Silfie May. I came from England, but my family descent is from Greece. I may be inexperienced, but I promise to work hard and hope that you all take care of me. Silfie said politely, earning applause from the boys. As soon as she spots Issei, she walks towards him. Issei-kun, I didn't know you were in this class. Since the town's Sakura festival is coming soon, would you mind accompanying me? As with every girl who is acquainted with Issei, the entire class was shocked upon finding out with Motohama and Matsuda taking the news the worst. This is like the millionth time that a beautiful girl falls into hands of Issei. We are all friends with Issei. When the heck is it going to be my turn? Motohama complains. Your turn? It should be me who should get a Bishujo to accompany me to the festival. After all, I was a former jock. Matsuda begins arguing with Motohama. Issei, on the other hand, was unsure how to answer, knowing that the rest of the girls in the Haida residence plan to accompany him. How should I say this? I am not saying no, but you are afraid of getting into conflict with other girls since they plan to accompany you, right? Silfie interrupted. Issei becomes even more surprised. How do you know that? The fact that you are living with so many girls who have affection for you as well as your troubled face clearly shows it. Silfie whispered into Issei's ear, "Don't worry, I don't plan on getting in the way with other girls. I am new here, so I was wondering whether you can accompany in the festival so I won't get lost. Since you put it that way, I don't mind." Hearing Issei's answer, Silfie puts on a joyful smile. "I see." Matsuda grabs him by his collar. "You have just been given a new title. You are now considered the enemy of man." Matsuda screamed in his ear. "Yeah." Motohama and the rest of the male students yelled in the class. "What? But I thought that title belonged to Kiba." Issei protested. "Not anymore since you've attracted all of the Madonnas in this school. Kiba only attracts random girls." Motohama yelled, causing all the girls to release dark auras towards him out of anger. "That's enough. If all of you won't focus on this class, I will give detention to all of you," the teacher yelled, resulting in the class becoming silent. As soon as free period began, the girls in the class begins hanging around Silfie, being asked what her life was like before she came to Ko Academy. She responds to the questions in a general sense, not wanting to give out her personal information to those she doesn't know. After school was over, Kaneko and Issei were assigned to the same mission due to the client working with both of them. Kaneko was forced to cosplay for the first time in a while, as it turns out that their client was an otaku shop owner who is on the risk of losing his store unless he can find a way to make his costumes visually appealing. Issei keeps on getting nosebleeds and often has perverted thoughts of Kaneko whenever he sees her in a more revealing costume. "You are having icky thoughts again, aren't you?" Kaneko shows a displeased look towards Issei, forcing him to apologize for looking at her in a perverted way. Much to Kaneko's dismay, the reason the client hired Issei was so that he could help him choose which photos of Kaneko suits the shop the best so he can recommend the same costumes for his customers. "I think this photo of Kaneko-chan in the witch costume is a better choice," Issei told the client. "I agree, but she is very moe in that kunoichi costume," the client told Issei. "Those are very good. With these pictures, your store will be a great success." The mission ended in success as their client was offered a new contract, allowing his boss to prevent the store from closing. As Kaneko and Issei are walking home, Issei continues having perverted thoughts on Kaneko wearing those same costumes she wore earlier for their client. "Ouch." Kaneko responded by stomping on Issei's foot. "Eki thoughts are forbidden," Kaneko said. "Sorry," Issei said as he is still holding his foot. "I see, senpai, you are planning to attend the festival, right?" "Yes. Levi-chan and Silfie-chan already asked me that. Silfie-chan wants me to accompany her so she doesn't get lost since she is new here. There is no way I could say now, because I am a little afraid she could get lost." "I see." Kaneko shows a slightly disappointed look on her face, but is happy that Issei is going to attend the festival. As soon as they head back to the house, both of them saw Asia changing into her revealing kimono recommended by Kiryu, causing Issei to have conflicting, yet perverted thoughts on Asia this time, causing him to be hit by Kaneko for the second time. "Ouch!" Issei screams in pain yet again. On the day of the festival, Issei was accompanied by all the girls of the Haida residence, something that he expected, but with Silfie holding his arm, much to the ire of the rest of the girls other than Rasweiss, who has gone to try the yakisoba, and Serafall, who doesn't mind sharing Issei. "I am sorry, everybody. I allowed Silfie-chan to hold my arm so she doesn't get lost." "It's fine, I see. I will bear it as long as you two don't do anything to each other," Rias responded. "You better do nothing eki to Silfie-senpai," Kaneko warned. "It won't be good news for our households if you do things to Silfie-san first before us," Ravel added. Issei immediately denies this. "I won't do anything like that to Silfie-chan. I swear. I will get some takoyaki," Ophis said before heading to the stand with the money given to her by Rias. "Come on, Issei-kun. I want to try the shooting game." Silfie then drags Issei to one of the game booths as the others watched with jealousy before splitting up. Within an hour, everybody started having fun in the festival, with the girls finally putting aside their jealousy to enjoy themselves. Silfie is then seen with Issei holding a stuffed bird she won from another game booth. Wow, I haven't had this much fun ever since I was with my parents. I just wish they were here to see this. I am sure they are watching you right now, Silfie-chan. I am also sure that they would be proud that you are living your life the way you wanted. I know they are, and I have you to thank for helping me realize it. Issei becomes slightly embarrassed. Really? I didn't think I did that much to help. Not true. You helped me see how my master thinks of me and allowed me to stay in your house when I had nowhere to go. I am truly grateful for that. Then I am glad that I am able to help. You truly deserved a better life than when you worked for that mean siren. Silfie blushes a little when she thought of what she wanted to say next. Do you think we can do this again, Issei-kun? This festival happens every year, so of course we will do this again when it comes. For now, let's meet up with the rest of our friends. Attention everyone! Due to a scheduling conflict, the fireworks event will be starting an hour early, so for all of you who wanted a good spot to watch the fireworks, you better start moving now. The announcer said in his sudden broadcast. Oh no, such a news could mean. As Issei continues to worry, a huge crowd suddenly appears behind them on the way to get the best spots for the fireworks event. Issei-kun! Silfie tries to reach for Issei, but to no avail as she tries to keep her identity as a siren a secret. Silfie-chan! Issei also attempts to reach her, but was knocked down accidentally by a guest trying to attend the event, causing them to be separated. After Silfie was able to get out of the crowd, she soon finds herself lost in the park where the festival is, and tries to find her way back. Issei-kun! Issei-kun! Silfie tries to call him, but to no avail as Issei is in a different area. Am I going to be left alone again? As she keeps wandering, she soon spots Rias, who was also looking for her. I thought I heard a familiar voice calling for my Issei, so I looked around for a bit. Rias smiles, much to the joy of Silfie. Rias-san! Silfie rushes in to hug her out of relief. Everyone is looking for Issei for the fireworks event. Want to help me search for him? Of course. With Silfie being accompanied by Rias, the entire party begins searching for Issei. Serafall meets up with her younger sister, who also attended the festival with her peerage. Sona-chan! I didn't know you attend festivals. Sometimes you have to reward your peerage with rewards for their hard work, One-sama. Weren't you with Rias and her peerage? We split up, but promised to meet for the fireworks event. You. Tsubaki Shinra was seen tripping after accidentally getting a glimpse of Kiba dominating the goldfish stand with some other girls watching him out of admiration. I almost forgot to tell you that my queen now has a crush with Kiba in Rias' peerage. I can tell. Shinra-chan seems to be having fun. Serafall is starting to express disappointment that she doesn't get to be with Issei during the festival. Levi-chan? Issei appears from behind. Issei-kun! Serafall immediately grabs one of his arms. I heard from Rias-chan that you got separated from Silfie-chan due to a huge crowd attending the fireworks event an hour early. Rias-chan is currently accompanying her there right now. Want to meet up with them? Silfie-chan is with Bucho. I am glad that someone is there for her. I think I can accompany you, although the best spots are taken. You don't have to worry about that. We might not get the front spots, but there are still plenty of areas to get a clear view of the fireworks. I see. Issei then turns around to see Sona. Kaicho, I heard from Bucho that you would be attending. Is everyone having fun? Everyone, but Saji, who hopes that he could accompany me to the festival, but I really don't have such an attachment towards him, so I don't want people to get any wrong ideas. I see. So you are going to attend the fireworks event? Issei asked. Of course. I plan to meet Rias there. See you then. Issei and Serafall wave Sona goodbye. At a fortune stand, Motohama and Matsuda are constantly pestering the fortune teller to give a prediction for them, much to the anger of those waiting in line. Her response is that they are going to have the worst luck with women, especially if they want to get one for the fireworks event. Why is fate so cruel to us? They both yelled. As Issei and Serafall make their way to the fireworks event, the young mouse suddenly stops in her tracks. Levi-chan? What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that back in the Underworld, me and Sona-chan used to play in areas like this before we grew apart. Serafall walks towards the fence to take a better look at the sea. Whenever I see this, it makes me a little sad that we don't do this anymore, but at least you get to see your younger sister attending the festival. You are now talking to her more casually than before. Isn't that a good thing? It is. It has been a while since me and Sona-chan finally get along ever since I became a Mao. I feel very happy. Issei starts feeling just as bad as when Serafall first mentioned her separation to him. I am sorry that you grew apart. If I had known, I would probably convince Kaicho to accompany you. Don't be. I had fun today and I am looking forward to the fireworks event, but no matter how good it is, nothing will beat one particular happy memory I have. What is that? To be able to stay with you. You've made me happy the most ever since I moved to your house. What? Are you serious? Issei is fully embarrassed hearing that. I finally see what kind of person you are and why most girls liked you. In addition to being a hero of the underworld, you are kind, caring, responsible, and you work hard for our sake. I was more than happy to see that kind of side of you towards me, Issei-kun. Which is why I did all of those things to you whether Akino-chan taught me or not. Wait, the fact that you showed up in my bed and bath was from your own actions rather than what Akino-san taught you. Yes. I just wanted to get closer to you, Issei-kun. Is that a bad thing? No. I am happy. In fact, I am very happy that you like me that much, but I am also afraid what the other girls will think if they know this. Serafall laughs. Yes, sometimes kindness can be a fault. But I will make sure that I will always keep you happy and one day bring you and your sister back to the way you were. Come on, let's go meet up with the others to see the fireworks. Just as Issei was about to go, Serafall grabs him by his sleeve. Issei-kun, just before we go, do you want a kiss? During the Sakura festival, Issei and Silfie got separated from each other due to the fireworks event starting earlier than expected, which made people rush to the area to get the best spot. He then bumps into Serafall talking to Sona and accompanies her to the fireworks event. Eventually, she realizes that she has an attraction towards Issei, and before they could continue any further, she then asked Issei something unexpected. Issei-kun, just before we go, do you want a kiss? Issei becomes immediately flustered. Wait. What did you just say? I am asking if you want to kiss me. Serafall repeats. Is Levi-chan seriously asking me that? Looking at her closely, her beauty definitely does not lose to Bucho. She before has kissed me, but why do I feel just as nervous when Levi-chan asked me to kiss her? I can't believe it, she is starting to act like a woman her age. What do I do? What do I do? Issei starts to panic as he keeps rambling his thoughts. Serafall grabs his hand and calms Issei down. You are nervous and embarrassed. That is good, because it shows that you think of me. If you can't do anything, then allow me to try. Serafall puts her hand behind Issei's head and begins gently pushing him towards her. Wait. Wait. Issei panics again as he is mentally unprepared, but he is unable to stop himself from moving closer. When Issei's and Serafall's face are within kissing distance, Serafall opens her eyes to see Issei's eyes in front of her. Suddenly seeing her reflection, her face becomes red and starts to panic herself, pushing Issei away. What was I doing? Serafall said to herself. Levi-chan, are you okay? Issei asked. Serafall panics out of embarrassment when she turns to look at Issei. I am fine. Are you sure? Your face looks a little red. I am fine. Tell Rias-chan and the others that I will meet them at the fireworks event. Serafall's embarrassment got the better of her and runs away from Issei, being unable to make eye contact with him. I thought we were going to the event together. Levi-chan, wait up! Issei yelled. What happened? I can hear your scream all the way out here. Rias suddenly shows up with Silfie, who ran and gave him a hug out of relief. Issei was surprised to see them both. Bucho? Silfie-chan? Issei-kun. I was so scared when we got separated. Thank goodness we found you. Silfie begins to cry as Issei pats her head, causing Rias' eye to twitch before realizing the situation. Oh yeah? I heard you yelling earlier. Did something happen, Issei? I met up with Levi-chan after I got separated from Silfie-chan due to the crowd, but something happened and she suddenly ran away. We have to find her. Right. I will call everyone including Sona to form a search party for her. Eh? Am I going to be separated from you again? Silfie becomes worried. I am sorry, Silfie-chan, but I don't want to leave any friend behind, so you are going to have to go with Bucho. If you get lost, then know that I will be in the fireworks event with everyone. We can spend some time there. Okay, let's go find our friend. Silfie obeys, knowing that Issei keeps his promises. It didn't take long for everyone to start looking for Serafall. However, they have no trace of her and find themselves unable to locate her on their own. They ask the officials, coordinators, and security guards if they see her running by, but none gave a yes. Serafall, however, didn't retreat back to the festival, but is hiding somewhere within the trees not too far from the area, looking unhappy. The feelings I have towards Issei-kun. This is something I never felt before. I was able to look and talk to him before, but why couldn't I all for a sudden? Every time I look at him, or even talk to him, I get nervous and end up embarrassed. Serafall sits down and holds both of her knees. He must think I may be too weird for him now. What should I do? She then remembers the girls living with him in his house. Wait, could it be that these feelings are why girls wanted to be all around him? No, it couldn't be, since I can't even talk to him straight now. I really want to be with him right now. Sona was one of the few that searched the woods and was able to find her. Wani-sama? You were there all along? Sona-chan. Serafall did not feel excited at all compared to the previous times she is reunited with her sister. You are sad about something. Do you mind telling me what is wrong? I was with Issei-kun and we were about to go to the fireworks event together. All of a sudden, I got nervous and ended up embarrassing myself. I couldn't face Issei-kun, so I ran away. I still wanted to be with him, but I am afraid that Issei-kun might actually hate me for acting weird around him. Serafall begins to cry having such thoughts, but Sona comforts her. I knew Hyde-kun a little longer than you have. He is not that kind of person to hate another just because of that. He himself is not even normal due to his obsession with bobas. Sona gives out a small laugh to her statement. But I can't even face him now. Whenever I face him, I get nervous all of a sudden. This is something I have never felt before. I don't know what kind of feelings I am having. Didn't this happen to you, Sona-chan? Sona blushes slightly after realizing her sister's feelings towards Issei. It has never happened to me before, but I think I know what is going on. Wani-sama, you might be in love with Hyde-kun. Love? Are you sure that this might be what I am feeling right now? Think about it. You never felt these feelings towards anyone other than Hyde-kun, and you have a strong desire to be with him. This is nothing short of love, Wani-sama. I am sure that Grafia-sama and Sirzechs-sama felt the same way at one point, and they are able to make things work. It makes sense, but I don't know how to respond to these feelings. How can I when I can't even talk to him straight? You don't have to right away. Love is something that takes time to develop, and you are only just beginning to realize that. Do you think that someday, it will develop all the way to the point where I can finally communicate to Issei-kun like before? That has something to do with courage. Love is just an indirect factor. You can if you try not to think about it too much. And are you sure that Issei-kun won't hate me for being weird? It will be impossible for him to hate you since you are part of his family. It is just like me, because I am your sister. I could never bring myself to hate you no matter how many embarrassing moments you put me through. Does that answer your question? Yes, Sona-chan. Serafall is still having doubts, not wanting to see her older sister like this. Sona unexpectedly gives her a hug from behind. I know that you are still feeling unsure, but just know that if you ever need any help, your sister will always be here as long as you are. Though we don't always see each other face to face like back then, we will always remain in contact, and that is something that will never change. Feeling the warmth of her hug for the first time since childhood, Serafall begins to cry. Sona-chan! Serafall immediately turns around and tearfully embraces her sister. So what are you going to do now? Sona asked. I am not going to run away anymore. I will continue to embrace these feelings until they develop, because I love Issei-kun. Then you better hurry or the other girls might steal him. Sona teased. What? I am not letting the other girls take Issei-kun. Serafall immediately went back to the festival to find Issei, leaving behind Sona, who is smiling at her newfound courage. You are finally starting to act your age, Wani-sama. I hope that you continue to mature. Sona said before leaving the area. Where is Issei-kun? I am sure that is where I left. Serafall continues to run around the festival and luckily bumps into Kiba. Kiba-chan! Have you seen Issei-kun? Serafall-sama. Thank goodness you are here. Issei-kun and the others are all looking everywhere for you. What happened that made you run away? Sorry about that. I just needed to clear some thoughts out of my head. Anyway, Issei-kun is currently looking for you somewhere in the northern part of the festival. Let's go look for him before the fireworks event start. Of course. Kiba and Serafall then headed north to find their friend. Sona returns to her peerage and told them she found her older sister. Do you know what happened to her, Kaicho? Why did she run away? Saji asked. She just needed to clear a few things out of her head, but she is fine now and on her way back to catch the fireworks event. Shall we go to? Sona's peerage ends their search and follows her to the fireworks event. Levi-chan! Levi-chan! Where are you? Issei continues his search after splitting from Rias and Silfie. Issei-kun! Both Kiba and Serafall yelled as they reached Issei. Kiba! You found Levi-chan! Issei felt relieved seeing Serafall. Do you have any idea how worried I was when you suddenly ran away from me? Sorry, Issei-kun. I don't know what came over me, but I am okay now. Issei then unexpectedly gave Serafall a big hug out of relief. I am glad that you are back. Please don't ever do that again. If you have problems, you know you can always talk to me or the rest of our friends. I promise I won't worry you like that anymore, Issei-kun. We better tell everyone that I came back so we can go to the fireworks event. Agreed. Kiba, Serafall, and Issei then begin their search for the other members of the search party to tell them that Serafall has been found and gather them for the fireworks event. After everyone was gathered, they found a good spot of grass to sit on with Silfie grabbing Issei's right arm as she remembers his promise to her. Rias and Aquino attempts to grab his other arm, but Serafall beats them to it. Sorry Rias-chan and Aquino-chan, but I feel like being a bit selfish tonight. Serafall sticks her tongue out to bother them, much to Rias and Aquino's jealousy, but were forced to tolerate it after remembering their encounter with Serafall in the bath. I see, you are going to have to give me pleasure as soon as we get home to make up for this, Rias said as she becomes more frustrated. It will be my turn next, so be prepared, Issei-kun, Aquino said. With both One-Samus jealous of Issei's relationship with Silfie and Serafall, Issei starts becoming afraid of them. I wonder how much pleasure should I give them before they are satisfied, Issei said. As soon as fireworks light up the sky, everyone stares at amazement as the sky starts to fill itself with color. All the colors of the rainbow came out on top and bottom of each other, making the colors look like they are mixed as the crowd stares at the amazement. As the fireworks continue to brighten the sky, Matsuda and Motohama continues to harass the fortune teller to give them a better fortune, but she does not oblige and gets very irritated over their behavior. Is it because of you that our fortunes are so bad? We are missing the fireworks event for a possibility of getting a girl, so give us a better fortune already. Matsuda yells. We have already spent a lot of money, so give us a good fortune already. Motohama also yelled. I told you, what you get already determines your future. That is something I can't change. Now get off of my stand, because you are blocking the other customers who are missing the fireworks to get a prediction. Why don't you make us? Both of them yelled, causing the fortune teller and the rest of the people in line to get very pissed off at them. Ah! The angry crowd is painfully beating both of them up. After the fireworks event, everybody begins to pack up, but Serafall grabs Issei's arm and took him to the same place where they almost kiss. Both of them decide to stare at the beautiful night sky as they rest, with Serafall holding on to Issei's arm. The sky looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it, Issei-kun? It sure does, especially since the moon is full tonight. It is like looking at a picture of it from a story my mom used to read me when I was a child. I didn't notice this until today. Not wanting to run away anymore, Serafall turns to Issei. Issei-kun, yeah? As soon as Issei turns around, Serafall gives him a kiss that she desires. Motohama and Matsuda were thrown to the sky by the angry mob and begin to fall towards the sea, but not before getting a good look of Issei and Serafall kissing. Issei! Motohama and Matsuda screamed before splashing down to the water. As soon as she lets go of Issei's lips, his face turns as red as a tomato. What did you just do? Serafall's face is also red. Issei-kun. From now on, I don't want you to just look at me as a part of the family, but as a woman. Can you please do that for me? Oh, of course. Issei stutters a little as he tries to regain his composure. I can't believe I got a kiss from a Mao. Her soft lips makes this night more enjoyable than the fireworks event. Issei again rambles in his thoughts, causing himself to act weirdly in front of Serafall. Issei-kun? You are acting weird. Could it be that you are attracted to my kiss? Serafall gives a small laugh. Issei becomes surprised that he has been read this easily. Sorry, I started rambling in my thoughts again. That's okay, Issei-kun. I don't mind kissing you again, but I prefer to wait until the right time. Anyway, should we go home? Yes, but first, I heard Motohama and Matsuda screaming as they saw us kissing. Do you mind altering their memories a bit? Definitely. It would be trouble for the school if they find out that we kissed. I can't believe it. Levi-chan is slowly starting to act like a young woman. This will make my next kiss much better. Better yet, maybe she will soon speak in a naughty Y voice when I touch her Oppai. No, don't get too far with yourself. Let time pass before you have thoughts like that again. Issei rambles in his thoughts for a third time. Come on, let's go home. Issei and Serafall then proceed home. The next day, I see. Matsuda grabbed Issei's collar and continues to yell at him. You traitor! I saw you kissing a girl yesterday during the Sakura festival when me and Motohama were flying into the ocean. Explain yourself now. Motohama added. Wait, you remember it? Issei again becomes surprised as he thought that Serafall erased their memories. I didn't see who the girl was, but knowing you, she is a Bishujo, isn't it? Matsuda continues to interrogate. You've got to be kidding me. You saw the girls I hang out with. Was that really me or was it someone who looks like me from the back? Issei tries to convince his friends that it wasn't him kissing with a girl, but someone else to prevent them from knowing the truth. That is probably true. After all, who would want to kiss him? Motohama commented, which irritates Issei. Levi-chan, I thought you erased their memories. Issei whispered as Serafall came to his class before starting. Eheed. Sorry, Issei-kun, but I only erased the image of me from their thoughts. What? Why would you do that? Do you know how much trouble I am in with my friends because of that? There is nothing wrong with having a little fun before class starts. Serafall's childish tone came back. You call this little? Before Issei can continue, the teacher shows up and he was forced to get back to his seat. Though he may be a little irritated with Serafall's childish nature, Issei also secretly felt relieved as her face shows that everything is fine, but later regrets it after Serafall told the Occult Research Club and Sona's peerage about the kiss. I see what is the meaning of this. Rias has an angry look on her face while Akino shows a terrifying smile. You are the worst. Kaneko added even though Issei did not do anything perverted. I can never beat a mouse-sama. Asia begins having teary eyes as usual when she sees Issei being stolen. Why did you tell them? Issei yelled at Serafall. I figured that they would find out anyway, so why not now? Great, Levi-chan must have gotten that side from Akino-san also. Please somebody save me. Kiba turns away not wanting to get involved while Gasper is too afraid to do anything to help him. Soon enough, all the girls began fighting for Issei, whether it is to kiss him, hold his arm, etc. Either way, Issei gets harmed physically as the girls continue to fight as Serafall watches along with Sona and her peerage Saji is crying out of jealousy as he watches. Are you okay with this one, Isama? Yes, I don't mind sharing Issei-kun, but I will continue fighting until I can win his love. Serafall gets fired up. Then you better hurry, because it looks like the other girls are devouring him. Serafall then sees Issei being dragged off by the other girls and joins in to prevent losing him. I am not losing Issei-kun. With Serafall added to the fight, Issei had a rough walk home with the girls. In Mexico, stray magicians from the Cow's Brigade surround the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, the third largest pyramid at Teotihuacan, a pre-Columbian site. Is this where the serpent was sealed? One magician asked. Yes, this serpent was one of the most important gods among the Aztec pantheon. Not wanting to lose their god, they sealed him within this temple, as he was once considered a symbol of fertility and internal political structures within this ancient civilization. He is needed to meet our goals. Another explained. All right. With our group's biggest factions greatly, this powerful god will be our only hope to destroy the Underworld's political system. Let's release him. The magicians began chanting a spell, causing the pyramid to glow. As the glow increases with intensity, the magicians begin struggling to continue chanting the spell until the light itself exploded. When they wake up, they saw a menacing-looking young man with black hair and slit pupils in an ancient armored attire on top of the temple. He looks down at the magicians and heads down to the ground. "You were the ones who freed me, correct?" the man asked. "Yes, we did," the leader of the group responded. "You have my thanks, so what can I do to return the favor?" "I want you to destroy the current system of the Underworld." "Think you can do that?" The man grabbed the leader by the neck and stares intensely at him. "Fine, but never tell a god that he can't." "I never said that." The leader struggles to catch a breath and the man finally lets go. "Fine, but I will leave after this." The man then transforms into Quetzalcoatl, a large feathered green serpent with wings, and sets off. "Remember, many of the Underworld's leaders come to Japan. You will be able to travel to the Underworld from there." The leader yelled one last time and the serpent left without saying a word. I doubt that a god that was worshipped for so long would actually destroy the Underworld's political system. Another magician points out, "Then I will let the Cow's Brigade take matters into their own hands, as we were only ordered to free him, not control him." The leader responded, "Quetzalcoatl was freed from his own temple and is now on his way to Japan. However, being trapped for so long has made him a bit naive of the modern world, as Japan Air Self-Defense Force was able to track the god in the radar. We've got an unidentified object entering our airspace. Proceed to him as caution, but don't fire until the order is given." The operator told the pilots flying two Mitsubishi F-15J Eagles towards Quetzalcoatl. "Roger that. We will wait for direct orders." One of the pilots responded. As soon as Quetzalcoatl comes within sight, the god passed the jets in super high speed. "Wow! What the heck was that?" Hearing one of the pilots' astonishment, the operator contacts them again. "What did you see?" "Some kind of creature. It looked almost like a flying serpent. It appears to be hostile, but try communicating with it if you can." The operator responded. "Contact that thing?" "Whatever, you are the boss." One of the jets moved closer to the flying serpent and successfully established contact. "Attention, you are entering Japan's airspace. Please land now or your actions will be considered hostile. I repeat, land now or we will fire." Quetzalcoatl ignored them and went faster. Unable to convince him to stop, the pilots were given the order to fire. Both jets fired their AIM-7 Sparrow missiles at the serpent and exploded upon impact. However, the missiles did no damage to the flying serpent. "No effect on target. Do whatever you can to stop the creature. We cannot let it enter further into our airspace," the operator ordered. "Understood." The pilots then began operating the M61 Vulcan rotary cannon and began firing 20mm rounds at the serpent. Despite being bombarded with ammunition, it does not injure Quetzalcoatl and refuses to fight back. "It seems like there are humans who don't know who I really am. I better stop causing trouble for them with my presence." Quetzalcoatl then went into the thick clouds to avoid the gunfire and evaded the jets by flying at supersonic speed. "We lost the target." "Got anything on the radar?" "Nothing in mine." "We better contact base." The operator responded first before the pilots could contact him. "Yes, I've heard. The creature suddenly disappeared from our airspace, and there have been no reported sightings so far. Continue patrolling the area to make sure before returning to base." "Roger that." The pilot turns off contact. "Think we scared it off?" "Find the creature to make sure." Both jets then went their separate ways to find the feathered serpent. Quetzalcoatl, in his human form, easily evaded attention as he is seen viewing the jets from the top of a building. The world sure changed itself in a big hurry. "I'd better be careful here." Seeing humans wearing modern clothing, he transforms his attire to fit into society. "The world looks so different compared to back then, but I am glad to remember where I could still go back to the Underworld." Quetzalcoatl then heads to an alley near the corner and unlocks a magic circle, teleporting him to the Underworld. "I see that the Underworld hasn't developed as rapidly as I thought. I wonder how my friends are doing." As he explores the Underworld, two unknown assailants are following him. "Is he the one that the magicians freed?" "No doubt. Our weapon is ready. Let's move on. The two assailants then went back to avoid detection. A security officer near Quetzalcoatl's area takes a little glance at the serpent god and immediately recognizes him. Quetzalcoatl? Is that really you? The officer approaches him. Sanders, it is very good to see you again, my friend. Likewise, but how did you get out? I heard that your worshippers had you permanently sealed. A foolish group called the Cows Brigade freed me in exchange for helping them make the Underworld their image. What? Did you agree with such promise? I did say yes, but I didn't mean it. If they think a god will obey orders from some mere humans, they are mistaken. Good, because the last time the Cows Brigade made their move, the Underworld was nearly destroyed. We don't want history to repeat itself again. I see. Quetzalcoatl took a look around. The Underworld seems more peaceful than what I remembered. I remember seeing a torn wasteland in one part of the area and a huge battle in another. That's because both the Underworld and Heaven agreed on a peace treaty to end the conflict once and for all. They are more likely to work together since the Cows Brigade still exists. That is good. I prefer it that way, but we don't. A voice is heard and Quetzalcoatl suddenly started spewing blood from his mouth. A figure was seen behind him, stabbing the feathered serpent from behind. Sanders immediately used his magic to push them away and runs towards Quetzalcoatl. Hey, are you alright? Snap out of it. Sanders removed the blade, but when Quetzalcoatl raised his head, his eyes turned red and stabbed Sanders after grabbing the blade from him. The assailants then approached Sanders. If we can't kill a god, we might as well control them. You see, we had collected a small portion of Samuel's blood collected from Chow Chow before he retreated and modified it, knowing its potential to kill serpents and dragons. Quetzalcoatl is now on our side and the Underworld will soon meet its end. I don't think so. Sanders used the last of his strength and threw a rock to activate the emergency alarm. Now the whole Underworld will know that you exist. They will be the ones who will free my friend. Sanders then dies. What should we do now? The second assailant asked. We proceed as planned. Get as many here killed to lure out the Maos and defeat them. With a powerful god under our control, they will be as good as gone. Quetzalcoatl and the assailants then retreated into the dark. In the Hyder residence, everyone is currently watching Serafall's TV series, Miracle Levia-tan, with Kaneko and Revel sitting on Issei's lap after another argument between them on who gets to sit on that spot. Apparently, the fighting continues as both of them fell off his lap trying to push each other away. Serafall, seeing this opportunity, decides to sit on Issei's lap herself. Sorry Kaneko-chan, Revel-chan, but I will be the one who sits on his lap for today. Serafall makes a cheerful smile, much to the dismay of Revel and Kaneko. If it is Serafall-sama telling us, I will tolerate it for today. Revel reluctantly sits on the couch next to him. Kaneko does the same. Senpai's lap is my special seat, so I will get it back tomorrow. Hey Issei-kun, do you like it when I sit on your lap? Issei finds himself unable to answer. Serafall responded by moving her hips as she was sitting, giving Issei a pleasant sensation. How is it, Issei-kun? Levi-chan's buttocks on my thighs. What a wonderful sensation this is, especially when she moves her hips. Issei said in his thoughts. Yes, Levi-chan's buttocks are the best. Issei accidentally blurted out, causing Kaneko and Revel to get angry. Serafall-sama, this is not how a Mao is supposed to behave. Revel protested. Oh? So I can't do this to Issei-kun, but a member of the Phoenix clan can? That's a bit unfair. Revel remained silent, unable to fight back. I am going to be Senpai's bride in the future, so that special seat only belongs to me. Kaneko also protested. But Issei-kun plans to be with all of us, so it will be like we are all his future brides. Sorry Kaneko-chan, but he is not just yours. Knowing that Serafall is right, Kaneko pouts without saying anything else. You sure know how to put others in their place, Levi-chan. Issei commented. I handle foreign affairs as a Mao, and that often requires a lot of talking. Serafall explained. Rias shows an envious expression on her face as she looks at Serafall enjoying herself on Issei's lap. Silfie also begins having teary eyes like Asia. Apparently, they all want some of Issei after seeing Serafall enjoying herself. A magical circle suddenly appears in front of the TV and Sirzechs came out of it. Oniai-sama? What are you doing here all of a sudden? This is my day off, so I came to see how my little sister is doing, and what Serafall has been doing all this time. Ah, Sirzechs-chan. It has been a while since I have seen you. Serafall immediately gets off of Issei's lap to properly greet him. Of course. Since you have left your duties, Grafia and I have been taking over, adding more work to our already busy schedules. Do you know how many times she has hit me with a Harisen ever since you left? Sorry, Sirzechs-chan, I was just having too much fun. It is not every day that a Mao gets to enjoy time like this, so it is okay for you, but not okay for me? Serafall then suddenly begins having a sad face and turns to Issei. Are you saying that I have to go back to being a Mao? No. I am just wondering why I don't get to have as much fun as you. I work just as hard as you did. I don't think so, Sirzechs-chan. If I recall correctly, you once skipped a meeting just to see Rias-chan and Issei-kun. I remember how mad I was when you went to the human world when I couldn't. Anyway, another reason I came here was to ask Issei-kun if he could watch over Milikas again. Issei becomes excited. Seriously? What is the occasion? He has been wanting to play with you for quite some time, and since he is going to be on break soon, I figured to give him what he wants. Would you like to see him again? I had fun with Milikas, so it would be an honor to have him again. Issei spoke straight out. Good, but you better not steal my son from me. You got that? I never intended to take your son, Sirzechs-sama. Issei said out of fear. Good. He will be coming in a moment. Sirzechs then activates another magic circle and leaves in an instant. Milikas-sama is coming again? I can't wait. Irina becomes excited. I hope I can show him how much I improved with my swordsmanship since his last visit. Zenobia shows the same level of excitement. Back in the Underworld, the two assailants and Quetzalcoatl are currently in hiding, planning their next attack, although one of the assailants is unsure of the layout. Hey, how long do we have to remain in hiding until we can attack? Probably between this evening to tomorrow. That is when our weapons will be delivered to attack the Underworld Council with. If we can't beat the authorities ourselves, we will have them destroy each other. What about Quetzalcoatl? He will be our main support should we run into any attackers. After all, even a god cannot defeat everything here. Yeah. A frontal assault will be suicide, correct. Our plan is to cripple the government of the Underworld by surprise, nothing more. As long as they get distracted by recent events, we can carry out the same attacks in other areas. What about the last savior of the Underworld, the Securudii, who managed to defeat Cao Cao? I am sure that he will respond and find us faster than any other. You leave it to our god to keep him occupied. I also have something planned for him. Milikas came as promised, with everyone giving him a warm welcome. I am glad that I am able to come here again, Issei-sama. Milikas made a bright smiling face towards Issei. It is nice to see you too, Milikas. So what do you want to do today? I want to play with everyone before I have to leave again, but to be honest, that is only half of the reason I am here. What are you talking about, Milikas? Rias asked with a show of concern. Milikas became serious and took out a computer-like device and activated the monitor, which is showing a news article of Sander's body that was found by investigators after the alarm rang. What exactly is this? Issei asked. I want to know myself. Sama is currently at a meeting discussing the killing of the officer and actually sends me here for my own safety. I am both happy and mad at the same time, because although I want to come here, I also want to partake in my first mission. I understand that you want to be responsible for your future, but you are too young to do something like this. I am also pretty surprised that you aren't scared by this. Rias pointed out. I was at first, but with the Underworld crisis that happened only a few months ago, I was a little upset that I couldn't do anything to help when Rias-sama and everyone else in the family taking part in saving the world when I was told by Sama to stay. I want to help, so please don't kick me off if you plan to investigate as well. Wouldn't that be the first time you would actually rebel against Sirzechs-chan? Serafall comes in. I have been obeying Sama for quite some time. I would like to know what it is like to make your own choices this time. I want to learn something from all of you, so please let me in. Milikas begged. We haven't exactly received orders from anyone, but we can take a look if needed. It actually might involve us again, like the previous attack from the Cows Brigade. Whoever did this must hate our system, and we are all a part of it. Otherwise an alarm for an attack wouldn't have gone off where the body is. Kiba explained. So will you let me come? Realizing that the murderer's intention involves them, the group then heads straight to the Underworld to find the criminals. However, the Underworld doesn't seem to respond to the attack due to lack of activity. Weird, to expect that the Underworld could still be this calm after news of the high-profile murder suddenly broke out. Other than some members of the Cow's Brigade, most criminals prefer to keep their work as low profile as they can to prevent being noticed. Even something as big as a terrorist attack for political reasons would require stealth from time to time, like the criminals on Earth Issei. It usually depends on the criminals. Serafall explained. They reached the area where Sanders was murdered only for the Underworld police to block their way. However, thanks to Rias and Milika's royal status, they were given information of the murder. But much to their fear, the officers revealed that the Cow's Brigade was indeed behind the murder. Rias and Milikas then heads back to the group to reveal the officers' intel. It's just as we suspected, the Cow's Brigade are at it again. Rias told everyone. What? I thought that they were disbanded after the Underworld crisis ended. Issei becomes anxious. Disbanded doesn't mean destroyed. The Cow's Brigade doesn't plan to stop even though their leaders are gone. It appears that Serafall-sama is correct. With most of their leaders gone, the Cow's Brigade have changed their tactics to remain at low profile, knowing that they wouldn't win if they attacked directly. Milikas said, Is there anything on what they plan to do next? Aquino also steps in. Nothing. So far the murder scene is the only clue provided for us. There is nothing about what their objectives are or even how many are involved. There is also no telling when the next attack will happen. Just as Rias continues to explain, a huge explosion was seen nearby, causing a tremor all the way to where Rias and her peerage was standing. The group took a look at the building that was being burned down, with Serafall showing the most dismay. That is where Sirzechs-chan and the other representatives are supposed to have their meeting today. Sama! Milikas screamed out of fear. Milikas, stay near me. We are going to take a look. Rias comforts Milikas as they head to the building. As soon as they arrive, they already see that the police beat them to it, with Rias and Milikas asking if anyone was in there. Much to their relief, Sirzechs and the others were not even there yet, as the meeting was planned much later. Sirzechs-sama and the representatives are safe, but there are quite a few casualties among the staff and security. The Cow's Brigade is definitely moving at a faster pace than what we could imagine. Anything we can do, Bucho? We are going to have to split in groups to find the culprits faster, otherwise the next attack could happen within a matter of hours. With Rias acting as the leader, she had Serafall go with Milikas, feeling that he needs extra protection. Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina are paired up with Rosweiss, Silfie, and Aquino going opposite of them. Ravel, Kaneko, and Gasper are paired up with Ophis, since she still has enough power to protect the three. I shall protect them. Ophis then left with her group. Asia, Rias, and Issei then head to their own direction to find the criminals, with Issei being slightly suspicious with Rias' pairing choices. Hey Bucho, no disrespect, but why did you make those pairing choices? As long as we are a team, we can still work things out as we are now. I wanted everyone to be paired up with the strongest of our team. If I split them up randomly, then there is a chance that the most inexperienced ones will be paired and run into trouble they cannot handle. It better if they have partnered with the strongest in the group, which is why I separated the strongest into different groups rather than each other. But didn't you say that we are all strong, Bucho-san? Asia asked. Yes, but it is better if they are protected nonetheless. Even though everyone is strong, there is no telling what we might face, and that makes the enemy more dangerous. As Rias continues to explain everything to Asia and Issei, they were unknowingly spotted by one of the assailant, who was on patrol to look out for authorities. He then took out his communicator to alert his friend. The security came backed up only by Rias Gremory and one member of her peerage. The rest have apparently split with them. Good, we will focus on them and slowly take out the rest. Give them a big hello. Understood. The assailant gathers a large amount of magic in his hand and launches his attack. Rias took notice and blocks the attack just in time. I guess we know where one of them is. Issei and Asia looked up at the assailant to see another figure behind him, much to the shock of Rias. Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl? A powerful god in the Aztec pantheon? Correct. With Quetzalcoatl under our control, This should be fun since you've split your entire team. Revenge is going to be sweet. They were planning this. They knew that we would be coming. I will contact the others. Impossible. The assailant told Rias and then turns his head to the side. The trio turned to the same direction to see multiple explosions in various areas. The entire team struggles to stay on foot and find the source. My friends have already arrived and your team will be too busy fighting them, so you three will have to fight on your own. After we destroy you, they are next. I see, use your balance breaker. Rias ordered. Understood, Bucho. You ready, Drake? Let's end this once and for all, partner. Crimson Cardinal promotion. Issei summons his most powerful armor, knowing the dangers of battling a god. In the meantime, Serafall and Millicast are confronted by at least 5 hooded figures after they recovered from the explosion. Millicast-chan, there is an alley on the side. Go there and find Issei-kun. I will handle them, of course, Serafall-sama. Millicast then retreats to the alley as Serafall prepares for battle. After Serafall told Millicast to retreat, her face immediately begins showing intensity as the 5 hooded figures calmly face her. I don't know who you all are, but it will be a mistake facing of against a Mao. Serafall begins casting a spell on her wand. It may be true that we are no match for you in a direct confrontation, but what good is power if you can't even hit us? One of the figures responded. What? Serafall blinks and the next thing she sees is not the underworld, but a dark space. What is this? Where am I? Serafall begins wandering around. You are in the dark matter dimension. How appropriate is the name since there is nothing but darkness here. You know how in our world, humans would attempt magic tricks such as by taking a rabbit out of a hat or flowers out of a sleeve. People say those tricks are all fake, but that is only half right. Real magicians do perform in the human world, but actually did their tricks by reaching their hand into this dimension. Serafall then sees various objects in the dimension such as rabbits, ladders, and flowers. She then sees hands and white gloves slowly pulling them until they disappeared into the darkness. Since we were the ones who cast you here, we now have total control over you. Not even a Mao can destroy something this big. We will see about that. Serafall unleashes a huge field of ice beyond what the eye could see, but was quickly dissolved, much to her surprise. My spell vanished. What kind of dimension is this? I told you before that we have control here. Dimensions are so much bigger than the mere world. You can't win unless you are somehow able to become more powerful than the universe itself, and each dimension houses one. In this world, the darkness is greater than what you see when your eyes are closed. Shadows begins forming, silently attacking Serafall as if many invisible punches were aiming at her as if shot from a gun. Serafall attempts to create an ice shield around her, but the shadows broke through and continued their assault. Useless. No matter how powerful a Mao is, they all have their limits. You will reach yours eventually. As Serafall continues to endure the assault, she desperately tries to find a weak point to the group's attack. Issei and Rias are also faring no better as Quetzalcoatl's full speed as the serpent god heavily outruns Issei's true queen mode. This is ridiculous. I can't seem to get a hit at all. Issei uses a scatter-type dragon shot, but they either missed or Quetzalcoatl is able to block them. Partner, you still haven't fully mastered your true queen mode. The power you have right now is not enough to take down a god. You might need to use Ascalon, Drake told Issei, which only made him irritated. How am I supposed to hit an opponent I can't catch? Issei protested. Your dream is to become the harem king, right? How are you going to achieve that if you die right on the spot? If you die again, I won't be able to catch your soul this time, and you won't be able to achieve your dream. What? This is unacceptable. I plan to achieve that dream at all costs, and I will do it, even if it means I have to kill Quetzalcoatl himself. Issei's determination returns, much to Rias and Drake's delight. Do your best, Issei. Rias offered her support. Thank you, Bucho. Oof. Quetzalcoatl tackled Issei, knocking him a long distance away until he crashes into a building. Issei-san! Asia immediately rushes to Issei's side. Rias then takes over the fight and unleashes the power of destruction in a wide range, but was easily evaded. Quetzalcoatl then came close to Rias, sticks his hand in front of her, and unleashes energy from his palm, knocking Rias back as well. Bucho! Issei rushes to Ria's side after he was healed. Rias woke up to see Issei in front of her. I see, use my boba. Use them to increase your own speed to match Quetzalcoatl. Hurry! Issei obeyed and puts his hand on Rias Oppai. Using the energy to increase his speed, he is now able to catch up to Quetzalcoatl's speed, something that even shocks the assailant controlling him. I knew that the Security is able to get power from bobas, but to be able to keep up with the god's speed is unbelievable. He truly is the Oppai Dragon. Time to use Ascalon. Issei summons Ascalon as he catches up to Quetzalcoatl. Boost! 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 Issei begins transferring Draig's power into Ascalon and releases its holy aura towards Quetzalcoatl. With Issei's speed matching that of his opponent, the attack landed successfully, slowing him down, but no significant damage was made. You are still able to stand? Let me fix that. Issei stores Ascalon back inside his boosted gear and begins transferring the sword's power into his armor. Running at full speed, Issei unleashes all of his strength into a punch and connects to Quetzalcoatl's face, sending him backwards through several buildings. By the time the smoke from the dust clears, Quetzalcoatl was seen down, but not out. He forcefully gets up and charges towards Issei, but Issei's powered-up punches prove to be effective against the god, but Quetzalcoatl remained standing. The second assailant was equally as impressed as his boss. It looks like Security may be a bigger threat for Quetzalcoatl than we thought. In his human form, yes. It looks like we will have to change that. After Issei finally knocks down Quetzalcoatl, he lays exhausted and Asia begins healing him again using Twilight Healing. Are you okay, Issei-san? Asia asked. Yeah. I am just a little tired. You have done well, I see. But it is not over yet. Rias turns her attention to the assailants. Your ultimate weapon is out, which means that you two are next. Rias begins charging her spell. On the contrary, you just helped make the way for Quetzalcoatl's true form. What? Rias, Issei, and Asia turn back their attention to Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl begins standing up, but starts transforming. What they see now is no longer a human-shaped god, but a giant green feathered serpent with large wings. After finishing his transformation, he lets out a loud roar that vibrates the entire neighborhood. This doesn't look good, Issei said as he stares at Quetzalcoatl terrified. Quetzalcoatl then took sight of Issei and swings his large tail, knocking Issei to the wall. I see. Rias uses the power of destruction and launches it towards the serpent god, but Quetzalcoatl actually ate her attack rather than evade, much to everyone's surprise. Quetzalcoatl then launches an energy attack from his mouth in the form of a blue ball, aiming towards Rias. Rias and Asia avoided the direct attack, but the impact literally blew them away. Quetzalcoatl's true form allows him to use his powers fully as a god. Most devils would fear facing him. The assailant controlling Quetzalcoatl told Issei. As Quetzalcoatl had Issei trapped, he was ordered to kill him, but something made him stop all of a sudden. Issei looked up at the serpent only to see tears falling out of his red eyes. Bucho. Issei turns to Rias. Rias also saw Quetzalcoatl tears. Issei, try to free Quetzalcoatl. I will fight the assailants, understood Bucho. After Rias goes after the assailants, Issei shifts back his attention to the serpent god. I will free you. Issei then manages to slide out of Quetzalcoatl's grip and aims his fist to his head. Rias then faces off against the two assailants. Controlling a god for your own vendetta is something I won't allow. Well, it looks like Quetzalcoatl won't have all the fun after all. The assailants then summons their blades and begin charging at Rias at super speed. They are fast. Rias then ends up preoccupied dodging their strikes and unable to cast a single spell towards them. As Rias and Issei fights the toughest members, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina are also seen fighting other members responsible for the attacks. Unlike their leader and the figures attacking Serafall, the enemies are knights who mainly rely on swords and magical arrows for weapons, but what makes them tough are their large numbers and armor. After periods of intense fighting, they were only able to make scratches to enemy armor. It seems like it will be a while before we can help the others, Kiba said. Their armor may be tough, but not indestructible. We will fight all the way until we can hit them. Zenobia charges with her ex Durandal. We have to win for the sake of others. Michael-sama, please help us. Irina summons another light spear and throws it at her charging opponent. Kiba then uses Gram against one of the knights. He then strikes at full power, finally breaking through the armor, killing his opponent. Everybody, use your attacks at full power. It will break through their armor. Kiba screamed. The two girls obeyed and begin charging their attacks as they fight. Rosweiss, Silfie, and Aquino are also involved in a violent confrontation. The stray magicians attempted to ambush them, but their battle experience allows the girls to hold their own against them. You guys have picked a bad day to attack. Rosweiss begins bombarding her opponents. Era. It looks all of you will have to be taught a lesson. Aquino changes into the Priestess of Thunder and releases her power of Holy Lightning, dispatching the magicians to force them out of their hiding place. Silfie then transforms into her siren form and uses her ability to create tornadoes, blowing away the magicians that Aquino was able to force out. There is no way I am going to let you ruin my new life, Silfie said. The magicians fought back, but were still kept at bay due to the overwhelming power of the three girls. At the same time, Aquino, Rosweiss, and Silfie are having a hard time getting a direct hit at them due to the heavy use of defense spells the magicians cast on themselves. Strong defense, but your attacks can't hit us either, Rosweiss commented. Who says we are trying to beat you? One of the magicians turns to the left. When Rosweiss, Aquino, and Silfie turns to the same direction, they saw Quetzalcoatl as a giant flying serpent firing at Issei, destroying many buildings in the surrounding areas as a result. We have been waiting for Quetzalcoatl to unleash his true power. We were merely acting as decoys to prevent you from interfering with his transformation. Even with the Security by your side, do you think he will be able to match a god's true power? If we can't beat the three of you, then he will take care of that job. This seems to be the repeat of the crisis in the Underworld, isn't it? Silfie asked. Yes, only this time instead of 13 monsters, there is one god. This makes the Cows Brigade much more dangerous if we cannot stop them, Aquino answered. The three girls then proceed to finish the battle as soon as possible, but are still having a hard time penetrating through their strong defense. As for Ravel, Kaneko, Gasper, and Ophis, they were far off from the rest as they attempted to evacuate the citizens from the area as one of the buildings was found to be rigged with bombs that have not yet been detonated. We need someone in that building to disarm the bombs. If it explodes, the debris will crush all the people still inside or near the site, Ravel warned. Ophis then raised her hand. I will go. Should I accompany you? Kaneko asked. No need. Explosions like this wouldn't kill me even in my weakened state, though I can't say the same for the people nearby. Gasper, should the explosion happen, use your forbidden Baylor view to slow the blast. I will give you some of my power to control it. That will allow Kaneko and Ravel to help evacuate the area. Yes, Ophis-sama. Gasper summons his sacred gear as he helps with the evacuation efforts. Quetzalcoatl begins flying up to the sky, turning the group's attention away from the civilians. They then saw Issei going after him. Ravel becomes worried upon seeing Issei chasing the serpent god. This is bad. Issei-sama is still no match for a god. Issei-senpai better not die again. I will never forgive him if he does. Kaneko shows a frightened expression, which is shared by Gasper, who watches the battle in fear. As Quetzalcoatl and Issei continue their battle, Issei finds himself exhausted as his Ascalon was only able to cause little damage due to being unable to land a direct hit, and his tough scales. Dragon shot. Realizing that small-scale attacks won't work on Quetzalcoatl, Issei channels a huge amount of magical energy into his left hand and releases it, exploding upon impact on the flying serpent. However, because it wasn't as effective in killing dragons and serpents as Ascalon, the attack did not do much damage. Quetzalcoatl fights back with a blast of his own, forcing Issei to increase the size of his gauntlets to use as a shield by using the powers of a rook. Issei, again, was knocked down to the ground. Partner, are you alright? Drake asked out of desperation after seeing Issei grabbing his arm in pain. I am fine. He may have burned my arm, but is not broken. Issei looked at his injured right hand to see that the armor covering it is destroyed. Part of the armor in my left arm is also destroyed. The next hit will probably cost me my life. I got to think of something and quick. Issei uses a little more power of his boosted gear to restore his armor, but at the cost of using more of his energy, as he begins feeling fatigue. We can't match Quetzalcoatl like this. Yes, but we can't kill him. He is under the control of the Cow's Brigade, so we have to free him somehow. Drake! Issei hears a sudden voice inside of his head, which Drake could also hear. Drake, can you hear me? Partner, it's Quetzalcoatl. He is contacting us through telepathy. Listen to me, the Cow's Brigade's control over me is getting weaker due to the battle. They somehow modified Samuel's blood to control me, but the strength of their control is diminishing due to the devil that is fighting them, and the blood is starting to diminish from my body as a result. However, I cannot break free. The only way you can free my body is to defeat me in battle. Drake, do whatever you can to free me. My partner could barely keep up with you in battle. The chances of that is very small, as he still did not fully master my power. You are the only one able to fight me right now. Do whatever you can, or it might be the end of the Underworld. I can only rely on you to do this, Drake. Partner, what are we going to do? In order to free Quetzalcoatl, you must defeat him. I don't know, Drake, but we must do whatever we can and hopefully find a weakness. Issei begins charging, but was easily knocked out by Quetzalcoatl's large tail. Just as Quetzalcoatl is about to launch another attack, black flames start hitting the serpent god, causing him to fire in another direction. When Quetzalcoatl turns around, he sees Saji and his Dragon King form attacking him. Let's see how you like this attack. Saji uses Shadow Prison, releasing Vritra's shadowy aura to restrain Quetzalcoatl. It worked, as Quetzalcoatl begins roaring loudly as he struggles to break free. Haidu, I heard that another crisis has happened, so me, Kaicho, and the rest came to assist. Saji, right on time. Listen to me, Quetzalcoatl is under the control of the Cow's Brigade, and in order to free him, we must defeat him. I think I can knock him out using the power of Ascalon, but I was unable to land a direct hit. I am going to need your help for this. Hold still, Issei-san. I am going to heal you. Asia activates Twilight Healing again and heals Issei. You want my help? No problem. Saji then activates Absorption Line, summoning a small lizard onto his hand to connect lines from Quetzalcoatl to Issei. Haidu, I am transferring Quetzalcoatl power to Drake. Use it to power Ascalon. Thanks, Saji. Issei begins absorbing Quetzalcoatl's power into his gauntlet, causing it to glow. However, the enormous energy released from Quetzalcoatl's struggle allows him to break free from Vritra's restraints and disconnected the lines between him and Issei. I am sorry, Haidu. Since Quetzalcoatl is a god, I could only restrain him for a short amount of time. It's okay, Saji. I may have only gotten a small amount of his power, but is enough to power Ascalon to the level I need. The problem is whether I could hit him or not. Kaicho just contacted Sirzechs-sama. They are on the way to assist if we cannot finish the battle in time. As for getting a hit on Quetzalcoatl, leave that to me. Saji then starts charging at the serpent god. As Rias continues to fight the assailants, her opponents start showing desperation, knowing that they are starting to lose control of Quetzalcoatl, and aims to finish the fight quickly. Rias isn't doing too well as she is being knocked down by the assailants' tremendous speed. They then reach for their blades upon seeing Rias launching another attack using the power of destruction. This is just sad. You are only using the power inherited from your family's bloodline. Don't you have anything new? The first assailant asked. Knowing that they are right, Rias could only stay silent. Taking advantage of Rias' slower speed, the two assailants prepared to strike down Rias once and for all, but before their blades made contact, a familiar figure blocks them with her naginata. Shinra! Rias yelled after witnessing her. Kaicho ordered me to assist you. It looks you were in a bind against your two super-fast opponents. The Cow's Brigade is never easy to defeat on your own. You take down the leader, I take down the other. Shinra aims for the second assailant, while Rias battles the first. With Kiba, Zenobia, and Irena, although they were able to take down several enemy knights, they are still outnumbered and are starting to reach their limits as they started breathing heavily. One of the knights prepares to launch another strike, but at the last moment, a man with a large physique and a small girl in a Grim Reaper's outfit knock down the knight in a surprise attack. A blue-haired girl also attacks one of the knights on the rooftop after attempting to launch an arrow towards Irina. Kaicho was right about the crisis. The city looks like a war zone. Benia said as she tightly holds her scythe. We are here under Kaisha's orders. We are going to have to work together to match their numbers. Yura throws the knight off of the building. No worries for opponents like them. We will help take care of them. Garu punches another knight through a half-destroyed building. It looks like Kaicho finally notices. Come on, let's defeat the rest of the enemy knights, Kiba said as he and the girls begins charging with help from Yura and the newest members of Sona's peerage. Momo and Rhea also came to assist Akino, Rosweiss, and Silfie in breaking the enemy's tough defense. The alliance proved to be effective as they start turning the tables on the stray magicians. So who is first? Akino asked as holy lightning begins sparking on her hands and showing a dark smile on her face, frightening Sona's two bishops beside her. Tomo and Ruruko came to assist civilian evacuation as Ophis attempts to disarm the bombs using her power. That is 4 so far. There are probably more on the upper floor, Ophis said as she heads upstairs. The shadows continue to overwhelm Serafall as she continues unleashing her ice powers, but the shadows disappear as soon as they were hit only to reappear. Is power all there is to a Mao? It's obvious that you have great power, but I guess that's the only thing others fear from a Mao. Another shadow strikes Serafall, knocking her down a couple feet away. Issei-kun's Serafall struggles to get up. Furthermore, you only use your eyes and ears to determine what is going on. It will take more than that to defeat us. I will not give up. Serafall stands up. What are you going to do? Unleash another massive attack? The dimension will dissolve it once released. You are right. I have only been relying on the same thing for every battle. Maybe it's time for me to think outside the box. Serafall, for the first time in battle, shows a serious face as she begins channeling power throughout her body. Afasama just deactivated the last bomb, but the building has become unstable and will probably collapse. Are all the civilians evacuated? Ravel asked. Help! A scream was heard near the building. When they turned around, they saw a devil trapped underneath the debris caused by the Chaos Brigade's previous attack. I will help. Kaneko headed to the victim's direction and lifted the debris trapping him. All civilians have been evacuated from this area, Kaneko told the group. Let's just hope that the rest can beat the Chaos Brigade, Gasper said. Suddenly an explosion occurred in a building near where the civilians are running. Ophis looked outside to see a different building about to collapse. Gasper, use Forbidden Bellevue. Yes, Afasama. Gasper did as he was told and was able to slow the building's collapse before it can hit the evacuating civilians. Apparently, the Chaos Brigade came up with a backup plan should one building fail to kill the civilians. We better check every building near the area and disarm the bombs we might find, Tomo suggested. Are you going to be okay on your own? Ravel asked Gasper. Ophis is still with me, so I am not alone. Gasper finally smiles with determination, something that is really rare for others to see. With Gasper preoccupied, the rest head into all of the buildings nearby to check for bombs and disarm them. As with Issei and Saji, just how much harder is it to restrain Quetzalcoatl when you don't have the element of surprise? Saji complains. Much harder. I cannot even touch him with this speed, even in my true queen mode. Issei told Saji. Then I will slow him down. Saji uses another one of Ritra's abilities, creating a field around Quetzalcoatl, trapping him. Delete field will not only trap him, but absorbs his power as well. I don't know how long it will hold, so you better come up with something that can beat him, Hayadu. Thanks, Saji. Issei aims Ascalon at Quetzalcoatl, but before he can even fire, Quetzalcoatl launches a huge blast of energy from his mouth and breaks free from Ritra's domain. I can't trap him for even a few seconds. We have to weaken him somehow. The heavily boosted power of Ascalon should be able to take out Quetzalcoatl, but his speed is the problem. In order for me to make a hit, we've got to slow it down somehow. An idea comes out of Saji's head. Hayadu, maybe I can restrain Quetzalcoatl for a longer amount of time, but I am going to need you to transfer some of Drake's power to me and boost it. How much do you need? Until I can find myself able to trap the god long enough for you to hit. Just as Saji finished talking, Quetzalcoatl launches another attack towards Issei and Saji, forcing both of them to move quickly from the area. Hayadu, do it now! Boost! 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 Issei boosted Dragon's power 10 times and transfers it to Saji, who was both impressed and frightened at the same time. Wow! So this is the power of the Heavenly Dragon. Very scary. Saji, slow Quetzalcoatl down, Issei reminded him. Saji then uses Shadow Prison again to trap the giant serpent god. Like Saji predicted, he was able to hold Quetzalcoatl longer, but was unable to hold him long enough for Issei to make his move, as the serpent god was able to gather more of his strength and breaks free from his restraints. Not enough Hayato. Issei then continues to boost Dragon's power as he and Saji continue to evade Quetzalcoatl's attack. With Rias, Shinra, and the two assailants that are fighting. Geez, you are strong for an average queen. The second assailant said as his blade continues to meet with Shinra's Naginata. You've made it sound like being a queen is weak. Let me show how skilled I really am. Shinra deflects the second assailant's attempted strike and soon starts gaining the upper hand, putting her opponent on the defensive. As Rias battles the assailant leader, the latter uses his high speed to his advantage as Rias continues using the power of destruction in hopes to hit him. Face it. I have already known about your clan's power. If that is all you have, then it will be easy for me to avoid and strike you. Rias smiles at her opponent. Then why don't you come at me? Believing that Rias is bluffing with her smile, the assailant charges at Rias. But as soon as his foot touches the building, the roof collapses, catching him off guard. What the? The assailant looks up at Rias. I knew you were too busy focusing on my attack, and while you were doing that, I have been casting magic on the building to weaken the roof and the floors of the building. Now let's try this again. Shinra, you might want to jump to the next building. Understood. Shinra jumps out of the way, causing confusion for the second assailant, who is unaware of Rias' plan. Rias unleashes the power of destruction to the still surprised assailant leader, forcing the second assailant to get out of the way after realizing her plan. At the last second, the assailant gets up and begins running as Rias' attack destroyed the entire building, creating a huge amount of rubble and dust. As Shinra walks by the destroyed building, the second assailant suddenly emerges from the debris and strikes Shinra with his fist, cocking her back a long distance. Forget about holding back. I am going to kill you! The second assailant then launches a powerful spell out of anger. Shinra then activates her sacred gear, Mirror Alice, forming a mirror in front of her. The assailant's attack destroyed the mirror, but unbeknownst to him, his attack was reflected with double the damage, killing him and ending Rias and Shinra's battle with the assailants. Back in the dark matter dimension, what do you think she is doing? One of the hooded figures asked, as Serafall remains motionless with her eyes closed. I don't know. Doesn't seem like she is attacking, but I do sense magic being channeled inside of her body. Another answered. Whatever she is doing, anything she unleashes would disappear anyway. I don't think that would be what she is planning since she already knows her attacks are useless in this dimension. Then what is she planning? There is no telling what Amal can do. As the five hooded figures continue to guess what Serafall is planning, they are suddenly losing their grip. They have to keep her in the dimension. What is going on here? This isn't supposed to happen. It's the Mao. Look at what she is doing. The five figures turn their attention to Serafall as her magic slowly becomes visible. We have to stop her before she breaks free from our grip. The figures summon the shadows to attack Serafall, but the magic accumulated in her body begins to surround her as aura, protecting her from the unseen attacks. Serafall unleashes a pulse of magic, which weakens their grip of her even further. Realizing that she knows she was being held by their magic and has found a way out, 4 of the 5 hooded figures attempted to attack. Got you! Serafall actually laid a trap for them, and as soon as they were within range, she unleashes all of her magic she has gathered and launches another powerful field of ice towards them. They became frozen in an instant, unable to hold the powerful spell. Free from their grip, Serafall returns back to the underworld exhausted. That should take care of that. Before Serafall can relax, however, she was hit from behind by a spell, knocking her back. The last of the figures was standing right behind her. It seems like that strategy caused you to reach your limit. I still have plenty. I am going to enjoy this as revenge for my allies. Serafall attempts to stand up, but unable to react fast enough, she keeps getting knocked back by her opponent. Surrender, and I will make sure your death is quick and painless. My friends are all risking their lives to fight. I won't back down. Serafall responded. What are you going to do if you are unable to fight back? If spells won't work, then I will have fun messing you up with my fist. Her opponent removes his hood, revealing himself as a young man showing a sadistic look on his face. The figure picks Serafall up and punches her on the head, knocking her back, resulting in a bleeding forehead. Are you afraid to die? The figure asked. No. Serafall gets back up, but gets knocked down again. With the way you are now, I don't even have to waste much of my magic on you. Serafall opens her eyes, only to see another fist coming. The next scene switches back to Issei's and Saji's battle against Quetzalcoatl. Boost! 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 Partner, that's enough. Giving Saji any more will make it harder for him to contain it. Right. Saji, this is as much as I can give you. Transfer. Thanks, Hayadu. This might be enough to defeat Quetzalcoatl. Saji then charges towards Quetzalcoatl. Hayadu, you ready with Ascalon? Yes. I just need it to hit Quetzalcoatl. Issei boosts Ascalon's power for good measure, as Saji uses Shadow Prison for the third time. Quetzalcoatl was successfully trapped this time, allowing Issei to charge the serpent god head-on. You better hurry up, Hayadu. I don't know how long Shadow Prison will last. I know. This is it. Issei charges at Quetzalcoatl at high speed. With Quetzalcoatl defenseless, Issei punches the serpent god at full force with his Ascalon-powered fist, knocking Quetzalcoatl unconscious. Dark aura suddenly surrounds Quetzalcoatl only for it to disappear. Think we freed him? Issei asked. I no longer sense the negative energy the Chaos Brigade put into him with Samuel's blood. He shouldn't be under Chaos Brigade's control any longer. Good, because I don't think I could beat him if he really was our enemy. With the battle over, the first assailant was shown to survive Ria's attack, but not without injuries as the left side of his head is bleeding over his eye. Great. How am I going to report to Hades that our plan failed again? This is not going to end well for others since Quetzalcoatl has been freed. As soon as he stops to take a break, he saw Milikas heading over to Issei's direction. Why, hello there. The assailant makes a sinister smile as Milikas anxiously waits for him to make his move. With the battle against the serpent god finished, the figure attacking Serafall becomes more frustrated than ever as the tables are turned on them. We might not have won the battle, but the war will still continue. I just love watching you devils die. Before I run, it will be you who I kill. The figure begins casting another spell as he stares at the badly beaten and bloodied Serafall, who can only stare at the face of death as his spell grows bigger. I am sorry, everyone. Serafall tearfully closed her eyes. Before the figure could launch his attack, a shot of highly pressurized water knocks him back a long distance. As he lies unconscious, Sona approaches him in a hostile manner. How dare you do this to my sister? Soten Serafall struggles to get up. Seeing her older sister badly beaten and nearly falling unconscious, Sona rushes to her. Onisama. It's okay. Come on, let's go find Asia-san. Thank you? Serafall said softly as she loses consciousness. It saddens me to see you like this, Onisama. I'd better stop the bleeding first. Sona said to her unconscious sister as she takes out a sheet and wraps it around her head. As with Kina, Zenobia, and Irena, their battle was won thanks to the backup of Benia, Yura, and Garu. Kiba wipes off the sweat building up on his forehead. That was a tough battle. I wonder how Bucho and the others are doing? They probably succeeded since they also received help from Kaisha's peerage. Zenobia said. Well then, should we go meet them? Irena becomes excited. Let's go find them. Thanks for the help. Kiba waves to Benia, Garu, and Yura, who smiles at them in response. The battle with the stray magicians ended with the victory of Aquino, Rosweiss, and Silfie, thanks to some assistance from Momo and Rhea, who were able to penetrate the magicians' defenses with their combined strength. Errera. I think I overdid it again. Aquino shows a sadistic smile, further scaring Momo and Rhea. I think we should continue by assisting the other groups. What do you all think? Silfie asked. Chances of victory will increase with assistance, so I agree. Rosweiss said, causing all to head further down the battlefield. The result of the civilian evacuation with Ravel, Kaneko, Gasper, Ophis, Tomo, and Ruruko was also a success, bringing the Chaos Brigade's hopes for high casualties to a halt. Gasper, you can deactivate your ability now. All the bombs are disarmed and no civilians in sight. Thanks, Ophis-sama. Gasper closes his eyes and returns his eyesight back to normal. Milikas! Issei's scream was heard and they all rushed to his location. When the group rushed to his location, they saw the other groups have already made it. But what worries them the most is what is standing in front of them. The surviving assailant was able to grab Milikas and holds him hostage, but is unable to get away as he is surrounded by Rias and Sona Peerage. You all better stay back or I will stab this blade filled with light into this kid's throat. They all avoid getting near the assailant as a result, but Issei had an idea. Hey lackey, don't you call me a lackey! I was the one in charge of this entire thing, and I will not lose to a bunch of brats. Sorry, but the blade looks fake. You won't even hurt a fly with that. I see. What are you doing? Rias becomes worried over what Issei is planning. The assailant points the blade at Issei. You better watch it. This blade really has light in it, and I will cut all of you up with it after I am done with him. Milikas, break free now! Issei screamed. Seeing the blade pointed away from him, Milikas elbows the assailant's gut and knocks him away with a spell without having to use the power of destruction. Everyone was impressed with the young boy acting in self-defense. Let's see how you like it once Tusama gets here. Milikas smiles at Issei, who gave him the chance to escape. Sirzechs arrives soon after, but was shocked to see that his son is there. Milikas, what are you doing here? I wanted to help Tusama. Take a look at what I've done to a member of the Chaos Brigade. Milikas pointed at the unconscious assailant, causing Sirzechs. I am mad you disobeyed my order not to get involved, but at the same time proud of you. You have shown to be able to beat more powerful opponent like members of the Chaos Brigade, but please don't do this to me next time. You will be able to go on your own once you are old enough. I understand, Tusama. Just as everybody is about to relax, they saw Sona carrying the injured and unconscious Serafall. Seeing Serafall in this state, Issei rushes to see if she is okay with everyone following behind. What happened to her? Issei asked. She was ambushed and badly beaten. I am hoping to get Asia-san to heal her. Yes, Kaicho. Asia uses Twilight Healing and is able to close all of her wounds, but Serafall isn't waking up. How did this happen to my sister? Sona asked as she continues to stare at Serafall's body out of worry. I was with Serafall-sama when 5 members of the Chaos Brigade attacked us. She told me to go look for Isena-sama, so I didn't see what they did to her. They must be very powerful to have done this to a Mao. Are they still there? I only saw one when I arrived to the battlefield. Onisama must have been able to kill 4 of them, but reached her limit on the 5th one. I saw her badly beaten, so I came as fast as I could and stopped him. Issei, who is still affected by the sight of Serafall's injuries prior to her healing, moves closer by her side. She is going to be okay, right? Yes, Isa-san. She had lost so much blood when I was healing her, but she will be fine after some rest. Issei becomes relieved after hearing Asia, but still feels guilty for Serafall being in this state. You are thinking that it is your fault that Onisama is like this, aren't you, Hayadukan? Yes. Maybe as I had Serafall and Milikas come with me, this probably wouldn't have happened to her. You had your own battle to deal with, Hayadukan. I don't blame you for what happened, and neither does Onisama. The Chaos Brigade is the one we should blame for doing this. Even I don't know why I blame myself, Sonakachu. Maybe because it just hurts seeing her like this. I think you are just afraid of losing her. I was the same when I first saw her like this. But she is my sister, so I know she is stronger than what she is showing. We just have to believe in her. You are right. If she is trying to be strong, then so will I. Come on, Levi-chan, you can make it. Sona smiled, seeing Issei worrying for her sister. You seem to care a lot for Onisama to act like her condition is life-threatening. Well, that's because this was the closest that I have ever felt to losing someone after Asia. It will hurt a lot if I lose Levi-chan. You really are that close to her. I was skeptical at first, but seeing how much you two are attached to each other, I have grown to be more supportive of Onisama's stay at your house. Isukan, you truly are a good person. Issei blushed hearing Sona complimenting him with her honest feelings, causing anger from Rias and most of her peerage and Saji. Since when do you call Issei by his name? Rias asked Sona. I told Iskun that I would call him by his name in private, but that no longer matters now. Of course it matters. Don't tell me that you've become attracted to Issei. Sona blushed upon hearing Ria's accusation. Don't accuse me of that. I am just saying I like that he cares for my family. As the two girls argue, Serafall starts to wake up, which Issei takes notice. Iskun? What happened? Is the battle over? Before answering Serafall's question, Issei hugs her out of relief, causing her to blush. Yes, the battle is over. I am so glad you are okay, Levi-chan. Issei then starts having tears in his eyes. Seeing how much Issei truly cares for her, Serafall smiles and embraces him in return. I am glad that you are okay as well. Hearing Rias and Sona's argument, the Serafall and Issei turned their attention to the two girls and started laughing at them. They really get along well, don't they, Iskun? You can never be closer as friends like them, Levi-chan. Hey Iskun, after we relax a little, do you want to go on a date with me? Issei smiles at Serafall. Of course. Will the day after tomorrow be okay? Any day that we don't have school. Serafall giggles. With the battle over, everyone begins to relax, but, unbeknownst to them, a messenger of Hades is reporting the result of the attack to him in the realm of the dead. The attack on the Underworld was unsuccessful, Hidesima. It appears as though everyone sent has been killed or captured by Underworld authorities. Unacceptable. Not once, but twice did the Chaos Brigade fail to eliminate those unnecessary beings. Hades stood up and begins walking forward to his messenger, giving off a creepy aura surrounding his body. If the Chaos Brigade is so incompetent, then I will take matters into my own hands, starting with the meddlesome Securudii. Once the time comes, he better watch out. After saving the Underworld from the crisis again, both the Gremry and Citri group were met with heavy applause before heading back to the human world. Due to the popularity of the shows Oppai Dragon and Miracle Levia-tan, children came to both Serafall and Issei, asking them for their autographs. That reminds me, I have to go back to shooting my shows soon. When it is time to get home, you all go without me. Serafall told everyone. Okay. See you at home, Levi-chan. Issei said. Serafall begins to pout. Iskun, we are already going on a date on our next day off. Can you at least try to call me by name? Issei becomes hesitant. Maybe some other time. It is not a good idea to do that in the public. Fine. Serafall reluctantly accepts Issei's decision. After things calm down, Sona notices Serafall's sudden interest in clothing as she goes through her closet to see which one suits her the best. Onisima? This is the first time I've seen you take interest in something like this. Ah. Sona-kun. It has been a while since I am home, but after I gather more of my clothes, I am going back to Iskun. Serafall makes a wink towards her younger sister. But still, what is with the sudden interest? You usually only wear your magical girl attire. Serafall snickered. It's a special occasion. A special occasion? You aren't going to tell me? Oh, this looks good. Serafall puts a white dress in her bag. I am going on a date with Iskun. Hearing what Serafall said, Sona goes into complete shock. What? A date with Iskun? Yes. After the second Chaos Brigade incident, Iskun and I promised to go on a date on our next day off. I am so excited since I have never been on a date before. Serafall zips up her bag and leaves. Well, back to the human world. See you there, Sona-kun. After Serafall left, Sona regains a little bit of her composure. I have to let Rias know about it. The next day, Kuroka came to the Haida residence after it was decided that she and Lefay Pendragon would live there as semi-permanent residents. Kaneko and Gasper are currently training with the former's older sister, who became worried after hearing about the second Chaos Brigade incident. Kiba and Zenobia decided to do a spar as Rias Knights while Rosweiss was given another job to do as a servant. Ophis is currently playing games with Irena, Asia, and Silfie with Rasse on her head. However, not everyone is preoccupied in the Haida residence that day. Issei currently waits in front of a convenience store where he and Serafall are supposed to meet. How long is Levi-chan expecting me to wait? Unless maybe I got here too early, but still. Issei sighs. At least Serafall is making progress in this relationship. How far have you gotten in your part? Issei becomes surprised over Drake's sudden appearance. Drake? Where did you come from? I am always here whether I like it or not. A relationship with a Mao is not something that can be achieved so easily. None of my previous hosts ever had a Mao as their partner. I have been observing your relationship with Serafall, and you seem to be lacking. You couldn't even call her by name. Calling someone by name can't be taken lightly. I still feel shy just being with her. If you don't progress, your relationship won't last. I am just giving you a warning, partner. Try to make progress. Knowing Drake is right, Issei was left speechless after Drake cuts him off, but is still unsure how to make progress on his relationship with Serafall. Progress? Just what exactly am I supposed to do? It's not like Levi-chan is my girlfriend or anything. As Issei continues to ramble in his thoughts, Serafall Final shows up. Ice-kun! Sorry I am late. Issei is shocked by Serafall's sudden change in attire, which consists of a white dress and high heels, something completely out of her character. She also even let her hair down. Levi-chan? Issei struggles to put words in his mouth, something that Serafall took notice of. If you continue to stare at me like that, it is quite embarrassing. Serafall told Issei with a shy look. What the heck is with her? She suddenly changed from a Maoshujo to a maiden, but this, along with her white dress, really makes her look cute. Issei said in his thoughts, Sorry, but I am just so surprised. You look almost completely different from who you were before. I thought of becoming more ladylike towards you since it is a special day for me. I have never been on a date before, so I didn't know what to do in one, but it seemed fun, so I went looking around. The more I know about it, the more embarrassed I get because of the outfits as well as the activities. Do I look weird to you? Not at all. You look very cute as a matter of fact, but you don't have to try so hard, Levi-chan. The most important thing in a date is for us to have fun. I am still quite shy on doing some of the things I saw in a magazine, so that's it. A date is something you plan on your own. What you saw in a magazine are just examples of those who are in a very close relationship. But still, I don't know what to do, so can you lead? Serafall's cute maiden-like tone completely blew Issei's brain out. If it is Levi-chan, there is no way I will refuse. Thank you, Ice-kun. Serafall immediately grabs Issei's arm and head towards town. In an alley nearby, Sona, Rias, and Aquino are all spotted watching them, with the middle releasing a menacing aura out of anger. That I see. He already has me, and yet he chose to go with Serafall-sama instead, Rias said while controlling her anger. Ufufu. I think Rias needs to calm down. It wouldn't benefit any of us if a Mao gets angry now, would it? In contrast, Aquino also looks like she is having fun. For the time being, no action will be taken. I am going to make sure nothing happens to Onisama. Despite saying that, Sona shows little frustration as she watches her sister happily dragging Issei. Their first stop was the Ghibli Museum Mitaka, where Serafall becomes very excited seeing all the anime-themed statues and displays. This is like heaven for anime lovers everywhere. Serafall was especially interested in Totoro dolls shown on display outside. I'm a bit surprised, Levi-chan. I thought you weren't interested in anything anime-related other than stuff involving magical girls. True, but these films are what pioneered anime to become part of Japan's pop culture, including magical girls. I have total appreciation for what came from them. She is really acting like a girl my age, not too young, yet less like an adult. Issei again describes Serafall in his thoughts. Wow! Ponyo is so cute! Serafall had stars in her eyes when they saw a picture of Ponyo in the hallway of the museum. Ice-kun, take a picture of me with that automaton statue from Castle in the Sky. Issei did as he was told and took the picture of her with the giant robot statue. Seeing Serafall having so much fun, Issei couldn't help but smile himself. However, his own progress is what concerns him the most on his date, as he is still shy to call Serafall by her name. Seeing them laughing and having fun together, Rias becomes even angrier as Sona's frustration becomes more obvious. My Sona, you said that you were following your Onisama to watch over her, and yet you are angry for some reason. Could you be jealous of their relationship? Aquino teases Sona. No such thing. I am only watching over my older sister. Sona goes into a state of denial, as her face turns red. Really? You show the same reaction in the museum cafe when Serafall wiped Issei's face after spotting foam on his cheek. Wait a minute, this isn't about Serafall-sama, isn't it? You were actually paying attention to Issei. Aquino lets out a small laugh, causing Sona to blush even further. Hold on. I have no such attraction towards Issei. Don't say things that people will misunderstand. Sona screamed. SSSSSHHHHHHHHH. The crowd said to those girls, causing one of the security guards to come to them. Girls, this is a museum and we expect every guest to be respectful to others, so keep your voices down, or I will ask you to leave. Sorry, the three girls told the officer. Before Sona could relax, Rias, who is emitting a more intense aura around her, grabbed her shoulder out of anger. Arias? Sona begins trembling in fear. Is it true what Aquino said? Did my best friend also want to take Issei away from me? Wait. This is a misunderstanding. Before Rias can do anything, Serafall and Issei left the museum. That was fun. I even got a Totoro doll out of it, though I didn't expect Sonakan, Riaskan, and Akenikan to come and watch us. Just how long do they think we won't notice their presence? Issei sighs, knowing that his master might kill him when he and Serafall go back home. So where do you want to eat lunch? Issei asked. A family restaurant is fine with me. I never really go out here that often, so there are a lot of things I haven't tried yet. Then let's try the noodle house across. I heard it is pretty popular. Okay. Serafall eagerly enters the restaurant with Issei following and telling her to slow down. After getting a table and ordering their food, Serafall suddenly becomes unhappy. Issei notices Serafall's sudden change in mood. Levi-chan, is something wrong? It's nothing. Let's eat first. Their order comes within 5 minutes after ordering. Meanwhile, Sona, Rias, and Aquino continue to search for the pair with no success. Era? I wonder if Serafall-sama is having a secret rendezvous in a love hotel. Stop saying stuff about my sister doing those things. Sona's frustration is now towards Aquino instead of Serafall and Issei. Hearing that pushed Rias' anger to the limit as she runs on her own to find Serafall and Issei. This dress is so cute. Issei, do you think that it will look good on me? Serafall pointed at the purple dress behind the window of a small shop, which they went to after eating. Do you want me to get it for you? No thanks. I prefer fun over fashion, but I would like to look inside. Serafall lets out a small laugh. The couple got into a traffic jam, so they won't be able to make it to the photo shoot. A male voice is heard as they get inside. What are we supposed to do? We need a couple who would model for our promotion of the new tuxedos and wedding dresses we are ordering. A female voice is heard. Looks like we are going to have to cancel the order. The photographer spots Issei and Serafall looking around. You too. Are you in a relationship? Yes, we are currently on a date. Serafall answered almost immediately before Issei could react. How could you tell that to someone we don't know? Before Serafall could answer, the male photographer interrupts. Great. I need you two to put on a tux and a wedding dress for our promotion of the new items. What? You want us to take a fake wedding photo for promotional purposes? Issei yelled out of surprise. Please! The couple that was supposed to come cannot make it. If we don't have anything to promote our new items, we will have to cancel our order entirely, which will slow our business. If you do this, I will let you have any clothing you want to buy for free. I say we do it, Issei. It will help save the store, and we get something for free. Serafall becomes excited yet again. This will create a huge misunderstanding if we do that. Issei is still unsure. Please. If our business slows, we will be forced to close it down and become jobless. The photographer begins to beg. Fine, but just one photo. Okay, let's go to the back. The photographer pushes both Serafall and Issei to the back of the store. Issei is already in his tux and now waits for Serafall to finish putting on what she was given. Looks like the girl is ready as well. You will be surprised with how she looks. The photographer told Issei. What do you mean? Issei, I am ready. Serafall comes out of the curtains wearing a very beautiful white wedding dress. Issei had the same reaction as when they first met for their date. Levi-chan in a wedding dress. Oh man, my heart is racing. She really looks like an Onisama in that dress. Is that what she will look like when she gets married? No, I don't want to think about her getting a husband. This is just for a promotion. Issei, you look good in a tuxedo. Thanks, and you look beautiful in that wedding dress. To wear a wedding dress is kind of embarrassing. because you end up imagining what is to be the best day of your life, even though it's not real. Levi-chan, right? I want you to grab the boy's arm as if you've just been married. Can you do that? Yes. Serafall immediately grabs Issei's arm and puts it on her boba as she holds on to him. I can feel Leviathan's Oppai on my arm. This softness, which rivals that of Akena-san, is truly the best sensation. Thank you for this moment. Issei then had tears coming out of his eyes out of joy. Okay then. Hey you, stop showing a lecherous face and smile for the camera. The photographer told Issei. Oh, sorry. Issei did as he was told and smiles before the camera takes the picture. As soon as they saw the photo, Issei becomes surprised yet again as the picture really made them look like newlyweds. Serafall, in contrast, is very happy with how the picture turned out. Hey Issei, the photo really makes us look like we just got married, doesn't it? I just hope Butcho and Sonakachu doesn't find out about this or I will be really killed by them. This photo will bring good business for our store. Thank you both. Here is a copy of the photo for each of you and pick any item you want for free as promised. Serafall immediately picks out the purple dress from the store after getting her copy of the photo. Is there anywhere else you want to go to? Serafall shows the same unhappy face again. Can we go take a break in the park? Sure. I need a break after having to help with the store's promotion. Issei and Serafall took a seat at the park bench. Serafall hasn't smiled since then, causing Issei to become worried. You are making the same face like back in the restaurant. Is something bothering you? It's just that when I was reflecting on the time since we became friends, I realized that I was pressing forward to having a relationship instead of you. Do you not like me? Is that why you barely made an attempt to get closer to me? Issei realizes that Serafall is pointing at his lack of progress in the relationship. No, Levi-chan, I do not dislike you. It's just that there are things I am just not ready to do. Now that I think about it, I was the one who asked you out and take care of you in your house. Sonakin and everyone else called you by name, and yet you did the same with some of the other girls in your house. I haven't told you this, Issei, but I was jealous of how much attention you give to the other girls compared to me. Ryaskin and Asia-chan were able to sleep with you and yet I can't even though I wanted to get closer. I even took a bath with you and kissed you at the Sakura festival. Serafall then spoke in a tone as if she is about to cry. It feels like we are getting more distance with each other, Issei. I don't want that. Realizing that this is what Drang is talking about, Issei starts feeling guilty for not progressing like he was told. No, Levi-chan. None of this is your fault. There are a lot of things I need to improve on as well, but I couldn't, because I didn't know what to do. I am inexperienced in relationships, which is why I am afraid that I might be progressing too fast. I am such an idiot to have taken those acts for granted. It is me who should be sorry. I am also inexperienced with these kind of things. I have never felt as happy as when I am with you, Issei. That's why I am afraid of being separated from you or to know that I am not important to you. Please don't let that happen. I was afraid of making mistakes, which is why I tried to maintain my distance, only to find out that it was the biggest mistake I ever made. Then tell me, what am I to you? A friend or someone for you just to be with so you won't feel lonely? Issei hugs Serafall out of guilt. You are and always will be my closest friend. Nothing will change that, so please don't cry, Sarah. Tears finally came out of Serafall's eyes. You finally called me by my name. I am still too shy to call you that continuously, but I really need to progress on my part. I guess calling you by name is a start. It's more than good enough for me. I don't know what has gotten over me just now. Sorry you had to see that side of me. Serafall begins feeling embarrassed. I am sorry that I didn't understand you as much as I should have. Issei. Serafall puts on a tearful smile. To know how important I am to her, I really am a big idiot. I don't want to see her like this again. I also want to be with Sarah, Issei said in his thoughts as he moves his face closer to Serafall. Issei and Serafall's lips meet for a second time since the Sakura festival. This time it is Issei that takes the offensive. Wah! Sona, who was hiding behind a bush, tumbled over, followed by Rias and Aquino. Oh my! Looks like we just witnessed an important event. Aquino gives out a mischievous laugh. Oh, Nisama? Were you just kissing Issei? Sona stares at the two in shock. I see, We are going to have a lot to talk about when we get home. Ria's anger is at the max as her killing intent begins to show. You were all spying on our date? Before anyone respond, one of the photos they took at the store fell out of Issei's pocket, showing Issei and Serafall in their wedding outfits in front of everyone. Sona picks up the photo. What did you and Issei do while we were gone? Issei, explain this photo. Rias ordered Issei. Era. With Issei and Serafall married, it looks like I can have an affair with Issei as his next wife. Next wife? This is not something that my servant should say. Hey Issei, let's run while we have the chance. Serafall whispered. It didn't take long for Serafall to get back to her excited self as she drags Issei back home. By the time Sona can take her eyes off the photo, both Serafall and Issei already disappeared while Rias and Aquino are still fighting. The next day, when it was found out that Issei and Serafall went out on a date, the girls continued to give Issei a hard time until he spills all the answers to their question, except for Sona, who came to the Hyade residence to check on her older sister. Serafall, dressed back into her magical girl outfit, walked towards Sona and turns back to her childish self, much to her sister's dismay. I suppose you had fun yesterday, right, Onissima? Yes. It was the best, but I did notice something when we figured that you were following us. Your face was red every time I get close to Issei, especially when you saw our fake wedding photo used for a promotion. Let me guess, Sonican likes Issei, right? Serafall lets out a small laugh, while Sona finds herself unable to respond, as her face turns red. After Serafall guessed that Sona liked Issei, her younger sister finds herself unable to respond out of shock. Her face turns red as a result. After a few more seconds, Sona still struggles to form words in her mouth. Onissima. What are you saying? Come on. It's written all over your face. Serafall laughs, much to Sona's dismay. Don't just blurt something out like this. There is no way that it could happen. Sona goes into a state of denial, which only causes Serafall to tease her more. Oh really? Hey Issei, come here for a bit. Serafall grabs Issei by the hand, getting him out of trouble with the other girls for the moment. Hey Sarah, what are you doing all of a sudden? I just need to prove something to Sonican. Serafall kisses Issei on the cheek in front of Sona, surprising both of them. Issei immediately pulls his face away out of embarrassment. Why did you do that in front of Sonikachu? Sona becomes flustered, immediately pulls Serafall away from Issei. Why are you kissing Issei all of a sudden? You see that? I knew you like Issei or you wouldn't have mind me kissing him. No, Onissima. You are a Mao and it is my responsibility, as your sister, to prevent you or anyone else from doing indecent actions. So kissing Issei is considered an indecent action? Then that makes your act indecent when you spied on our date. Serafall makes a mischievous smile. Knowing that she lost the battle, Sona sighs in defeat. Sorry, Onissima. So are you going to tell him that you love him? That is an entirely different matter. Sona again goes into a state of denial. Whatever you say, Sonican. Serafall walks away, leaving Sona embarrassed and slightly irritated. So you two are going to ignore what I want to say? The Citri sisters did just that, almost as if Issei wasn't here even though he was dragged by Serafall. Geez. After Sona relaxes, her shoulder was grabbed by none other than her best friend, Rias. When Sona looks behind her, Rias is giving off a creepy smile with red aura surrounding her. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, Sona? Wait, Rias. This isn't my fault. As Rias and the other girls prepare to punish Sona, the scene switches to the front of Issei's house where a scream was heard from those passing by. With everyone in the Hyade residence getting back to their normal lives, there is a little disarray in the Underworld Council as a result of the recent attack by the Cows Brigade. It appears that despite losing most of their leaders, the Cows Brigade is still proven to be a big threat, as shown when they are able to control a god to do their bidding. Sirzechs claimed as the other Underworld representatives continue the discussion. The Underworld still hasn't fully recovered from Cows Brigade's last attack. It shows how far these terrorists would go to have their demands met. Hades is the brains behind the Cows Brigade's recent attacks, but at the same time, we can't make him our enemy as his powers surpass that of the Seraphs, the leaders of Grigori, and the Maus. Only you, Sirzechs, and Ajuka Beelzebub have enough power to stop him. Using the power of destruction like that will cause it to go out of control and destroy everything around me. I would prefer not to use it if I can help it. The best we can do is to monitor Hades' activities. For now, the Chaos Brigade shouldn't have enough strength to launch another attack of this caliber. That is what we thought when we were able to thwart the Chaos Brigade's last attack. What makes you so sure that they will stay down longer this time? I know because Hades doesn't take failure like this multiple times. Sooner or later, he would consider the Chaos Brigade too incompetent for his goals and will take a large amount of time to create other methods like last time. He doesn't care how long it takes as long as his goals can be met. For now, all we can do is prepare for it. Then it looks like we will need to focus more on our defenses than to try to attack the Chaos Brigade's defenses. We will extend the meeting to tomorrow to discuss options for the idea. In the meantime, we will contact the leaders of the other factions. The last of the representatives left, leaving only Sirzechs in the room. Graphia approaches him from behind. You know, with the possibility of Hades' involvement, the situation can't be controlled just by you, and since Ajuka Beelzebub is often unavailable. I know. Something will be done, but I need some time to be given. Until then, I will take a look at some of the options for the defense system of the Underworld and pick which ones to consider for tomorrow's meeting. That has to be done now. Sirzechs then left the room. The next day, Issei was asleep in his bed with Rias and Asia by his side as usual, until he felt something soft on top of him underneath the blanket. Huh! Why does my body feel a little heavier all of a sudden? Issei lifts his blanket only to see Serafall sleeping on top of him. Iskun, Serafall said in her sleep. What? Again? Issei still does not know how to react to Serafall sleeping on his bed, since it is only the second time she has done that. Serafall begins to turn a little on top of Issei's body, allowing him to feel her bulbous. The boba of a Mao. No matter how many times I feel it, the soft sensation of her Oppai on my body is never tiring. Hi to Issei, thank you for this moment yet again. Issei rambles in his thoughts as he indulges on having Serafall's boba pressing on his chest. Era? Iskun, good morning. Good morning, Sarah. Before Issei can ask Serafall about the situation, she kisses him on the lips. Rias wakes up as they were kissing and did not like the sight of the situation. SSS Serafalsima? Mao. First you crept into Issei's bed again, and now you are kissing him? I already told you that Iskun is mine, and I won't let anyone else have him, even if you are a Mao. Rias takes one look at Issei before grabbing and hugging his head. There is no way I will let you have him, Bucho. I am so touched that you cared about your servant this much. I am truly blessed, Issei said in his thoughts. Too slow, Riaskin. Serafall grabs Issei's head from Rias and pushes him onto her bobas. As Issei enjoys himself, the girls end up arguing, even though Rias is on the losing side since she is more afraid, as she is facing a Mao. Geez, Riaskin, you are so selfish. Dragons like Iskun are known to form polygamies, you know? Why can't we just share him so we can all be happy? No, because if Issei gets involved with other girls, he will have less time to spend with me, you and the other girls. Sorry, Riaskin, but in order for everyone to be happy, we will share Iskun. Issei becomes concerned over the situation. Don't I get a say in this? No! Both Serafall and Rias yelled simultaneously. How? At this rate, I will never get any time with Issei. I won't lose. Asia suddenly appears from behind and grabs him. Issei was caught off guard by Asia, not knowing how to react. Asia? Since when were you awake? It can't be helped if it's Asia-chan, but Iskun and I are closer than when he is with you. Not true. I have been with Issei since the first time he knew about devils. There is no way you could have closer relations with someone you only knew for a few months. Really, Riaskin? Did he ever call you by name instead of Bucho? He already started calling me by my name during our date. What? Issei, is this true? Unable to lie to his master, Issei puts his head down. Yes, Mao. Issei, you are horrible. Rias, with teary eyes, yelled in a cute tone. Meanwhile, in the Citri household, I couldn't get any sleep at all last night, because of yesterday. Sona sits up from her bed with messy hair and sleepy eyes. Why does Onisima keep saying I like Iskun? Sona then has a flashback of Serafall's kiss on Issei's cheek and her face becomes red immediately. What? If that is true, then why does it bother me so much to see Onisima getting close to him? Could I really? Sona shakes her head and begins talking to herself. No. I am sure all of this will wear off eventually. At least I hope it would. When Sona appears in the student council's room, every member of her peerage took notice of her tired appearance. Taicho, are you okay? Her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, approaches her first. I am fine. It was just a bit hard for me to sleep last night. Sona rubs her eyes. Did something happen last night, Kaicho? You are usually never like this due to work. Saji was next to be concerned. Sonakin is confused about her own feelings last night. Serafall suddenly shows up behind Sona, much to the surprise of everyone else in the room. Onisima? Always doing things like this when I am unaware. Aren't you supposed to do your job as the teacher's assistants? I have some time before I go, so I decided to check up on how Soten is doing. Serafall giggled. Serafallsima, what exactly are you talking about? Tsubaki asked. That is something that Sonakin will have to reveal on her own if you want to know. For now, I need to talk to Sonakin about something. Serafall grabs Sona by the arm and drags her out of the room before closing the door. Alright, what is this about Onisima? I knew you couldn't stop thinking about Icegun. The reason you couldn't sleep too well last night was because you were thinking about my act towards Icegun, didn't you? Serafall teased. It's because of your indecent actions towards him is why I couldn't sleep last night. Seriously, why did you do that? You were much different before you moved to Icegun's house. Maybe because of everything that has happened since I moved to Icegun's house, I am starting to finally see things in a different view that I have never thought I would see. For the first time, I finally knew what love really feels like. You also taught me what is like, and yet you don't feel it yourself. Why are you turning towards me? Because you are doing something similar to what I did back during the Sakura festival. I did not know my own feelings for Icegun back then until you encouraged me to go back to him. I can tell you are feeling the same, and yet unlike me you are denying it. For the last time, Icegun isn't my type. Stop embarrassing me all the time. Sona becomes visibly frustrated. If you don't want me to continue bothering you about it, then be more honest. You will never be able to make progress if you continue to push back your feelings. If you don't really care about Icegun, then it shouldn't bother you that Icegun and I are close, and yet you reacted when I kiss him. Don't be afraid to speak out your true feelings, or else it will continue to bother you whether I am here or not. Hearing Serafall's honest words, Sona gives a genius smile towards her older sister. You are right, Onisima. I really need to learn how to deal with these feelings, or they will continue to bother me. Great. Let's start by practicing your confession. Pretend I am Icegun. Sona's face becomes red yet again. What? Onisima, think about the time and place for doing such a thing. Don't worry. I cast a spell so that no one, but devils, could hear us or see us doing it. Come on, let your feelings out so they won't continue to bother you. Fine. Icegun too. Before Sona was able to say it, Icegun suddenly shows up behind Sona. Huh? Sonakechu? Sarah? What are you two doing here, Icegun? Wah. Sona immediately panics and heads back inside of the student council's room out of sheer embarrassment. Geez. Sonakin will never make progress if she continues to act like this. What's wrong with Sonakechu? Nothing. It is something that Sonakin will have to handle herself. See you in class, Icegun. Serafall gives a small laugh and heads to class. The sight of Sona acting out of character caused Issei to feel concerned. Sonakechu is not acting like herself today. I wonder what is going on. Hey Issei, what is with that worried look in your face? Matsuda shows up behind Issei. Are you worried what would happen if you peek into the girls' locker room again? We have done it a dozen times before and only you get beat up. Matsuda comes in. Only because you guys abandoned me. Also, if you didn't keep blocking the way, I would have at least seen some of their Oppai before I get beat up. Don't worry about it, Issei. Look! I found an extremely rare stash in a store last night. Why don't we watch it in my house? Matsuda takes out a collection of porn DVDs. Are you serious? Those DVDs are very rare. Yes, I will watch it. Before Issei could leave with his friends, Silfie suddenly shows up and pulls him by the ear. You already have tons of girls living in your house, including me, as well as your own collection. No more porn for you today. What? Seriously? Any more perverted items are forbidden. Perverted, I says in pie. Kaneko told Issei while walking next to Silfie. The girls in my house are really strict. Oh. Silfie continues to pull Issei's ear as he leaves his two friends. Why is Issei so lucky to have so many girls living in his house? Matsuda starts shedding tears out of frustration. Don't worry, Matsuda. We will find the source of Issei's flags and take it away from him. We will have girls of our own soon enough. Motohama yelled. Disgusting. How horrible to be in the same class as them, Murayama and Kate said as they passed by both of them in the hallway. After school ended, Issei and the girls relaxes in the underground pool due to the scorching heat outside when they were in school. Finally, a chance to cool off after surviving through the heat wave. Silfie wears a white two-piece swimsuit as she heads towards the diving board and making a splash after jumping. Hey Irina! Zenobia calls Irina out. Irina turns around and gets water splashed into her face. Zenobia laughs after seeing her reaction. Oh yeah? Irina splashes water back at Zenobia and soon enough, Zenobia and Irina's fun at the pool turns into a splash battle. Please don't fight! Asia yells from the side. So nice to see most of the girls in swimsuits. Issei puts on a lecherous face, causing Kaneko, who is sitting on his lap, to pinch his thigh. Eki thoughts are forbidden. Kaneko reminded Issei yet again. After Kaneko lets go, Issei can feel something soft on his back. Era. It's nice for Isukan to get along well with others, but it is making me feel left out. I hope you don't mind if I continue to do this. Yes. This feeling is the best. Issei shows a lecherous face again as Akino's Bulbas rubs his back, much to Kaneko's dismay. Ouch. Kaneko pinches Issei on his thigh again. Seriously, break it up. Both of you stop fighting. Ravel, in her swimsuit, enters the pool and helps Asia separate Zenobia and Irina. You two are so funny. Serafall, watching Zenobia and Irina from the other side of the pool, laughs at the predicament. After 30 minutes pass, the phone begins to ring. Issei picks up the phone. Hello? Hey Isukan. Sona's voice is heard. Issei becomes surprised. Sonakachu? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? I would like to talk to you. Is it okay if we meet at the park? It's little late. Why don't you talk at my house? I don't want anyone else to listen to our conversation. This is more of a personal matter. Can you come a bit later? Okay. I will see you there, Sonakachu. See you later. Issei hangs up the phone after Sona said goodbye. I wonder what does Sonakachu want to talk to me about? Issei becomes curious and concerned at the same time after remembering Sona's behavior at school. When Issei arrived to the park, it was already getting dark. Sona is found sitting on a nearby bench still wearing her school uniform as she was just done with work as the student council president. Issei sits next to her. You went directly from school due to work, right? It's always busy being the president of the student council. I just arrived here no less than 5 minutes ago. I see. So what did you want to talk about? My sister and I had an argument yesterday. I am particularly concerned about your relationship with Onisama. Ikena-san told me that you were somewhat protective of her. It's not a bad feeling to have since it shows that you care about Sarah. Onisama told me to be more honest with my feelings or else it will continue to bother me. I decided that I am going to let it all out. The argument was specifically about you rather than each other. Why me? Did I do something wrong? No, it's not you. Onisama was mainly against me for not being completely honest with you. Do you remember the time when I panicked after you suddenly appeared? Yes, I was afraid that I made you mad for something that happened yesterday, even though I have no idea what it is. You truly are dense, Isukan, but more than that, you are brave, hardworking, strong, and caring, especially towards my sister. Those are the things I truly like about you, Isukan. It's kind of embarrassing hearing that from the student council president. Issei scratches his cheek. I am a little embarrassed as well, but like I said before, I want to let it all out rather than keeping it inside of me. Seriously? Sona's cheeks turn a bit red. Listen, Isukan, I had always admired you for those traits just as much, or maybe even more than your accomplishments. The truth is Sona's face turns fully red as she struggles with putting the right words in her mouth. However, before she can do that, a small magical circle appears in front of her with Grafia coming out of it. Grafizin! Issei panicked a little. I am sorry for bothering you too, but I am afraid that both of you need to know about the current situation in the Underworld. As Serafall relaxes in the Haida residence, Sirzechs suddenly appears from a magical circle formed in the living room. Serafall becomes excited. Sirzechs gone. It has been a while since I have last seen you. What are you doing here all of a sudden? Serafall, I am sorry about doing this, but due to the recent attack, the Underworld Council is in a bit of disarray. I am afraid I will have to ask you to move back to the Underworld. Sirzechs told Serafall while showing regret. In the realm of the dead, seems like the leaders of the three factions are on the move again. It looks like I will have to make my move sooner than expected. Two Grim Reapers open the door as Hades leaves his throne room. What? I have to go. Serafall becomes extremely displeased over having to leave the Haida residence at the request of Sirzechs due to the possibility of Hades' involvement. I never planned to separate you, but with Hades getting more involved with the Cows Brigade, we can't take chances. We are calling on everyone to help, but I don't want to leave yet. To be separated from the ones you love is the worst for me. Serafall begins to throw a small tantrum. Listen to me, Serafall. We actually have intel that Hades might target Icekun. It will probably be even worse if he and his loved ones are killed, right? Everyone in the house watches Serafall and Sirzechs' conversation with concern. Take a look at the people around you. You love being with them all the time. If Hades gets out, this peaceful life you've had with them will end. Seeing all of her friends' concerned faces, Serafall shakes her head as if she can't make a decision. If we can stop Hades, can I go back to them? There would be no reason to take you away if we weren't under threat. After we are done with Hades, you can live your life back here. It is our duty as Mouse, I understand, but can I at least say goodbye to Icekun? I will allow that. Just come back to the Underworld soon. Sirzechs then disappears using a magic circle. Just before Serafall reluctantly steps out of the house, Rias stops her for a brief moment. Riaskin? Serafalsima, once you are done there, you will always be welcome back here. We will also help deal with Hades in our own way. Although touched by Rias' words, Serafall refused the offer. I don't want to put you or anyone else in danger, especially Icekun. I don't want to see my friends die, Riaskin. We are family, so we stick together. We may not be as powerful as you, but we are experienced in dealing with dangers. Let us help you. Everyone else eager to assist after hearing Rias' words, but Serafall is unable to respond to Rias as she turns and walks away. I have to find Icekun. Serafall then activates a magic circle outside of the house and disappears, leaving Rias and the others on their own. Meanwhile in the park, you are saying that Sarah has to leave? Issei is also displeased to hear that his closest friend has to move back to the Underworld. I am sure I have explained the circumstances earlier, Icekun. There is no doubt that Hades was a bit more involved with 2nd Cows Brigade incident. This is not something that can be ignored as the three factions are coming together. This is how serious the situation is. Issei then turns to Sona. What do you think about this? I don't like this any more than you do, Icekun, but Grafia-sama has a point. My sister is a Mao, and as one, it is also her responsibility to look after the Underworld. If the crisis is that big, they would need everyone available. It's not like we are permanently separating you from Serafalsima, Icekun, but assistance is desperately needed. Grafia told Issei. I understand. Is there anything me and Sonakeichu could do to assist? It's too risky to get involved, Icekun. We just found out that you may be Hades' first target. We can't risk losing you. That is another reason why everyone is gathering. We can't just sit here and do nothing. Issei protested. All of you have done quite enough to assist us in fighting the Cows Brigade. Let us handle it this time. After all, your death nearly had a permanent impact on everyone that knows you, Icekun. We want you to stay alive this time. But Grafizin! Before Issei could say any more, Sona stops him. It's okay, Icekun. We aren't making the situation any better by arguing. Let them do what they need to do. Issei looks at Grafia briefly before putting his head down. I understand. Serafalsima leaves first thing in the morning. If you have any goodbyes to say to her, I suggest you say it now. Grafia then disappears. Issei Sona attempts to comfort Issei. I've got to find Sarah. Just as Issei gets up from the bench, Serafall appears from behind one of the trees. No need, Issei. I heard everything between you and Grafia, Serafall said. I guess that is to be expected. You are still a Mao after all, even though you temporarily left your job as one Onissima. I just came here to tell Issei that I am going to leave first thing in the morning. Let me come with you, Sarah. It will be trouble if Hades comes out and I am not there. You can't come with me, Issei. If I let you, we are only giving what Hades want. I am sure that you already heard from Grafia that you are Hades' first target. You may be able to defeat Hades eventually, but not the way you are now. With the three factions teaming up, I am sure we have a chance. But there is no way to tell whether you will make it back out alive. Issei tries to talk her out of it. You have done the same when you fought the Cows Brigade and nearly had your soul perished. Why do you do what you don't want others to do? Because it is my job to protect them. My goal is to become the ultimate pawn to protect not just Bucho, but all of my loved ones. I don't want to lose you either, which is why I have to go. Knowing that Issei won't back down so easily, Serafall embraces him to calm him. Just don't. I've heard how Ryaskin and everyone else got depressed when they thought you are dead. Don't make me feel that pain. I am going once the sun rises. Just let me have one more moment with you before I go. Seeing how much Serafall cares for him, Issei could do nothing but embrace her back. Sona puts her hand on Issei's shoulder. Issei knew that Sona is asking him to let her go without needing to say anything. I see that there is no stopping you now. I should have realized earlier that I only wanted come for selfish reasons. I am sorry. After returning to the Haida residence, Issei gets ready for bed with Rias and Asia waiting for him. Within half an hour, a certain figure approaches Issei's room. When she got on top of his bed, Issei saw that it was none other than Serafall who was climbing on top of him. Rias takes notice of this, but lets Serafall do what she wants. It looks like it really might be the last time you get to be with Issei. I am usually against this, but I saw how depressed Issei was when he got back, so I will tolerate it. Serafall begins to cry. I don't know if I am able to come back after this. That's why I want to be with Issei before I leave. Unable to do anything for Serafall once she leaves, Issei felt that he could only embrace and comfort her. Please don't say you are not coming back. I want to believe that you will come back alive, Sarah. Plus, the three factions are with you. There is still a chance. At the same time, there are chances of death as well for all of us. Hades is not an opponent that you could take lightly. This isn't the first time a god has been fought by us devils. If I can beat Quetzalcoatl, then I know you can fight back against Hades with the help you are receiving from others. Be strong. Issei's ability of being only able to comfort suddenly changed to words of encouragement. Seeing that Issei now believes in her, Serafall's determination rose up a little. You are right, Issei. Seeing you being able to defeat a god at your state with only assistance coming from Sonakan's pawn was very surprising, but it shows that even gods have limits. Please continue to believe in me. That way, I can believe that all of us together can beat Hades. I promise you that I will always believe in you. Just come back home safely. Asia, touched by Issei's words of encouragement, also joins in. Serafall, whenever you are ready to come back, there is always room for you in this house. I am always reluctant to say this, Serafall, but you are part of the family now. I know that you will find a way, so come back once you are done. Rias offers her own words of encouragement. Serafall, touched by everyone's words, cries again. Everyone, thank you. The three then proceed to spend the night together. Serafall left the house as the sun rises just as she said, but promises to come back after her mission is over. Issei was the first to wake up. Seeing that Serafall is gone from his bed, he proceeds to her room. With most of the stuff gone, Issei starts to feel lonely, so she is gone. It has only been months since she started living here, and yet easily becomes part of the family. Issei said to himself. Issei sits on her bed and notices that Serafall left her Totoro doll on the corner. After taking a good look at the doll, Issei notices that there is a letter on the back of it. Hello Issei, the several months I have stayed in your house were the most fun I ever had in my life. However, there is actually more to it than that. The time we spent together was also one of the most important parts of my life. I had many things I wanted to do from you, Sonakin, and everyone else when I first came here, such as to gain knowledge on how to live a life outside of my work, what it is like to have fun with the people you are close to, and so on. Not only did I get to do all of this, but a lot more good things have happened, and it is all thanks to you, Issei, Issei said in the middle of reading the note. I was able to get along with Sonakin because of you and to be able to live freely after working non-stop. I know that there is more, so I am not going to bother to list them all. All of the desires I had as a Mao have all been fulfilled, and I thank you for that. Once I come back, please let me stay with you forever. There is one last thing I have always wanted to say to you, but I never had the courage until now. I love you, Issei. Goodbye. I wish I could have said the same to you before you left Sarah. Not wanting to dwell on the situation, Issei leaves Serafall's room to get ready for school. Once Issei arrives to class, the teacher stood in front of his desk as if he was about to announce something. I am afraid to say that Levi-sensei won't be working in the school anymore due to personal matters, which is sad since she was able to keep this class alive and cheery. Anyway, none of us know if she will ever return, but hope that she does come back. Class will resume as planned. Everybody becomes appalled over the teacher's announcement, with the boys being the most affected. Some are seen with tears coming out of their eyes. What? Why did Levi-sensei have to leave all of a sudden? She was the best. We are all going to miss you, Levi-sensei. Those things are what all the boys are yelling out. Issei notices something about the class. It seems as though Sarah never erased the memories of her from the other students. She must really like the school to allow people to remember her. As Issei continues speaking in his thoughts, Matsuda and Motohama angrily approaches him while shedding tears. I see. What did you do to her that made her want to leave? Matsuda yelled. Wait. Why am I the one getting the blame from you guys? Issei fights back. You are the one living with her. Who else is there to blame? Motohama also yelled. It's not like I wanted her to leave as well. She is no longer living with me either. She was called to do something important. Like everyone else, I also miss her very much. Not a second passed by where I don't think about her after she left. Issei also starts crying, not out of losing a teacher that is good to her students like everyone else, but out of losing an important person in his life. Asia, Irena, and Zenobia, who had been keeping an eye on Issei, also looked at him with sad faces, knowing how much Serafall meant to him. All of the Occult Research Club members have gathered in the old schoolhouse, where others tried to comfort Issei out of his depression, but only resulted in little success. Issei has been like this the entire period of class. For Serafall to leave so suddenly, it must have taken a huge toll on him. Asia informs Rias, I also feel bad about letting Serafall leave, but I also understand that Maos are also responsible for the safety of the Underworld. Issei understands this as well. But you just can't help but feel sad and worried since every leader is risking their lives to stop Hades from getting to him. I don't think that anything can be done for Issei at this moment, so we will let him be for today. Akino also understands Issei's sadness. Like the church trio, Kaneko also feels guilty, as she is not able to comfort Issei with her usual habit of sitting on his lap. Issei-senpai. Kaneko said out of worry, not wanting to hear any more about himself, and what caused his depression. Issei left the old schoolhouse. I just want to be alone now, Issei said as he left. As the rest of Rias Peerage do their jobs as devils, Issei has not received any requests from his clients as word spread that Serafall left the Haida residence, and as a result, they allow Issei the day off to give him time to get over his depression. It really feels lonely with Serafall gone, Issei said while lying down on his bed. Issei soon fell asleep after half an hour of lying in bed. When he wakes up, he saw the purple sky similar to that of the Underworld, but when he saw what was in front of him, it was the ruins of Satan's capital city, Lilith. Many of the plants and buildings are in flames. As he walks towards the destroyed city, he steps on something soft. When Issei realized it was a dead body of a fallen angel he was stepping on, he immediately panicked and stepped off of it. What happened to the Underworld? As Issei looks on in fear, an old newspaper flew to his face. Issei reads the news headline alerting that Hades and his grim reapers have taken over the underworld. Seeing that this paper is out of date, Issei rushes into Lilith to see if there are any survivors in the ruins. Please let there be somebody. After Issei reaches the center of Lilith, he sees a body of familiar shape. Issei immediately recognizes the body and rushes towards it. Sarah! Oh no! Please don't die! Please don't die! After Issei reaches Serafall's body, which was lying face down and bloodied, he turns her over, only to see her lifeless eyes. Issei also felt that there was no pulse in her left arm. Realizing that she was dead, Issei screams at the top of his lungs out of grief. Sarayawaya. When Issei opens his eyes again, he saw that he is still in his room, feeling relieved that it was only a nightmare. However, when he turns, he saw an old man with a well-built body standing in front of him. Why? Who are you? What are you doing in my room? Issei panicked. I see that you have finally awakened from your nightmare. Sorry to startle you like that, Sekurudai. I am Poseidon, god of the sea. Poseidon-sama? What exactly is the god of the sea doing in my room? I came to warn you about my brother, Hades. That dream you had is not just a nightmare, but the possibility of the future. The future? Wait. Are you telling me that Sarah is going to die? She has the 3 factions to help her. You already saw in that vision of yours that it won't work. What Hades has in his plans will be out of their expectations. This will make them vulnerable to attack. He knows that the only people who can fight him will have to sacrifice everyone around them in order to kill him. Hades will no doubt exploit that weakness. Then I have to go to warn them. Issei immediately gets up to leave, but Poseidon stops him. Hades will come before you and everyone else here will be able to warn them. Fighting my brother is unavoidable if you want to save the underworld, but in the state you are in, you don't stand a chance. Then what am I supposed to do? If I battle now, the underworld gets destroyed. If I stay here, the same thing will happen. That is why I am here. Allow me to take you to someone who can help you deal with my brother. What about Bucho and the others? If they know, they would try to put themselves in danger. It is best for you to come with me alone first if you really need to warn them. Issei took a few seconds to think. Very well. If it can help me defeat Hades, I will go. Then let's go to Mount Olympus. Poseidon and Issei are then teleported away. When Issei opens his eyes, he sees a huge palace on top of a very tall mountain. He became astounded as a result as the palace surpassed any of the mansions he has been to in the underworld in sheer size. You are very lucky, Sekurudai. It's not very often that someone within the 3 factions get to visit our home. Even those in the highest order would be lucky to visit. Poseidon told Issei. I can see why. Issei is still astounded. When they entered the palace, Issei would soon found himself in the presence of Zeus, the leader of the gods of Olympus. My brother. I have brought the Sekurudai as you've requested. Poseidon told Zeus. Excellent work, Poseidon. Sekurudai, I suppose you know why you are here, correct? Yes. To find a way to stop Hades' ambition. Indeed. My brother really doesn't know when to give up. I wish that he would just do his job like everyone else. It's already obvious that this is not the case, as my brother's hatred for devils and fallen angels motivates him to get involved in their affairs rather than keeping an eye in the realm of the dead at times. But for him to get directly involved has already pushed his own boundaries despite his status of a god. We called you here because you are one of my brother's targets. So are you going to help me stop him? I am afraid that me and Poseidon are in no position to leave Olympus. What? Then are you going to give me your thunder lance to help me fight him? I cannot do that either. Hades is the god of the realm of the dead. Should he die, that realm will become unstable, which can lead to extinction of all the inhabitants there. If I cannot kill him, then what should I do to stop him? Even at my strongest, I am nowhere close to matching Hades since I still haven't mastered my sacred gear. I am well aware of that. It is for that reason that I will give you this sword. Zeus hands Issei a small sword. I put a little of my own power within it. If you are able to hit Hades with it, he will be weakened and sealed back to the realm of the dead. In order to awaken it, you have to put all of your own power into the sword. This much I understand. Issei replies. Both me and Poseidon are counting on you to stop our brother from his ambition. Save the Underworld and its people, I will. Issei stored the sword inside the boosted gear before teleporting back to his home. Afterwards, Issei told everyone about his visit to Mount Olympus and how Hades will be able to break through the defense of the three factions. Rias immediately leads her peerage back to the Underworld to warn the leaders. After everyone left, Issei was the only one still in the house. Just before stepping onto the magic circle, Sona shows up in the house at the last minute through her own magic circle. I knew you were up to something like this, Iskun. I don't plan on taking you with me, Kaicho. I was entrusted with a weapon to stop Hades and I plan to do what I promised. If you came, it will only put more people in danger. Make sure to bring my sister back as well after you are done. Of course. Issei looks at Sona, who gave a look as though she still wants to say something. If there is anything you have to say before I leave, then say it. Everyone is waiting for me. Sona's face turns slightly red, but approaches Issei as if she wants to whisper something to him, even though nobody is there. To Issei's surprise, Sona moves her face closer to Issei's until their lips touch, giving Sona her first kiss. Kaicho? Issei became embarrassed almost immediately. Please stop Hades and protect Onishima. If you do that, then I will try my best to be your next wife. Next wife? Issei goes into a state of shock. I don't want to explain it yet. Just go. Sona, whose face is just as red as Issei's, pushes him onto the magic circle and disappears just as he was about to lose his balance. Good luck, Iskun. Sona smiles before leaving the house. With Issei's newfound hope to defeat Hades, the Gremry group, along with Silfie, Irina, and Ravel are currently traveling by train to Cocytus, the bridge between the Underworld and the realm of the dead. The leaders of the three factions are already in the area to place powerful seals to prevent Hades and his army of Grim Reapers from coming through the bridge. How long will it be before we reach Cocytus? Issei asked. Probably another 2 hours. Rias answered. Another 2 hours? Do you think we will be able to make it in time? One thing is for sure, the leaders of the three factions won't be stopped so easily. Even if we failed to warn them, they should be able to hold out until we reach Hades. That is where you come in, I see, since you are the only one who has the weapon to stop him. Why can't we just transport through magic circles like we do all the time? Onishima and the other Maos sealed off the land to prevent anyone from interfering. They are afraid that if anyone were to come, it would disrupt their attempts to seal the bridge. I just hope that we can arrive on time. Meanwhile at Cocytus, Azazelkan, Barakilkan, Shemhazai, how good of you to join us. Serafall remains lively and energetic despite the situation. Nobody would want the Underworld to be destroyed, Serafall. After all, it is our home. Is Michael here yet? Azazel looks around as Barakil and Shemhazai joins the Maos. We are right here, Azazel. Only me and Gabriel came to assist as the rest of the Seraph have to protect heaven. Michael alerted Azazel. Old enemies become friends only in situations such as this. It is not like I am against this. All I want for the three factions is peace. But it appears that we can only achieve that through battle, even though it's not each other we are going against. It can't be helped, Michael. When it comes to Hidesima, he would even break through the boundaries of his status as a god to accomplish his goals. We must not let that happen at all cost. Graphia then calls Sirzechs out. Sirzechs, the first layer of sealing is already completed. We need your magic for the second layer. I am coming, Graphia. Make sure that you and Azazel is ready. Sirzechs runs to his peerage to assist. Back in the train, Issei spots a giant field from a very long distance. Bucho, is that where Cocytus is? Yes. They plan to place heavy layers of sealing to prevent Hades and his Grim Reaper army from entering the Underworld. If what Poseidon-sama said to you is true, I only have a bad feeling of this. It does make you wonder how Hades is going to break through the ceiling made by the combined power of the three factions. Drake? How come you didn't respond when we first heard of the crisis? It is very hard to communicate due to Zeus' power coming out from the sword. I was only able to get around it since you need it to defeat Hades. Is it possible for Hades to break out of the combined powers of the three factions? Not directly, since Loki couldn't even break through the many layers of sealing placed on him. Hades probably has something else on his mind. Partner, once we reach the area, do not let your guard down and fight at your full power. Even with the sword, it will be useless if you can't hit him. Understood, Drake. I just hope that I am strong enough to touch him, Issei said in his thoughts. Back in Cocytus, the second layer of sealing has been done and the Seraphs are now doing their part by mixing their powers to the seals. How is it going so far? Sirzechs asked Michael. Not even a third of it has been done yet. It will take some time before the third layer is complete, especially since our powers differ from that of the devils. Although the fallen angels seem to have an easier time. That's because the fallen angels are able to adapt our powers with the devils since we live in the underworld as well. Azazel explained. Shemhazai is the most pessimistic about the barrier, as he can feel Hades' presence coming closer and closer. Are you sure the barrier is strong enough to stop Hades and his Grim Reapers? I felt his presence getting stronger instead of weaker. He must have been gathering a large number of Grim Reapers to form an army. When Dulio returned to heaven after the Cow's Brigade incident, he told me that he froze up all of the Grim Reapers around his shrine, but that only makes up a fraction of Hades' army. Apparently Hades is going all out by bringing the bulk of his army, Michael answered Shemhazai. A devil messenger desperately arrived to Cocytus and approached Sirzechs. Sirzechs-sama. Hades' Grim Reapers are spotted attacking a small village. They are soon heading towards Lilith. What? Cocytus is the only known bridge connecting the underworld to the realm of the dead. How did the Grim Reapers break through? I don't know, Sirzechs-sama. But if we don't do something, Lilith will be overrun. We can't lose the capital. Get all soldiers and top-class devils and fallen angels to head for Lilith. We have got to stop their advance towards the city. Understood. The messenger flew away in an instant. The Grim Reapers have found another way around. Stop the sealing and head towards Lilith. Everyone did as Sirzechs told. Thanks for releasing the barrier. Now I can save the trouble of trying to break through it. A demonic voice was heard behind them. Hadesima. Sirzechs was the first to look behind to see Hades in a dark robe covering his entire body, showing only his skull. How did your Grim Reapers come through our barrier? Azazel asked. There are many pathways other than this to get to the underworld. They aren't as big as Cocytus, of course, but just enough were able to come out to provide a distraction, preventing you from completing the barrier. Azazel and Michael desperately tried to reseal the bridge, but Hades was able to break through the weak barrier by raising his hand and unleashing some kind of pulse. If the sealing was completed, I would have never been able to break through, but that level of sealing won't work. Now my Grim Reapers rise above the ground and destroy the bats and crows that stand in front of you. Dark robes begin emerging from the ground in numerous numbers, with each of them are holding a large scythe. By the time all the Grim Reapers emerged, their numbers have reached thousands, and to the point where you can't see the end of it despite being on higher ground. We can't let them leave Cocytus. Hold them off for as long as possible. Betrayal ordered. Since heaven is already involved in this, trouble might come to the angels if they leave. Gabriel said as she summons many light spears. We will vanquish them all before they are allowed to leave. Serafall summons her wand while putting on a serious face. Let's go! Everyone yelled in unison before attacking the Grim Reapers, with Hades standing still watching. The next scene shows Lilith under attack by Hades' Grim Reapers. Due to the smaller pathways the Grim Reapers used to get around the leaders of the three factions, the bulk of the army remains with Hades to deal with the leaders. Despite their smaller numbers, they still number up to hundreds and were able to overwhelm all the security forces protecting Lilith with ease. By the time high-class and ultimate-class devils and fallen angels came to the city's aid, the civilians were already in panic as they tried to get away from the Grim Reapers. A reporter was spotted from a helicopter overlooking the attack. It is just one after another, as the third major assault on the underworld is not led by the Cow's Brigade, but this time Hades himself, as evident by the Grim Reapers. It seems like the devils and fallen angels who were called out to fight them finally answered, as many are coming to stop their advance. The reporter then sees one of the devils saving a child just as when he was about to launch an attack. It seems as though the fallen angels and devils have taken the priority to get the civilians out of harm's way first before engaging the Grim Reapers. Let's just hope they fight back in time before they lose too many numbers. While the devils and fallen angels have halted the Grim Reapers' advance further into the city, the real danger lies in the fate of the leaders of the three factions. Every time we take down one group of Grim Reapers, another group keeps taking their place. Azazel starts feeling exhaustion after 30 minutes of battling. With some ultimate-class Grim Reapers on par with the leaders of Grigori and the Seraphs, they proceed to take out many of the weaker ones before battling them. The Maus, however, particularly Serafall and Sirzechs, are able to keep up due to their clan's abilities, but are not able to use it to the fullest extent due to their allies in the area. Michael is also able to keep up with them, but also has his hands full dealing with the more powerful Grim Reapers. This is great. Entertain me some more before all of you are killed. Hades continues his enjoyment of the battle as if he was watching the movie. Sirzechs, if we continue fighting the Grim Reapers, we will exhaust ourselves before we can fight Hades. Then we better attack while we still have the magic and energy. Serafall and Sirzechs hastily approach Hades, moving far enough to prevent their attacks from hitting their allies. Celsius cross trigger. Serafall waves her wand and begins converting the surrounding area into ice, freezing many of the Grim Reapers. Sirzechs then launches his power of destruction in the form of large spheres, which had a similar result as it annihilates many of the Grim Reapers and the land they were standing on. However, as both attacks target Hades, he cancels both of them, only putting up a very small struggle as he negates both attacks. Attacks at this level won't work on me. If you really want to defeat me, then unleash your true power, Sirzechs, or watch the Underworld burn. Like I will risk the Underworld just to defeat you, Hadesima. How polite of you to address me in such a way despite you and your allies' current situation. Azazel and Betrayal attempt to attack Hades, but they were easily pushed off. This is getting boring. Perhaps it is time for me to fight as well. Hades then moves forward. This is bad. Hades is joining the battle. Shemhazai tries to delay the god, but to no avail. Serafall immediately launches a field of ice, but again it was negated. It looks like I have no choice. Serafall, move out of the way. Tell everyone to get away from the area. Graphia, send the rest of my peerage to aid Lilith. Right. Both Serafall and Graphia did as Sirzechs told, and retreated. Looks like your desperation to defeat has finally been shown. Hades remains calm. I will never let you win, Hadesima. The Underworld is our home. As Sirzechs begins converting himself into the power of destruction, earthquakes begin occurring in the Underworld. His high level of demonic power surprises almost all of the leaders, except Azazel, who had already witnessed Sirzechs form back in the realm of the dead. Just when Sirzechs was about to fight Hades, Serafall suddenly screamed, Sirzechs gone! When Sirzechs turns around, he sees that the earthquake he is causing is slowly overwhelming the other leaders despite being at a far distance. No! Sirzechs was forced to power down. You are open, Sirzechs. Hades wasted no time and attacked Sirzechs with his scythe. Sirzechs was able to deflect the scythe to prevent hitting the fatal areas, but lost an arm in the process. Gah! Sirzechs screamed in pain. It looks like you really can't bring harm to your allies. What a pity for you to meet your end this quickly, to the point where I didn't even have to put a curse on my scythe. A huge ice block prevented Hades from finishing Sirzechs off. After Hades negates the attack, Serafall rushes to Sirzechs' aid. Serafall? I thought I told you and the others to get away from here. It wouldn't matter where we run, Sirzechs gone. Too many Grim Reapers have already passed us. Either way, we still have to fight. What about Graphia? I told her that I would assist you. Lilith is also in trouble as well. I see. Serafall, grab my arm over there. I can still fix it with Phoenix Tears. Sirzechs pointed at his decapacitated arm. Serafall grabbed the arm and connects it back to Sirzechs while he adds the Phoenix Tear to the wounded area. I guess your death is more fitting this way. Hades then begins to swing his scythe as Serafall and Sirzechs prepare for the worst. Hold it right there. Issei, activating his balance breaker, tackles Hades away from Sirzechs and Serafall, as the rest of the group catches up to Issei. Serafall and Sirzechs could only stare in shock by Issei's arrival. Icekun, why are you here? Serafall asked. Before Issei could answer Serafall, Rias becomes dismayed seeing her brother so exhausted. Aniasima. Rias rushes to Sirzechs' aid. It's okay, Rias. None of us are injured badly, but more importantly, what are you all doing here? I am sure that you and Icekun were notified not to get involved. It's okay, Aniasima. Issei received a weapon from Zasama that will help him stop Hades. A weapon? Serafall asked. Yes. Zasama transferred some of his power into the sword he gave to Issei. It is now up to him to defeat Hades with it. We also called for some help with after hearing about the situation in Lilith. Reinforcements will arrive soon enough. Silfie told Sirzechs. For a newcomer, you sure can be reliable. Sirzechs smiles at Silfie before turning his attention to Issei. Asia, heal on Isima. Yes, Bucho. Asia uses Twilight healing on Sirzechs, healing his minor wounds after using the Phoenix Tear to reconnect his arm. You have saved me the trouble of finding you, Securudii. Now I can get rid of you to prevent you from interfering with my plans, like I will let you. Issei begins reciting an incantation and enters into Cardinal Crimson promotion, promoting him to True Queen. Hades, I will not let you do as you please. I will defeat you and bring an end to this war. Hades laughed. You think you have what it takes to defeat me, Securudii? You may have access to the power of your boosted gear, but from the looks of it, you still have yet to fully master it. I won't need to go that far to defeat you, Hades. Then let's see how well you fight. Come at me. Issei spreads his dragon wings and charges at Hades at full speed using the ability of Welsh Sonic Boost Knight. He then activates Welsh Dragonic Rook, increasing the size and strength of the armor on his right arm. When Issei's right arm clashed with Hades, he hits him with high impact, forming a huge dust cloud. What? Issei's voice was heard. By the time the dust cloud clears, Hades is seen easily blocking Issei's powerful strike by only using the palm of his hand. I am impressed, Securudii. You have a little more power than I thought, but it will not save you. Hades unleashes another pulse from his hand, sending Issei flying backwards at high speed until he crashes into a large boulder caused by the damage of Sirzechs' power of destruction. After Issei gets up, he sees that a majority of his armor was destroyed and begins repairing it. For him to be able to easily damage my armor like this, Hades is no joke. I have to find a way to defeat him somehow. Partner, be careful. Hades' scythe can take away your lifespan if you are wounded. Do not get hit by his scythe. Any ways to defeat him? Hades is a powerful god. Even if I am back in my prime, it will still take a lot of effort for me to defeat him. Seems like your armor is already repaired. Time to continue where we left off. Hades attempted to strike Issei with his scythe, but Issei avoids the hit. He then begins gathering heat into his stomach and unleashes his powerful flames at wide range, but was easily blocked. Those flames are nothing compared to when I saw Drag fight Albion head-on before they were sealed. Wait, you saw Drag fight before he was sealed? Of course. The realm of the dead is connected to the Underworld, and that is one of the areas where the Great War was fought. I went up to the surface after sensing an abnormally large amount of power from there. The next thing I saw was a clash between the angels, fallen angels, and the devils. What really astounded me was the battle of the two dragons right above the three factions. Each of them were releasing a large amount of power to the point where I would even fear them, especially as they begin to attack everything around them. After hearing that Drag and Albion were sealed, I decided to take action against the crows and bats by taking control of the Cows Brigade, feeling that they would no longer be a threat. But after hearing that you and Valle kept interfering with my plans, I decided to take matters into my own hands to eliminate both of you once and for all. But it isn't just the Underworld you are destroying. With your ambition, it could affect both heaven and the human world also, I am well aware. Although I prefer to avoid attacking heaven and the human world, I will also carry out my attack on them if they get in my way. In fact, that is what I am looking forward to the most. Issei becomes extremely angry hearing that. So you are willing to risk everything for this destruction? I will get rid of anything that is unnecessary. I have heard about your relationship with Serafall. Maybe I should get rid of this crow so I will have one less to deal with. Issei's anger has reached his limit. If you dare touch her, I will kill you. Your rage won't be enough to defeat me. In fact, I will just have to kill her so I can see if you can put up a better fight. No! Issei tries to stop Hades, but was easily restrained. Come here, girl. Hades grabs Serafall by the hair. Serafall! Sirzechs yelled, but was easily put down by another pulse. Rias and the others also attempted to rescue Serafall, but the Grim Reapers they are fighting prevents them from reaching her. Hades then takes Serafall towards Issei and holds the scythe around her neck. I wonder what would happen if I kill her. Iskun! Tears start falling out of Serafall's eyes. You are already overstepping your boundaries as a god. Don't do this. Like I will let anyone interfere. Say goodbye to your precious Mao. Hades prepares to strike Serafall with his scythe. Sirren! Issei screams her name. Before Hades could strike, Issei's armor starts glowing. Red aura begins covering his body and starts to take in the shape of a dragon. Seeing that Hades is distracted, Serafall immediately escapes from his grip. Drake, what is going on? The power of the boosted gear also depends on the strength of your emotions and desires. Your strong feelings for Serafall may have helped stabilize your true queen even further, allowing the armor to reach the next stage. This is something new. Hades watches in amazement as Drake's aura finishes taking shape. The next thing he sees was Issei still in his true queen armor inside of a dragon made out of his own energy. Partner, this form is still incomplete, as you still haven't mastered the boosted gear. This is only like a fraction of it compared to when I fought Albion during the Great War. If you want to stop Hades, summon Zeus' sword. Right. Issei immediately takes out the sword given to him by Zeus. Since Issei is already at the limit of his power, Zeus' lightning begins covering the blade. So even my own brothers would go this far to stop me. You are indeed a threat. Killing the Security has proven to be a challenge after all. Issei has apparently reached a new level of power with Drake. A familiar voice was heard from a rocky hill not far from Cocytus. Indeed, it looks like the Redun can finally make a shadow of himself come out thanks to his host. If we are going to reach that level, then staying here won't be the answer. Then it looks like we will have to go to Lilith in order to obtain it. Let's go, Albion. Vala is then seen walking back. Amazing. Hades stares in amazement as Drake's aura covers Issei in his true queen armor. The aura then takes shape of Drake, giving the appearance of a transparent version of the dragon. Everyone who has witnessed this transformation, with the exception of Vala, become astonished with Issei's new form. I never thought I would see the full size of Drake ever again. Azazel hesitantly said, Iskun never fails to amaze all of us with his growth. Look at how far he has gotten. Sirzechs smiles after witnessing Issei's progress. It looks like Iskun might be able to defeat Hades after all. Serafall also smiles at Issei. Looking at this makes me glad I got to know him. I think I will be keeping an eye on him from now on. Michael and Gabriel also expressed enthusiasm towards Issei. Shemhazai remains speechless, but begins to act more optimistic over the possible outcome of Issei's new form. Looks like Issei has brought hope to all of us again. Let's help him by taking care of the Grim Reapers. Rias ordered. Yes. Everyone agrees almost immediately and begin attacking. This is it. This is the same energy I felt from Drake when he battled Albion during the Great War. How amusing that it is standing right in front of me now. Hades becomes more amused rather than fearful as he starts laughing menacingly. You sure can laugh despite facing one of the only dragons you deemed a threat. You are right, Drake. But although it may be the same energy I felt during the war, it still isn't as strong as back then. Do you honestly think that you are now strong enough to defeat me, Security? Even with my brother's sword, it is pointless if you can't hit me with it. I will never know unless I try. Issei points Zeus' sword towards Hades. This should be a fun battle. Issei and Hades then proceed by charging at each other. Looks like some good news have finally been witnessed as the Grim Reapers are finally falling back from Lilith for the first time. The reporter said from his helicopter, down in the city, more devils and fallen angels came to reinforce the city. Serord Baal is seen in the center of the city easily punching away many of the Grim Reapers trying to take hold of the Underworld Capitol building. If this is all they got, Issei can easily take them down without using Cardinal Crimson promotion. Serord continues to have his fun, as there are many Grim Reapers in front of him. If Pluto is the strongest among Hades' Grim Reapers, then the rest aren't worth my time. Vala is seen in the northern area of the city where he and his team are easily taking out high-class and ultimate-class Grim Reapers that were waiting as reinforcements. Fenrir and Gogmagog were seen protecting Lefay Pendragon as she lays waste to the Grim Reapers with her magic. Kuroka is then seen using Senjutsu to easily subdue the Grim Reapers surrounding her with barely any effort. This is just like back in the realm of the dead. Hopefully when I am done here, I can go back to Sekiru-Utiakin's house to see my beloved Chiron for more training, Kuroka said while battling. Biko looks like he is having much fighting the Grim Reapers with his staff rather than using senjutsu like Kuroka. As the reporter travels around Lilith from the sky, she witnessed Graphia and her team getting involved in the battle. In the south of Lilith, we can see the strongest queen along with the rest of Sirzechs' peerage easily pushing back the Grim Reapers. With the strongest backing up the city, it is safe to say that the battle is turning to our favor. Second, this whole block is filled with Grim Reapers. I will leave them to you. Graphia commanded Surtur II. Yes, Graphia-sama. As Graphia ordered, Surtur II unleashed his powerful flames from his mouth, burning the entire block of Grim Reapers into crisps. You would expect more of a challenge, since it is Hades that is in charge of this attack. Beowulf commented. Just as when then the last of the Grim Reapers were cornered, the ground starts to shake, forming an earthquake. The ground then begins to violently crack, destroying a small part of the city. What emerged from the crack was a gigantic creature with 9 heads that looked like that of a serpent with a body of a dragon without wings. The creature stood about 150 meters tall and begins killing off the devils and fallen angels who were unfortunately standing close to it. Perhaps I spoke too soon, Beowulf said with regret. It's the Hydra. Hades must have freed it from Cocytus. We have to stop him now. Graphia prepares to fight, but Suji was the first to make his move. Don't aim for the head, Suji, Graphia warned, but Suji couldn't hear. Moving at high speed, he easily dodges the Hydra's attack and manages to cut off one of the heads. Got you. Before Suji had time to celebrate, 2 more heads grow in its place. What? Suji stares in shock. Suji, did you forget that when you cut off a Hydra's head, 2 more grows in its place? Right. Sorry about that, Graphia-sama. Still, Hydras should have been killed by Hercules according to legend. Hades and the Cow's Brigade must have been responsible for the creature's revival. Whatever it takes, we can't let it advance further into the city. Yes. The other members of Sirzechs' peerage agreed immediately and proceed to battle against the colossal beast. The roar of the Hydra was heard as Issei battles Hades. It looks like Hydra is finally revived, Hades said as he dodges another head-on attack. What? Issei heads to the sky to get a view of the creature and becomes shocked by its huge size. Like the Jabberwocky, Hydra can regenerate if injured in battle, but that is only limited to the creature's heads. But with a little help from the Cow's Brigade, it is almost like a second Jabberwocky. I'd better end this fight quickly or Lilith will be destroyed, Issei said. Boost, 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 boost. Issei unleashes a huge dragon shot from the mouth of the transparent drake towards Hades, but the attack missed once again. The impact of the attack heavily damaged the surrounding areas of Cocytus, something that surprised Hades. The attack of this level cannot kill me, but I can get injured if I am not careful. Issei charges at Hades using Zeus' sword, but Hades blocked the strike with his scythe. The god then attempts to strike Issei with the scythe, but the latter evades the attack. Iskun is doing a pretty good job fighting Hades. Don't you think so, Sirzechs? Serafall asked after easily disposing another Grim Reaper. Indeed, but we can't just leave the fighting to him. Once Hadesima is open, we will assist. But what about the Hydra? Michael also spotted the creature and becomes concerned. Graphia is taking care of it with the others. Right now we just have to focus on getting rid of these Grim Reapers. Azazel told the Archangel. I can't even hit Hades once. Issei is showing signs of exhaustion after battling Hades for a fair amount of time. I told you that this form is still incomplete. You may have gotten strong, but you still lack training to unlock the true potential of my powers. Rather than trying to fight Hades directly, use your head to formulate a strategy. Even at this stage, Hades is still more powerful than you if you take him head-on. Just how much does it take for me to master the boosted gear? Issei becomes frustration. Seems like my attacks can't hit you as well. Congratulations, Sekiryudai, you just gave me the most fun battle I've had in a while. Too bad you are still lacking. Hades then tightens his grip on his scythe and charges and drag. With Issei exhausted, he couldn't react fast enough as the strike successfully connects with Drag's aura, which was followed by a strong pulse released from Hades, knocking Issei hard on the ground. As Issei gets up, Hades becomes amazed once again. Seems like Drag's power protected you from the curse I put on my scythe, and your durability is also admirable. would have meant more to me if the hatred you have for us devils and fallen angels didn't exist. There are some things that cannot be changed, Security. No matter what you all do, hate will still remain everywhere, and it all originated from your kind. Being a bat and crow was what originated the bad things that happens within individuals such as greed and lust, which all turn to hate eventually. I plan to end this type of hatred with my own. You are insane just for believing that. Everyone goes through that, not just devils and fallen angels, but the level of such traits within the bats and crows was what brought it to the extreme. This makes the underworld full of imperfections, and therefore, the two of the three factions must be rid of. Your way of doing things is also filled with imperfections, Hades. That is why we are here to stop this genocide. If you are so eager to stop me, then try it. Seeing how confident Hades is with his power in comparison to his own, Issei had no choice but to muster up most of the energy he has into the boosted gear. Partner, you can't be serious. If this attack fails, you won't be able to last against Hades. I have something else in mind, Drake. Don't worry. Boost, 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 boost. Drake's power is still being collected into the jewel of the boosted gear. I see that the Security is also confident with his own power. Very well. Let's see who is the stronger of the two. Hades then charges with his fully powered scythe while Issei charges at full power as well. Both attacks clash, and the impact was so powerful that a part of the underworld shook. As soon as the dust clears, it is shown that Hades is the one standing with Issei down on the ground unconscious without his armor. Feeling that he won the battle, Hades withdraws his scythe. That was indeed a great battle, Security, but in the end, I am the one who stands. As a god, you can't kill me at your level. Looks like it is time for me to proceed. Before Hades could finish Issei off, Serafall and Sirzechs provided a distraction by launching their powerful attacks on Hades. Though Hades was able to block them, Issei immediately takes out Zeus' sword he has behind his back and stabs Hades before he could react. What? That was my plan all along, Hades. At the level I am right now, I cannot kill you, and you are right about that. However, I wasn't aiming for that, since the realm of the dead would be unstable without you there. Knowing that it wouldn't be easy to hit you with that sword, I pretended to lie unconscious so I could catch you off guard, though I didn't expect Sirzechs and Sarah to help. But I am glad they did. Of course, without the armor, the power of Zeus' sword begins decreasing, so I was forced to make my move quickly. Now go back. Lightning begins coming out of the sword, greatly weakening Hades. With the last of his strength, Issei pushes Hades back to the bridge while still getting shocked, forcing him back to the underworld. Hidesima has been pushed back. Let's reseal the bridge, Sirzechs ordered. The leaders of the three factions did as they were told, and immediately begins resealing the bridge that leads to the realm of the dead. However, Issei sees that the Hydra is still loose, but has no more strength to fight. You have done enough, I see. Leave the Hydra to us, Rias said to Issei before ordering her peerage to head to Lilith. It looks like the underworld is saved once again thanks to you, Issei. Serafall embraces Issei while he is still recovering from his wounds. Thanks, though I am more glad to see you, Sarah. So am I, Issei. You rest now while we handle the rest. I sure hope Bucho knows what she is doing against this colossal creature. I am sure she does, Issei. Before Serafall can leave to provide assistance, Issei grabs her hand as if he still has something to say. Sarah, when I checked your room, I found a note behind the Totoro doll I bought you. The feelings you put down in this letter, is it true? Serafall blushed after realizing what Issei meant. This isn't the time to talk about it. I am embarrassed too, Sarah. But when I saw that note, I told myself how much I wished to say the same thing, but I was afraid to until it was too late. I don't want to have any more regrets, so I am going to say it anyway. Sarah, I love you. Serafall's face turns entirely red as the rest of the leaders became shocked at Issei's sudden confession. It didn't take long for Sirzechs, Azazel, and Michael to smile since they know Issei the most. Tears start falling out of Serafall's eyes, causing Issei to panic. Wait, Sarah. Did I say something wrong? Was I mistaken of your feelings? No, Issei. I am just very happy that I was able to hear that. I love you too, Issei. Serafall and Issei then embraced each other, but Azazel interferes with their moment. As much of a fan I am with romance, This happy ending hasn't been reached yet until we defeat all of these Grim Reapers. I think I can handle them. Ajuka Beelzebub makes his appearance. Ajuka, where were you when the Underworld was attacked? Sirzechs asked while smiling, creating a method to stop Hades and the Grim Reapers. But it seems like the former is taken care of, so I focused on methods to take out the Hydra. Before that, allow me to lessen the burden. The Grim Reapers begins attacking Ajuka. However, Ajuka starts using the Kankara formula, turning their attacks into equations and formulas under his control. Without moving a finger, he redirected their attacks towards the Grim Reapers. What kind of an attack is this? Is this really the power of a Mao? Issei becomes shocked over how Ajuka was able to redirect the attacks of hundreds of Grim Reapers back at them, destroying the entire army that exhausted the other leaders. Ajuka-kan and Sirzechs-kan are actually more powerful than the original Maos and are the only devils that are known as super devils. Sirzechs-kan did not show it because his power could accidentally kill us. I see. Issei is still amazed over Ajuka's power. My new form was already almost to that of a Mao, yet to see someone who has surpassed that level is insane. I hope I don't run into enemies as powerful as Hades, Sirzechs-sama, and Beelzebub-sama. I will be destroyed for sure, Issei said in his thoughts while showing a worried face. Meanwhile in Lilith, Rias, I told you to stay back. This is just like fighting the Jabberwocky. The Cow's Brigade must have modified the creature if it can regenerate its lost limbs. Rosweiss bombards the Hydra with explosive magic, but none could get through its thick skin. Even the power of destruction and holy lightning had little effect as the creature's wounds continued to heal. Do you know how the Jabberwocky was defeated last time you fought it? Rias asked Graphia. We had a lot of help from Poseidon as he was merged with the Great Red back then. Since the Great Red is no longer involved, we will have to figure out another way to stop the creature. Not wanting the colossal creature to move further into the city, Suji, Kiba, and Zenobia moved at high speed and manages to cut deeply through the Hydra's rough skin on its legs, causing it to collapse. While it stopped the Hydra from advancing, the cuts began to heal. I better attack the wounded area before it heals. Irina sends light spears into the creature's wounds, further injuring the leg, but the healing process was not stopped. How are we supposed to defeat a giant that can constantly heal itself and grow more heads? Ravel complains. If Hayadu Issei is able to defeat the much larger version of this creature, then I can too. Vala suddenly charges towards the Hydra head-on. Vala, Drake had some of the Great Red's power when they got rid of the Jabberwocky. Do you think you alone can defeat Hydra? Albion, if I am ever going to face the Great Red, then I should at least surpass the portion of his power he gave to Hayadu Issei. Vala then activates Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, turning his armor silver-white. He then charges at the Hydra and was successful at pushing back the colossal creature a few meters back. Compression Divider. Divide. The Hydra's body then starts getting halved in the same fashion as Pluto, Vala's latest victim, but something unexpected happens. It's not getting smaller. Vala becomes surprised to see that every time the Hydra is halved, its body regenerates. The heads also increased in numbers as a result. It looks like the Cow's Brigade knew that you were coming, so they prepared the Hydra for it. It even regenerates its powers that were lost. The Hydra responded to Vala's attack by grabbing him with one of its heads and tossing him through a skyscraper. At least this will keep me entertained for a bit. Vala gets up and engages the Hydra again. We have to create a defensive perimeter around the city. Everybody, surround the Hydra, Graphia ordered. As Vala battles the creature, everyone starts creating a barrier around the surrounding areas, including Rias and her peerage. The Hydra whacks Vala with its tail, yet no buildings were damaged due to the strength of the barrier. Smart move to form a barrier around the city. If we continue fighting like this, it would greatly damage the Underworld. Vala, even this form cannot win against the Hydra. Do you have any other alternatives? No, but I will continue fighting anyway. I still want to reach my goal of defeating the Great Red, and I won't stop until I do. The Hydra then charges at Vala. There is no way I am going to die here. Aura from Vala's armor begins to surround him and starts taking form. It looks like you finally reached the next form. With this power, I will defeat the Hydra. The aura then forms into a transparent version of Albion and approaches the Hydra face to face. Let's see how strong this new form is. Divide, 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 divide. Vala activates divine dividing and continuously cuts the Hydra in half. The Hydra roars in pain with its many heads and begins to heal. Vala notices that the healing process is slower. It looks like there is a weakness after all. Compression divider. Vala tries the same technique again in his new form, continuously cutting the Hydra until one head is left. It was fun while it lasted, but I guess all things come to an end. Vala then holds his armored hand and unleashes a powerful blast from the mouth of the transparent Albion, which is similar to Issei's dragon shot, but white in color. The Hydra was annihilated before new heads could grow in its place. With the Hydra gone from existence, it won't be able to regenerate itself from that. Let's go, Albion. Vala then flies off. With the Hydra gone, Hades sealed, and the last of the Grim Reapers cornered, the attack finally came to an end with the Underworld emerging victorious. It's over. It's finally over, Issei said out of relief. I am also glad it is over. It looks like I will be returning after all. Serafall smiles at Issei, who returns her smile back. Yes. Let's go home. Issei gets up and walks away with Serafall holding his arm. Now this is the happy ending I was waiting for. What about you, Sirzechs? Azazel turns to Sirzechs. Whatever works for Iskon, since Rias is still going to be one of his wives. Sirzechs gives a small laugh. Anyway, we better fix this place up so Hadesima and his Grim Reapers won't bother us anytime soon. Sirzechs gets up and begins to reinforce the seals on the entrance of the bridge with others following. The next day after the attack, I knew that you were able to get Onisima back, Iskon. Sona smiles happily at Issei, making him feel a little embarrassed. Sona and her peerage visited the Hydra residence to get the full report on the attack. While the rest were shocked with what transpired, especially Hydra's revival, only Sona remains calm, as she had believed from the start that the Underworld would emerge victorious. Now Sona has to keep her promise to become Isei's next wife. Ophis suddenly appears in front of Issei. Sona turns completely red after Ophis revealed what she said to Issei before he left to the Underworld. What? Everyone goes into a state of shock as a result. Where the heck did you come from, Ophis? Issei asked while panicking. I was always with you. I was just hiding while taking out the Grim Reapers that passed the mouths. What is this, Hyade? Saji screamed as he starts shedding tears. I see, what is the meaning of this? Aura begins emerging from Ria's body. Wait, Bucho, I can explain. Issei desperately tries to come up with an excuse. I knew that Sonican loved Iskon. Do your best as his next wife, Sonican. Serafall becomes enthusiastic. Stop getting us into more trouble. Sona complains to her sister. Sona, I see, I will not forgive you. Rias told them in a menacing tone. Neither will we. Most of the other girls of the Hydra residence soon follow. I will never forgive you for this, Hydra. Not ever. Saji is still shedding tears and acts as if he gave up. It's nice knowing you while it lasted, partner. Shut up, Drake. Issei's life flashed before his eyes just before the girls start punishing him and Sona while Saji only lies down in defeat. I will never give up. Serafall is battling what looks like the Hydra that Vala defeated in the Underworld during Hades' attack. Serafall appears to be on the losing end as she lies down on a large crater presumably made by the colossal monster. Dragon kick! What appears to be Issei in his scale mail flew forward at high speed and kicked the Hydra with full force, knocking the monster off its feet as it roars in pain. The Hydra manages to get up, but the two were not discouraged. The Hydra who brings destruction to the Underworld. Magical girl Leviathan and Oppai Dragon will destroy you. Yes, but for both of us to win I need the power of the Switch Princess. I am here, Oppai Dragon. Defeat this foul creature with what I can offer. Yes. Oppai Dragon then touches Switch Princess's boba, causing his armor to glow. Leviathan. Let's do this together. Yes, and with Oppai Dragon's power restored, there is no way we will lose. Both Oppai Dragon and Leviathan then charged at the Hydra, who is apparently about to release an energy blast. Levia Beam. Dragon Kick. Both attacks hit the Hydra on the main body before it can release its attack, apparently killing it as the monster's body begins to disappear. We did it, Oppai Dragon. We sure did, Leviathan. Oppai Dragon and Leviathan begins to celebrate as credits start to show up in front of them. With Oppai Dragon and Magical Leviathan joining forces, the Hydra was defeated and the Underworld was saved once again. After the narrator finishes his message, the credits begin moving farther away until we can see the outline of the flat-screen TV airing the show. Issei, Serafall, and everyone else is present watching the show in the huge living room of the Hydra residence. After Hades' attack was repelled, the director of Miracle Levia-tan found inspiration within Issei and Serafall and made another crossover featuring the children's beloved heroes of the Underworld. According to Director San, this TV movie was very well received in the Underworld, getting more views than the last crossover when we battled that strong dragon. Serafall explained to them, "We just got back from saving the Underworld yet again, and yet the director had the audacity to use us for his work yet again. At least give me a break. I don't want the children to call me Oppai Dragon yet. I just got over being called that." Issei complains in his thoughts, "Just great. I was just starting to get my reputation back as the Red Dragon Emperor due to the fight with Hades, and then this has to come out. Please don't make me go back to being the Chichiriyuti." Drake's reaction was even worse than Issei's due to the fact that he cries upon hearing the word boba. Yun! Oh great, my tears are falling and they won't stop. Where is my medicine? Where is the counselor? Drake starts crying uncontrollably to the point where everyone can hear. Please don't cry, Drake. I also want to cry because I don't get a break from this even after I just helped save the Underworld. Issei told Drake in his thoughts. Is Drake really that depressed over the fact that he is known as Oppai Dragon? Serafall asked Issei. Yeah. He was just about to get his reputation back as a powerful heavenly dragon, but due to these shows, his nickname is reverted back to Oppai Dragon. I better get his medicine. Issei sprinkles the medicine onto the jewel of the boosted gear, much to Drake's relief. Thanks, Elodie was about to lose it back there. Drake takes a deep breath and finally calms down. Kaneko, who is sitting on Issei's lap, starts feeling pity for Drake. If only Issei-senpai would be just a little less perverted, then Drake wouldn't have to go through this. But this is the Issei-senpai we all know and love. I don't whether I should be happy or regretful. Issei said to himself. Indeed. I will be sad if Issei isn't the person we all know. I like Issei the way he is. If Issei doesn't have that side of himself, then it will be hard for me to give him service. Agreed. As his childhood friend, I will support Issei for who he is. Rias, Asia, Aquino, Zenobia, and Irina soon joined in. Usually I am against this, but since everyone prefers this Issei, I will also give my support. I don't want Issei to change from the man I admire and look up to. Issei is my first friend, I prefer him this way. He is also my first friend, so I agree as well. Rosweiss, Ravel, Ophis, and Silfie also added themselves in. Congratulations Issei for getting popular just by being perverted. Kiba joked. Shut up, Kiba! Issei yelled, but still. If this is the side of me they prefer, then it looks like this is what I have to remain as. Sorry, Drake. It looks like you are going to have to endure being the Chichiriyuti for the time being. Issei said to himself. As they relax, a magical circle appears, and from the looks of the symbol, someone from the Citri clan is casting it. Sona appears from the circle, but for some reason, her face is completely red along with her eyes full of tears as she directs her gaze towards her older sister. Onisama! Sona screamed as if she was mad. Ah, Sonakin! I am so happy that you decided to come. Did you tell our parents that I am in love with Issei? Everybody immediately pays attention to what Sona just said. Of course. After all, Ophis already told us about your promise to be Issei's next wife. It's better for our parents to find out sooner, so I told them. They were very happy since they admire Issei as much as we do. For real? I feel honored, but for the Citri clan to think of me this way feels a bit too grand for me. Issei again said in his thoughts, for Onisama to do this. It is because of you that Azazel-sensei plans to add me to that Oppai Dragon show. I will never be able to walk in the underworld again without children noticing me. Sona starts trembling. I don't even want to think of the name he will give my character. A lot of children like Oppai Dragon after all, so it should be a good thing. Serafall smiled. I don't want to be in a show as embarrassing as this. I can't take it anymore. Sona begins running away from Serafall. Wait, Sonakin. I was just doing this for you. Serafall gives a chase. With the Citri sisters gone, Bucho turns her attention back on Issei. I hope you don't plan on doing anything just because of what Serafall did. Yes, Bucho. Issei nervously replied back. The next day, Chew, Serafall kissed Issei in the cheek just as he was about to get up. Sarah? Where is Bucho and Asia? They went down to make breakfast, so I decided to give you a good morning kiss as your girlfriend. That is certainly the way I prefer to be woken up. Then every morning I will give you many kisses until you wake up, okay? That might be a bit too much since Bucho and Asia sleep with me every day. Then I will sleep with you from now on every night naked as well. Nothing is stopping them from doing the same, so I won't stop either. Issei suddenly had a nosebleed because of what Serafall just said. By the way, the Citri household is inviting you for dinner. They want to get to know you. Do you want to come, to meet your parents? I would love to meet them, but I am nervous at the same time. You don't have to be since my whole family admires you. They just expect you to be kind and polite. Yes. I will make sure to act this way when I meet them. Great. I'd better tell everyone since they are expecting them too. Serafall leaves the room, leaving Issei feeling anxious. A few hours later, let's head to the train. Serafall immediately jumped into one of the train using the same station that Reus used to get to the Underworld. This time, the Citri clan owns the train they are using. Although the rank of the Citri clan is one level below that of the Gremry, their lifestyle still doesn't lose out to other devil families of higher levels. With everybody seated, the train takes off. Within an hour, a large castle was sighted on top of a small hill, about the same size as one of the Gremry residences. It sure doesn't lose to Bucho's home, Issei said as he stares in the castle in amazement. Of course. The Gremry and the Citri clans have been friends for quite some time since the two are part of the 34 remaining devil clans of the 72 pillars. The fact that Sonakin and Ryaskin are childhood friends also helped with our rank, and that should be obvious. Icekun. Serafall explained. Sorry, but no matter how many times I take a look at the castle this size, I never get used to it. That's fine since you live in Japan all of your life. I prefer the life in your house though, since I have more freedom there. When they reach the closest Citri castle, Serafall is immediately greeted by her servants before they turn to greet the other guests. In front of the entrance stood a black-haired man in a business suit who looks like he is in his 20s and a woman who looks equally as young, wearing a white dress and having long silky black hair. Mother! Father! Leviathan has returned. Serafall immediately runs to her parents, and immediately gave them a big hug, which they returned back. So nice to see our daughter again. I agree. It's been quite a long time, the parents said in a cheerful tone. They act just as cheerful as the people in the Gremry clan. They then turn their attention to the guests. You must be our expected guests. Welcome to the Citri household. Serafall's father politely greets them. It's good to see you again, Lord Citri. Reus said. Reus, you have grown very well. I am also glad to see you. It has been a long time. I see that you gained new members as well. So glad to finally see my eldest daughter again, since she is always busy as a mouse, and I have seen that you and Reus made some new friends. Serafall's mother is also happy to see them. Yes, mother. By the way, you know that boy standing in the middle? That is the Security. Hi to Issei. He is my boyfriend. Serafall pointed at Issei while talking to her mother. Ah, yes. I've heard that you are in a relationship with the Security. It looks like the future of the Citri clan is a bright one after all. Lord Citri then approaches Issei. So you are the one who is able to win the hearts of both of my daughters. From now on you can call me father. What? Issei becomes shocked. Mao. Icekun barely knows you, father. Don't ask him to do things before getting to know him as well. Serafall's cheeks became red. Even Sarah gets embarrassed by her parents. That look on her face is so cute. Issei rambles in his thoughts yet again. Dear, let's go into the house so our new guests can introduce themselves. Right. All of your rooms have been prepared, so let's come in and get to know each other. Lord Citri then invites the guests into the house. Sona. You have guests in the house. Please be sure to greet them. Her mother called out. Yes, Okasama. Sona comes out, and just as she was about to greet them, she freezes for a while after realizing that her guests are actually the people of the Hyade residence. What are all of you doing here? Mother and father wanted to meet Issei after finding out that I am in a relationship with him, and even more so after telling them you love him. Knowing that you would stop me, I secretly made a deal with mother and father to invite Issei and everyone else so they could get to know him especially. Geez, Onissima, why are you always doing things like this? As Sona complains, her mother does not like what she sees and approaches her. Sona, I told you to greet our guests, so I expect you to be more polite towards them. You had already made us a laughing stock with your selfish dream. Even though we accept it, we will not tolerate selfishness that can affect our clan. You already have the freedom that most high-class devils don't have. Understand? Yes, Okasama, Sona answered back out of fear. Seriously, with the amount of freedom you have, you need to loosen up not just on the people around you, but yourself as well. Issei is okay to call you, right? When do you plan on marrying both of my daughters? Dear, you are rushing it again. It is because of you two I am like this. Sona complains after her face turns red. With the approval of Sona and Serafall's parents, the other girls intensively stared at Issei, not liking the fact that he now has more potential wives. Bucho, are Sana Keichu and Sarah's parents like yours? They are awfully a lot like them. They are usually not as easygoing as we are, but when it comes to towards people they like and those around them, they show just as much affection. Sona used to be like this, but as the student council president, she had to maintain a strict persona. I see. Maybe that is why Sarah acts like this as well in the public. It wasn't long before Sona's peerage also shows up, who were also shocked over their sudden visit, with Saji still acting envious towards Issei due to the family's approval for Issei to take both Sona and Serafall as part of his collection of wives. After the introduction is done, the servants then lead the guests to their rooms so they can settle before dinner. No matter how many times I tried to settle, I can never get used to a big room like this. Zenobia comments as she unpacks. That is why we are here, Irina said with Asia next to her. Oh look, the self-proclaiming angel has arrived. Irina reacts immediately after hearing that. What? That is not what I wanted to hear from the self-proclaiming swordswoman. Both Irina and Zenobia intensively stared face to face. Both of you please don't fight. Asia tries to calm the two girls. By the time dinner is ready, Sona and Issei are the only ones feeling uncomfortable of their situation as high expectations are placed upon them. So Issei, your goals for the future is to become the harem king by becoming a high-class devil with your own peerage, correct? The mother asked. Correct. I want to become an independent devil while still serving as Bucho's servant. My goal right now is to become the ultimate pawn. Such respectable dreams you have, Issei. With your mannerisms and intelligence taught to you by the Gremry clan, that future won't be too far ahead. By the way, if you are going to become the harem king, do you plan on including the girls around you? The father asked. Yes. I am the closest to them after all, and I promise to take care and protect them once I reach that goal. The faces of some of the girls turned red after hearing Issei's promise to protect and take care of them. I don't doubt it. I am sure Issei will make a great husband, especially towards our Sona and Serafall. All of the girls under your care will probably be much happier with you than who we would set them up with. The mother adds. Please change the topic. Sona requested out of embarrassment. Come on, Sona. Serafall told me how much you like Issei. Falling in love is not something you should feel embarrassed about. The father tries to cheer Sona up to no avail. That is not it. Hearing them also made Issei feel embarrassed as the parents already claimed that he would be Serafall and Sona's husband. Let's plan out the wedding reception for our daughters. The father immediately announces his plan. Please stop rushing, father. Can you just wait until everyone grows up a little more? This time it is Serafall's face that turns red. I don't want to hear any more of this. Sona, unable to bear with her parents any longer, runs away. Kaicho. Both Issei and Saji are about to chase after Sona, but Rias stops the latter. Bucho? Why are you stopping me? Saji complains. You may be in love with Sona, but only Issei is the one who can help her right now, even though I hate to admit it. What? Saji is dismayed over what he just heard. Sorry, Sajikan, but as her sister, I think I understand how Sona is feeling right now. It really feels like Issei is the only one who can cheer her up. Serafall agrees with Rias. Issei followed Sona all the way to her room while calling her. Seeing that the door is open, Issei enters to find Sona lying face down on her bed with her head on the pillow. I guess having parents like this is too much to bear sometimes, right? Don't worry, you are not the only person who gets embarrassed by his or her parents. My parents are also sometimes like this when they state my desires in front of everyone, and showing my baby pictures to my friends without my consent. Sona is still not responding. One thing we can all be happy about is that we all got along despite how they were acting in front of you. I am sure that you can agree to that at least. Yes. Sona finally responded. I am also sure that they are acting like this because they are also concerned about you. After all, you often kept yourself too busy to the point where you spend little time with them. They probably want you to keep in contact with them a little more. I know. I would like to spend more times with my friends and family, but I want to make ends meet. That doesn't mean that you should neglect your time with them. After all, they are your family. Yes. I am trying to work things out so I can remain in contact with everyone I know and love, but this is not the reason why I ran away from them. What do you mean? Sona finally sat up. Even though Okasama and Oda-sama are right about my feelings, I wish they would respect my feelings since they are personal. It's just so embarrassing since they have the tendency to blurt it out. I know how you feel after meeting Bucho's parents. I guess embarrassing their kids is their job. Issei laughs a little. Iskun, do you mind if I ask you something? What is it? What do you think of me? I think that you are a kind friend who cares about others just as much as I do. For example, you only think of Saji as a little brother and refuse to get closer to him, because a couple of your servants are in love with him. You also held back during the first Underworld crisis in order to protect the kids who are being used as hostages despite the fact that you got injured as a result. I never disliked the kind and caring side that Kaicho has shown. Then what do you think of us being together? Well, I am not against it. To be honest, I think a lot of guys would be lucky to have you as a wife. I would be as well, but I want to respect your feelings first. Sona, touched by Issei's opinion of her, gave him a cute smile. I feel much better now. Thank you, Iskun. I am glad. We better get back to the dinner table since your parents are probably worried by now. As Issei gets up, Sona grabs him by the sleeve. Kaicho? Issei becomes nervous. Please call me by my name from now on. We are friends, right? Issei becomes hesitant, but after remembering what Sona has been through, he submits to her request. I understand, Sona. I finally understood fully what Ria see in you. There is also something I wanted to tell you for such a long time. Sona puts both of her hands on Issei's face. I have always wanted to tell you that I love you too, Iskun. Sona. Both Sona and Issei unconsciously moved their face closer to each other until their lips finally met. It happened! The kiss between Iskun and Sonakin finally happened. What? Both Sona and Issei turn around to see Serafall standing in front of the door with the parents and people of the Haidu residence, and Sona's peerage watching. Everyone is surprised by the kiss they just witnessed. Alas, the future of the Citri clan got even brighter. Sona's father starts crying tears of joy. It's okay, dear. Calm down. Sona's mother comforts her husband. No way, so it is true. Rias is trembling with teary eyes. Ufufa. It looks like in addition to Serafall-sama, Iskun also added Sona as his wife. Aquino added, How? How many more wives will Isasin get before reaching his goal? Asia also has teary eyes. Good job, Hayada. Finally! Hayota-senpai made Kaicho fall for him. Momo and Ruruko are in joy since Saji probably can't go after Sona anymore, giving them more of a chance to be together with him. Hayada! Saji charged at Issei while shedding tears, but was knocked out by Tsubaki. I can't let you interfere with Kaisha's love life. Tsubaki then turns her attention to the highly embarrassed Sona and Issei. Congratulations, you two. Not you two! Sona yelled in a cute tone. Serafall then jumps in and gives Issei a kiss on the lips while hugging him. Onisama, it looks like I have nothing more to worry about it. Iskun, promise me that you will take good care of both of us, okay? Hey, Sarah, Mao. Don't leave me out. Rias yelled as she prepares to jump in. Good luck, Iskun. Kiba said as he watches Issei struggling with Sona, Rias, and his girlfriend Serafall. Oppai Dragon, if you want to win, then you are going to have to use the enemy's power against them. Sona's character finally shows up in the next episode of Oppai Dragon. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.